contract, whether it's closed or
Yeah, I
not.
hear your argument, Honey Deals. That's a good question to ask the devs.
Yeah, to know if there was any kind of, because
Yeah,
global variables allow for flexibility. They're really nice to have in a smart contract. You can change parameters, you can change percentages and stuff. They can be
yeah.
dangerous as well, right? It depends.
Well,
So
what if we just look at the contract callable functions? Let's just go to the
exactly.
contract and look at the
Well,
callable functions, right? Because if
that's
it's there's
what I'm
not a
actually
callable
doing.
function in there, then it can't be called.
Exactly. That's what I was actually loading up here.
And I don't know that I don't honestly don't know. I'm just taking my best stab at it. I haven't read the code because I can look through the code, but I don't necessarily know what it all means, right? So I was
No, but
based on
you'll see,
having
for
looked at the
example,
code and then what somebody told me how it works is kind of what I was basing it on, right?
all right. So the
Which
first
so I
thing,
could be
so
wrong, is all I'm saying.
okay,
There could be something, and there is a good question. You bring up a good point because it is virtual mint
okay,
units.
so there's a whole bunch here. For example, I mean, I can't say if they're absolutely inaccessible through other mechanism, but you can see at the beginning of the code very quickly. There's a whole bunch of public variables. Public variables are those that are what I'm calling. Actually, I used this term. I said global, but in Solidity, just public variables. Private
Yeah, there's
variables.
42 reads
Yeah, and there's a
and
whole
there's
bunch of
12
public.
right? No, yeah, 12 writes, 12 write functions and 42 reads. So yeah, it's a good question. Let's ask.
So yeah, the public variables uh, are typically things that would change the function. That is that they would use the same math, but you would change the. You typically use them for things that are constants. Here, let me just not constants. No, constants should be constant, although they are public here. Like min term, max term, those are the typical kind of things that you could change in a contract and it would be useful, but then it can be also, you wouldn't want that. So,
Well, claim rank. Okay, so claim rank is 6 under write contract callable functions, right? And the only requirement it asks for is term. That's the only user definable criteria is term.
right.
So to claim a rank, you have to give it the term, and that's it. There is no other parameter to user settable. I don't know uh,
So I
what number
see that
7 and 8 mean. That's decrease and increase allowances. It says atomically decreases the allowance granted to spender by the caller. This is an alternative to approve that can be used as a mitigation for problems described in ERC20 approve. Emits an approval event indicating the updated allowance requirements. Spender cannot be the zero address. Spender must have allowances for the caller of at least subtracted value. I don't, and there's two user definable um, fields there. One is spender address, the other one is subtracted value. I'm not 100% sure what that means, but it says it's more a way of getting the approval on a spend. And then there's a spender add increase allowance. So I don't think those have anything to do with it. Stake obviously has nothing to do with it. Transfer has nothing to do with it. Transfer from, nothing to do with it. Withdraw has nothing to do with it. The first 5 are burn, claim mint reward, and share, claim mint reward and stake, claim rank. So you're back to claim rank.
Well,
So I don't see.
I'm looking at the function itself inside the function. So the actual function,
On the code.
calculate, yeah, on the code. So calculate mint rewards. then I see what the variables are. So there's 5 for the function part. So that's the actual calculation part there. So C rank, term, maturity TS. I'm trying to figure which one is that maturity TS.
Time and time served.
Yeah, something like that. Because in the oh, see, yes, yes, sex late equals block timestamp. Okay, that's the timestamp minus maturity time served. That gives you how late you are. Okay, it's to calculate, I
Calculate the
guess.
penalty of how many you can get at the
Yeah,
end if
yeah,
you're
yeah.
late showing up on time.
Exactly. Maturity timestamp is basically the second it was ready to claim, or the 24
Yeah, but
hours
again,
after.
it still would have to be a callable function, and a callable function would have to be under write. And there's only 12 of them. There's only 12 callable write functions.
No, no, no,
And
no. Yeah, yeah, but it's not necessarily okay. So, right, but in the write functions, is there anything that resembles like set something? I'd have to go check this, like set some kind of variable.
no, there's 12 functions. They're approve, burn, claim and mint reward, claim and mint reward and share, claim mint reward and stake, claim rank, decrease allowance, increase allowance,
Okay,
stake,
I'm looking at the
transfer,
claimant reward. Okay.
transfer from, and withdraw. That's it. That's the 12 functions.
Okay, so what's decrease allowance and increase allowance?
That's the one I just read. It has to do with the approvals, right? To increase or
Okay.
decrease the spend approval. And you can so
Decrease
a
allowance
user
and
could go in and either subtract from the spend limit approval or add to the spend limit approval is what it looks like to me from reading the header.
improvements. Okay, 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 okay. For
So that would just have to do with, approving like
from
the contract to use your tokens
withdraw.
or your gas or whatever, I would guess, right?
Right, withdraw. So he's actually explaining today to those who want to understand what it meant to have an immutable contract. The way he explained it, he was talking about oh, what was it? Did you see the interview with Crypto
No, I didn't.
Kindness?
The one today, I did not see it. Who was he on with? Crypto
Crypto
Wise or
Kindness.
something?
Crypto Kindness.
Kindness. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he actually explained how to distinguish if it was immutable in his ways of the functions and what he was talking about. I'm trying to remember.
I'll go listen to it. I'm just looking through the read contract functions, and I can't see how any of the read contract functions would have anything to do with virtual units or being able to make, virtual addresses to claim from. They have to be legit addresses.
Right, but
I'm
the thing
I'm
is
I'm
that
somewhat familiar with the way they're encapsulating stuff only because I did a lot of research on how Hedron did their encapsulation, right, with the HSIs. That's what my knowledge is based on. I mean I don't read code very well. I need help, but I do have dev friends that do help me. But I don't see any of these functions in here. And I try when I can to go and call the functions right from Etherscan to actually without a front end to actually go and do the actions that I can on a contract through the Etherscan so that I get familiar with how it's done behind the scenes so that I have a better grasp of it, like what user parameters are necessary and stuff. And that helps me to understand the code when I look at it. So that's kind of why I do it. It makes it's complicated, right? Like it's not for the average user, but I do it so I can kind of understand. I'm getting better at it, but I don't really have a strong desire to learn to code. just to understand code. And they're kind of the same thing, but
Yeah,
the
yeah.
one would
Well,
motivate me to know more and the other doesn't
understanding code,
motivate
to
me.
understand code, you have to code, and to know how to code a certain code, you have to learn it. And
I
languages,
know
but all
they're
code.
interrelated, but I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's what keeps my that's what keeps my knowledge minimized is that I just don't have a strong desire to know the code.
Yeah, to know you mean the specific code, like Solidity,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. To see how the lines interact with each other and stuff, and to be read through the
But it's
lines and to
really, yeah,
understand.
it's kind of simple. Solidity is not complicated so much. It's just the way it is because
No,
blockchain.
I've learned.
Yeah.
I've learned a little bit, and I'm getting better at it. But I just, it's just like that. It's like just because you can learn to read and write in German, do you want to? You know?
What's complicated, like for me, I don't know Solidity in the sense that it's not that I can't understand what the function is doing. The function is kind of simple. There's a few variables going on, and you can see what it's wanting to do. But then it's all the
Hmm.
protocol of the code. Like you have to plug everything needs to be perfect. All the methods, the way of going about it, nothing's going to work if it's not perfect. And then you, on
Hmm.
top of it, you have to ensure the security of millions of dollars. So it's like it's kind of a big deal, right? You
Yeah.
really.
Well, I've read through the code because it's not very many lines of code, right? Like, or 400 lines of code or something. It's not a lot.
With a
It's a very
couple
simple,
variables. Yeah.
elegant contract, which
So
I
just
like. I like the fact that it's simple. I know other people have attacked it for being simple and not being complex. I heard that
yeah,
clip of that
yeah,
one
yeah.
hex idiot that was
You did
like
watch
he
it,
was so yeah,
huh?
he was so arrogant. Like he was so
It's
arrogant and so biased that he couldn't even hear himself when he was making a fool out of himself, right? Like
yeah.
I thought Jack did a fantastic job on that because I think the one point when he was trying to insult him through sarcasm, but he actually it came off as a compliment, and Jack said, "Well, thank you." It was like completely annihilated his sarcasm with just a simple thank you. Well, thank you. It does work really well.
Yeah, he did.
I
Yeah,
thought he
yeah.
did a fantastic job because the guy, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
these
love
people come
that.
in with an agenda, and their agenda is, I'm going to destroy this guy, right? Instead of I'm going to understand something, their agenda is I'm going to destroy something, and so they have all their tactics for attack and destroy. They've learned this from their leader, right? Like that's what he does. Like he goes on to streams with people to destroy them, and they learn all his tactics, but they're not good at it, and so they just make fools of themselves because they can't implement the tactics correctly. And Jack's so calm and collected because he's just talking about something that's true and something that he created for a very simple use case, and it just like it's elegant, it's simplistic, and it works. And so he doesn't have to get all defensive. He doesn't have to go on offensive and attack. He doesn't all he has to do is just state the facts to everything that's brought up, and it defends itself because it's just true, right? Like it's and he just stays in that zen spot. I love listening to him when he does it because it's encouraging.
Oh, I admire your optimism. No, just
Good comeback. That was good. You saved that one up for a while too.
no, just kidding.
I like it. I love the banter. I generally I agree with 90% of everything that you and I talk about. Like and I love the fact that we can kind of banter back and forth and maybe derive something neither of us have thought about, right? Like because you do instill a lot of um, change in my perception a lot of times where I hadn't thought of that, right? But then when I do think about it, it's like, well, yeah, it does kind of make sense, right? Like, and then I have to factor it in. So I do enjoy it, and I do
No,
generally agree with
I did notice
your
that
sentiments.
we kind of meet, just look at the same point, we have the same like we're looking at the same thing. We're just coming from different vantage points sometimes.
Yeah, and I think we're trying to get to the same place. We're just coming from different places too. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
helpful.
yeah, which is normal,
Mhm.
different experiences.
Yep. No, I enjoy the banter. I really do. And I respect your opinions even when they're different. I never mean to be disrespectful. Anything I'm saying.
No, I've never felt that. So I'm at
But that was
the
but
uh,
that was a good comeback.
Oh, you guys are so cute.
I
No, I'm just
appreciate
playing.
it.
Yeah, we appreciate your banter too. We could listen all day long. Keep it up. It's very good.
Cool. I mean, if it enhances knowledge and understanding, knowledge and wisdom, as I like to say, the Proverbs 8, right? Then that's gets good, right? Because that lifts everybody up because we're all here together. We're all sharing one earth with one set of natural resources, and we're trying to extract value from that set of resources, hopefully without destroying it and turning our planet into a desert, right? And so we all have to kind of be on the same page at some level. And a lot of these are fundamental concepts and building blocks. So, what Zen's doing is literally making those fundamental changes and giving us, you know, proof of concepts.
yeah, it's giving us a 128th time chance to fix our mistakes. But it's the same thing all over and every single time. And in a way, it's like, have we learned anything? Have like that discussion I said I was having with my friend, and then it's like at the end I say, yeah, so really it's about people learning and understanding about the importance of their money and how critically important it is, right? And so, and to keep an eye on it and to rejuvenate it and make sure to keep it in check. And so it's all about education. Ultimately, the real answer is people need to be educated about their money and how important it is. And that's when he said, yeah, but he said that's not really possible. So I was like, really? It's not possible? Like we're not there yet? We can't learn about money? Like we've gone through a lot of things. Now we have like the internet and YouTube and all these things. Like it's really, nah, it's not possible, he said. People are not, they're they they can't handle it. It's too complicated. I don't know. I said, well, I don't know. I kind of beg to differ. I think we have all the tools and the things, but I think we're kind of there. That's kind of where humanity is. Take responsibility and look. There was a time that humanity was living with superstition. They were sacrificing themselves in the names of their gods, or to have good crops. Not so long ago, like 500 years ago.
We
And
still do that stuff in a sense, if you think about it. We sacrifice for our gods. What like the money system, for example.
are you referring to crypto? Yeah, kind of sacrificing for gods. Yes, there's still some yeah, old habits, but yeah, it's like it's been just letting money be in the hands of others, not really worrying too much about it. Maybe it's time to make it a point of education, in other words. Of course, it's not taught in schools because they will never want to teach anything that really is important. They're not going to teach nutrition in school if they have a dairy industry, uh, uh, corn industry, wheat industry to sell. They're going to say eat corn and eat wheat and eat milk and whatever they have to sell, and they're not going to teach you otherwise in school. So it's not going to come from the government, but how did we get beyond, like, I don't know, all the superstitions and those kind of things.
Feed the corn to your car, to your cattle, not your cars, and turn the kefir into, or turn the raw milk into kefir using bacteria, and
Right.
everything works perfect.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, did you hear that? It was Ray yesterday. He was here and talking about the kefir. Did you hear that? Did it ring a bell? He's buying kefir with Zen.
No, I didn't hear that, but that's nice.
Yeah, he made an acquaintance, a woman, and he's buying his kefir with Zen.
What's he buying?
Kefir,
Kefir.
yeah, kefir. So yeah, kind of a fermented yogurt kind of thing. Thicker than yogurt. Very good for digestion.
It's a bacteria culture that you put in raw milk, and it turns the raw milk into a different thing. So even if you're lactose intolerant, you can drink kefir because it's no longer got lactose in it. The bacteria alter it. So it is similar to yogurt, a lot thinner, more of a
Yeah,
liquid
drink.
than
Yeah,
the thick substance.
yeah, it's wonderful. If you never drank it, I love the
Oh, it's
stuff.
really good probiotics.
Oh
You
yeah.
have to add it to milk.
No, you just
Yeah,
drink it. You buy it at the store, kefir, or you can, if you have someone
no,
that
get
makes
the
it.
cultures. Yeah, get some cultures, because the stuff you buy at the store isn't near as good. So you get some kefir cultures. They look like kind of like a little rubbery cauliflower. They'll grow, and you drop them in a jar of milk, and then you just leave the milk sit on a shelf, cover it up, put it in a pantry somewhere, and leave it sit for a couple days. And the kefir cultures will turn the milk into kefir.
And
And then
how
you strain the
really in a
kefir
couple of days?
cultures out and put them in some fresh milk and drink the kefir that you strained out. I like to blend it with like raw fruits like blueberries and stuff, some high oxidant stuff. It's really good
Right.
probiotics for you, and it's super cheap. Once you got the kefir cultures, they just keep growing. You can
But
start
what?
giving some of
That's
them away
weird.
to your friends.
I never saw. Yeah, that's weird. I never saw that the kefir cultures. Where do you buy them? Like where do
Typically
you?
have to get them from somebody that has them, but there's a lot of people that'll sell them online. You can freeze them. You can even freeze dry them and bring them back to life. They don't die if you freeze dry them. So you can ship them in the mail. Same with kombucha cultures, scobies.
Right. That I've seen. That I've seen. But
Yeah,
yeah, but not kefir. Oddly,
get
I
on
guess they're not.
get on a local website, like a community website around you that deals with health food stuff or healthy living, and just ask
Okay.
around, and somebody will have kefir cultures that they'll give you. When you
But
get the
now
good ones, they literally look like little cauliflowers. Those are the
Arthur,
strong, good cultures.
and but then can you make your own, or you're always having
Yeah,
to?
they just the culture itself will just continue to grow itself within the milk. So every time you do it, the culture just gets more and more and more till you have to separate it out and start making two, or freeze one batch or give it to somebody else, because it just keeps on growing. It's a culture.
Wow,
It's a
that's awesome.
bacteria.
There's a health food
Yeah, so you
market
can.
near me. I'm going there tomorrow. This sounds really good.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
it's
it's
awesome.
awesome.
Probiotics. I'll tell you
I come
another
here
one
for
that people.
crypto and I get kefir.
Well, it's for your gut, right? So that's the probiotics for your gut. Kefir or kombucha, or lots of different cultures use different things, right? But that's two really good solid ones. One that people really aren't familiar with is that the particular strain of bacteria used in kimchi, the Korean
Yeah,
kimchi.
yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
That's
Yeah.
the same. That's the same probiotic that's supposed to be native in your sinus cavities. So you have, just like you have probiotics in your gut, you have probiotics in your sinus cavities. And if they get depleted, then you'll get sick more. If you replenish those bacteria in your sinuses, it's kind of like the filter past, it's like the second stage of the filter, right? Like you're breathing in all kinds of toxic shit all the time. And your nose is supposed to, filter out a lot of those. But then when it gets up into your sinuses, there should be healthy bacteria that combats the unhealthy things that you breathe in. So a lot of people, there's a doctor that did a lot of research in, I think he's centered out of Kansas City, Missouri, and he did a bunch of research on people who were suffering from chronic illnesses like chronic fatigue, ALS, MS, Lyme disease, stuff like that. And what they found is that these people's probiotics in their sinus cavities were not only depleted, but that black mold was actually growing in their sinus cavities. And so the thing, black mold doesn't kill you. It's the gases it puts off. And so these people, you put them on antibiotics, and these are like old strong bacteria that are they can counter the effects of antibiotics. So they weren't killing the mold. They would just set the mold back into a dormant state. And then as soon as they get off the antibiotics, the mold would come back out of the dormant state and start gassing again, and they'd get sick again. And the way they healed them was by taking old established anti fungal, anti parasitical drugs like nystatin. They used a different particular one, but they took these pills and they would grind them up into a powder in a mortise and pestle, and then they would dilute it in a saline solution and put it in nasal sprayers, and they were spraying it up into their nose. And that would kill off the black mold. As soon as they killed off the black mold, these people all got better. And these were people, like some of them had progressed to the point where they were in wheelchairs from what was they were diagnosed as ALS and MS, and they just had black mold growing in their sinuses. Another woman did some research on the particular strain of bacteria that's in kimchi. I forget what it is, lactobacillus something, and she was just doing tests on different strains of kimchi. So she'd go like down to local farmers markets and find the Korean people who actually make the kimchi, because just like people who make kefir have kefir cultures, people who make kimchi have kimchi cultures, right? And you can get those from them because they grow too if they're fed the right stuff. Well, she was just taking the kimchi and putting like a Q-tip in down in the sauce and putting it up in her nose and kind of snorting it up into her sinuses, and she healed herself from the opposite perspective. So on the one side, they were killing the bad thing and the body was replenishing the good thing. And she was just replenishing the good thing and letting the good thing kill the bad thing. But either way works. But if you lose those healthy bacteria probiotics in your sinuses, you'll be sick all the time. And as soon as you replace them, that stops, because you got two forms, like, well, three really. You got three forms of where things get into your ecosystem, right? Your body's ecosystem. Through the nose, airborne stuff, through the skin and the external surfaces, right? And then through ingesting through the gut. Well, you have probiotics in all of those areas. You have bacteria all over your skin that are there to protect you from the bad bacteria. That's why using those antibacterial hand sanitizers and shit it's more harmful than it is good, because you're killing off bacteria that you want to be there.
It's like wearing a mask.
Yeah, people don't know, and what we don't know is what's killing us all. It's not what we know, it's what we don't know.
Hi guys. Sorry I couldn't talk earlier. I listened to some of the stuff. Yep, I agree with that as well.
Hey,
Not
Ray.
medical advice. And yeah, I do consume coffee quite regularly, and it helps in my digestion quite a bit. And when I got COVID last year, well, I got COVID twice, right? First was the Delta variant, and then the second was the so-called Omicron variant. I I managed to get my hands on some ivermectin, and also I couldn't taste anything, so I started to eat kimchi a little bit more than normal, and yeah, it did help very quickly within
Well, now
days. I was back to normal.
is ivermectin's a different thing altogether. That's a very rare um, soil-based organism called avermectins. If you look them up, they were only ever found. It was a Japanese scientist that found them outside of a golf course in Tokyo. They've never located them at any other location on the planet, but they have a really strong ability to fight off certain bad bacterias and things, and not only bacterias but viruses, whatever viruses actually are. If viruses are a thing, they could just be exosomes, right? But anyway, the avermectins have been incredibly useful. The ivermectin's actually listed on one of the most essential drugs on the planet because of all the river blindness that it cured, which was caused by a bad bacteria in the water in the African nations. And avermectins or ivermectin, which is a drug that was made from the avermectins and kind of one of the pharmaceutical companies helped them kind of perfect it to make it more effective. That drug is routinely passed around in those kinds of nations like that, and that's why they never got sick when this pandemic thing was released. Whatever it was, I think it was a bioweapon myself, but whatever it was, it didn't affect those people because they were on routinely regular doses of avermectins. Yeah, that's another interesting
I took
topic.
that, and I couldn't taste any other food. So, but the only thing I could taste was kimchi. Funnily enough, even the spicy foods, a lot of the spicy food I just couldn't taste, but I could taste kimchi, and it's quite pleasant, and then you had some flavor. So, and if you had some health benefits, why not? So I ate lots of kimchi.
Hey, that's really interesting because your body was probably like identifying what would help it, right? Like that it has a particular strain in there, and I don't know how it would get through your digestive system up into your sinuses, but if you ever have bad uh, respiratory type stuff, try just doing that. Like take a little, find the kimchi that some local Korean is making or brewing uh, out of the actual bacteria, and just take some of that juice and rub it around in your. It's a little hot, like go light, but snort it basically, right? Snort a little of that kimchi juice. Just be ready, right? Like it can be hot, but it will take care of those problems really quickly. It's amazing how fast. Also, uh, um, the pink salt, the Himalayan salt. Use a Himalayan salt in some warm water in a neti pot and rinse your sinuses out once in a while. That helps a lot too.
Yeah, yeah. I was using Himalayan salts as well, but mostly kimchi. I just enjoyed eating it.
I do routine, like I've been using ivermectin on all my animals, the goats, the dogs. Like I give them routine. Like we do once a month, we do ivermectin, and then I use fenbendazole uh, on a by a bi-monthly basis to clean out parasites. And yeah, it's crazy. We do this with our animals to keep them healthy, but nobody ever talks about anti-parasites for mankind.
So what I did was this coming back to Zen. So this lady who makes homemade kefir, and I usually buy from her. And I told her about Zen and stuff like that, and I managed to pay in. And I also got her, of course, to taught her how to mint her own Zen. And she's fully on now. She keeps sending me some text messages on and off and telling me, "Yeah, I've minted this much, and then now I decided to go for slightly longer terms, and instead of just
So
that."
it was you that was
And yeah, this
buying
is what I
keeper
see.
with Zen, huh? Nice.
Yeah,
Does
exactly. I
she
mean,
does she
I
culture
think
it
that we
using
shouldn't
raw
just
milk?
depend on Jack for all that. Yeah, exactly. Raw milk, and I I speak to the people who produce my food as much as possible, and I always find out what they're doing and where they get it from. Like I eat beef as well, and it's grass fed, and I've actually visited some farms and stuff like that. And anyway, so this lady, she's minting Zen, and she's onboarding people as well. I said, this is good for us, and I see it as not just depending on someone like Jack to add functionality to it. It's up to us as a community to add functionality, and this is one of the ways when we onboard people, when we do even little transactions and try to get people to accept Zen, or we can also sell services. People can pay you in Zen and stuff like that. You don't have to start big; just go small, and I think you'll have a more organic growth, so to speak, over time.
Yeah, you inspired me. I'm going to ask the farmer that I get the raw milk from if he'll take Zen in payment.
That's funny. I need to use raw milk.
You don't need to. You can start with a good store bought milk, but just realize it's pasteurized. Like it won't have the same effect, but the bacteria will alter it nonetheless.
The health food store I go to is pretty good. They should have all that. And I know the guy.
Yeah, if you can get raw versus pasteurized, it's better for the kefir for sure. But I wouldn't not do it just because I couldn't get raw milk. The big thing is to just
Yeah, I
get
think
get the
truly
kefir
gonna.
cultures from somebody who's actually doing it, right? So you get and hold the kefir cultures in your own hands, like you're making it.
Yeah, I agree. I think if we are truly going to decentralize, we want to get away centralized sources of food, centralized sources of energy, centralized sources of financial, economic controls, and so on. So if you're going to do it, I don't just see it in terms of financial energy and what we're doing in Zen. I see globally across all aspects of life. Really. I know my local. I know receive services, but I know them uh, few of I third party
Is it just me, Ray? You're cutting out on my end really bad.
central.
You're dropping out, Ray. We can't hear you, man.
I totally resonate with his thoughts, though. Wish he could continue. I do think that is where our power lies, is in making choices. If we decentralize where we get our food, where we get our resources, and we stop buying what they're selling, and we stop working for them to make what they're selling, and we start doing things for ourselves again like we used to, and form smaller communities with more tight-knit bonds, and we share the workload amongst ourselves. I think that is our power. That's how we break these corrupt systems. They need us more than we need them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it can be done much easier than most people believe. We're it just takes a little bit of effort. If everybody did a little bit, it would be very easy to do.
Are you guys? Can you hear me?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
now I
you're
hear you.
back.
Yeah. So I was saying I don't just see it in crypto. I see it. I see it across the board in terms of energy production, in terms of food production, and so on. Over the last few decades, we um, we moved to a more centralized model where we need to go through a third party like a mall, a supermarket, even a website to get things done. Whereas I try to cut that middleman, that middle layers out, and try to apply it across all areas of my life, not just finance and crypto. So I try to be as close as possible to the people producing the stuff, rather than just getting it to a third party who could have got it from another third party, another middleman. So yeah, so that's why I try to
I'm
do it. Try to
assuming,
get food from stuff
I'm assuming you
from
produce
people.
something of value yourself then too, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I do. So yeah. So and then that goes for everything. So it doesn't mean that I have to produce food. I could be producing energy. I could be a plumber. And everybody, we need to build our own communities, our local communities. And for me, local community means less than less than 10 kilometers, right? Less than 5 miles, let's say, from where you reside. And as much as possible, try to communicate with people, try to teach them stuff, and they appreciate it as well, and they trust you more. You're building a network of trust, not just informal network, or sorry, not just a formal network where you have everything transacted via crypto. Crypto is a good tool, but it's not the only tool we have. So for food, for energy, for finances, economics, and the more we do that, the more we remove power from the centralized authorities, right? We don't have to fight them head on. In fact, I don't think that's the way to go. I think, going off grid completely is not necessarily the way to go. Although I've met people who are uh, going off grid. I think we can still participate in community, but when we see a game which we don't want to play, we say, okay, I'm not participating in that. But you know what? I'm going to participate in my own way. And when we bring it down to the simplest form of daily commerce, daily transactions, we completely take things like centralized exchanges out of the loop. We go like, yeah, I'm not going to play this game of this currency. We see it going to crash, and I still don't understand why people in crypto want to obtain more fiat money. You say it's going to crash. You say you're going to crypto, but you're at the same time you're saying your purpose of going to crypto is to obtain more US dollar or any local currency. It baffles me. So
Yeah,
the
but
way I see it is like, why not
to that,
why not just make a parallel system
it,
and make your own
it's a
game?
trap. It's a kind of trap, right? So they when the devaluation time comes, or at the end of that time, it's a long process. Uh, then the money inflates, right? And the assets go up, and people have this impression. So you hear people saying, "Oh, my assets are going up," or things are getting expensive, right? And so they're wanting to sell their assets that just blew up in price, right? Like an example, Bitcoin. So it's only in dollars that Bitcoin went up in a sense, right? The whole crypto market kind of follows Bitcoin. So Bitcoin went from 20,000 to 69,000. Then people want to take profit. So they're going back in fiat. But in reality, well, maybe not complete with Bitcoin, but the assets as they were going up in the last bull market, even in equities, it's really just the devaluation of the dollar. So it's a trap. It's a trap that you have the impression that you're rich if you stay in fiat. If you don't, you're not getting rich at all, because things don't change value. You're rich because your house became expensive, right, in the last decade in fiat, but your house didn't really gain any value at all. It actually maybe lost value because now you have to fix it. So it very much is an illusion and a trap, and the way that and at the end, while people get stuck holding the bag with piles of cash, which is worth nothing, the ultimate end game.
The ultimate end game is who ends up with the bag of air.
So that's hard. That's difficult to kind of like, I feel the solution to the problem is very needs to be very intelligent and very surreptitious, from coming from the people. It's not necessarily, it's definitely not going head on. It has to be super surreptitious, because they will, let's say we would get together, let's say we had this good idea, and we're doing this, they will exert so much power, so much pressure, if we get back them into a corner, that they would destroy us. Basically, they would get us to back down.
That's what they're doing now.
And yeah, and now it's nothing compared to where
You
they
are
can
in
go.
the squeeze.
I mean, it could get much worse if we really push them into a corner, right? So to be able to kind of destroy those powers, it
You
really
say
needs.
could, I say will.
Yeah, well,
They are backed into a corner and it will get much worse. And if you're in debt, you should be focused on getting out, because it's going to get worse. The squeeze is going to get a lot harder. If you don't have food stored, you're going to get hungry. If you don't have resources available to you, you're going to suffer.
yeah. But how to bring about the change? It has to be really intelligence. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm trying to do, honey deals. I don't talk about. I didn't even talk about first principles of crypto. I didn't talk about the politics. I understand all of that, and I listen to you guys, and I also learn from that. But people are being overwhelmed. That seriously, people are doing double jobs, triple jobs, right? And they're barely getting by. What they need is not a lecture at the moment. It's only the few people who are already in crypto, who are doing pretty well, who perhaps have their own businesses running successfully, that have that time to go and research in depth about the first principles of crypto, about the politics, and about the larger picture. The people who are on the ground, who have that double, triple jobs, who barely have time for their kids, they just need some simple ideas. They're grasping at straws at the moment. They need some simple ideas on how they can get out of that. So when I try to onboard someone, I don't go like, here are the first principles of crypto, but I try to give them the skills to empower them. They see that I'm coming across to give them stuff, and sometimes I often give away free crypto as well, but small amounts. And I try to teach them the basics of crypto, how to start a wallet and stuff like that. Teach them how to mint. And I think Zen is great for that. I mean, everybody talks about education, and I try to practice that, just the basics of crypto, and they see the functionality in that. They already know that prices are going out throughout the world. I don't have to remind them of that. I just have to give them a way to see things a little bit more long term, and a way out. That's what they're looking for. Now, I didn't have to tell her like, no, you want to mint long term, and after that stake. I didn't even talk about staking. I just explained the basics of setting up a wallet, help her to set up a wallet through the phone. Um, and that is already more than enough, half an hour, and just how to mint for a day, and say, look, that's how you get free crypto. She's going to work out that if you mint staying longer, you're going to get more. Then she keeps coming back to me about, yeah, but what if I mint? Will it still be there after 400 days? And isn't that a bit long? What if I forget about it? And these basic things, the questions will come up. And basically, the idea I see is like, we plant a seed. That's it. Sometimes the seed is on the wrong soil and won't grow at all. And sometimes it'll grow moderately, and sometimes it will just bloom. And when she came back after a couple of times, I said, I hope that you will teach this to a few of your friends that need it. And she's now busy onboarding other people, right? So, and she keeps updating me about it. She keeps texting me and updating me about her progress. And now she's going to stake. for the first time. So I think that we can all do our own part rather than depending on Jack. If we want to see the world change, we got to be part of the change in our own small way. And it is us that's going to give the other functionality or the killer app, so to speak, not just Jack Levin, you know. So that's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Uh, yeah, what I'm alluding to here is that people, the masses of people, okay, they can do this or that or the other, like, and they have in history again and again, and if the powers that be, if they're not stepping on their toes and they're within a certain range of behavior, it's fine. But if they back them into a corner, okay, they will attack head on. So, and truly, like to great extent, we're talking they're gonna just level out whatever is in their obstacles. And so to really defeat them, although people could build communities and grow their own food and go off grid and all that, but if it they're losing control of the system, they'll do things to make it so that things are just more difficult. I mean, ultimately, yeah, sure. If you get off grid completely, that technically will work, and you spread up far and wide enough, they're not going to be able to really, but they'll go to far extents, is what I'm saying. And they've done it, and they've shown this in again and again in history. So what I'm saying here is that when I say the solution needs to be very surreptitious, it needs to be very, very intelligent as to how to put an end, how to bring about these things, these notions of first principles, for example, how to put in the hands of people in enough numbers that they can't really get back the control. It has to be at the good measure, at the good time, in the good way. It's very, it's like, so there's been communism, for example, up to millions of people, and they're doing their thing and they think they're getting away, and then they become so big that they slaughter them, right? This has happened. And because there was it was too easy. They're all in one place. They're easy to isolate, they're easy to eliminate. So these people are nice when everything's okay, but they're not if you back them in a corner. So how can you not only back them in a corner, but incapacitate them and pull the rug underneath their control and power and slavery, basically, without them even noticing it, without even have time to react to it or knowing what to do about it? Is that even possible? Is there a technology in a way, like when we talk, for example, I've mentioned the DeFi continent of freedom that the whole world could try to flee to, same as immigrants were fleeing their own tyrannies and poverty, inflation, and wars to go to America. Okay. Uh, and then great prosperity came out of that just because of the nature of the laws over there, no taxation, sound money, free speech, and those kind of things. I mean, nothing was perfect, but it was far cry from where the governments had a good grip and hold on them, and there was no constitution and no protections of human rights. So if DeFi were a space where there is protection of people's sovereignty and self-custody and security of their money and the freedom of their transactions, if that existed, and then we kind of onboard them, like the mechanism we were speaking of like using Polygon as a great place to onboard people, or some other chains, or many chains, right? Many different entry points, and creating faucets and ways, and thinking of those things like before they even have time to really, until they notice it's too late, or there's too much economic energy and there's too much technology implemented, technology that they didn't implement, that they didn't build, that they didn't decide, that they didn't engineer, to even have any way of stopping it anymore, or stopping the people. How do you stop millions and millions of people spread out all over the place? You don't even know where they are exactly and what they're doing. Like, is that possible?
Do you think you are doing that already, Honeydeals, with Zen being on multiple chains,
Well,
and it's often spending a few cents? Like, don't you think we already have the tools?
well, that's the thing. I mean, hopefully it's such a beginning, and it's just like a seed of a concept, and we're like Bitcoin was the initial entry to that notion of a DeFi nation of self custody and those kind of things, principles of crypto, and it got hijacked. I mean, it got captured. It now it's very well held, okay, and then layer and layer, but the technology is not. Just the money, the economic energy of it is kind of held and captured, and the bulk of it, right? But if we could get it away from that is in the hands, and somehow spread it about. I mean, yeah, I think it's a beginning. I think it's very vulnerable and fragile beginning. Ah, and that's the question I'm posing. How to protect that and have it grow without being, destroyed and reaching that point where they can't anymore, where it's too late. They missed their chance to stop it
Yeah,
in this.
so that's exactly what I agree with you completely, Honeydeals, which is why we don't want to use it just in terms of crypto, right? So, like I was mentioning earlier, I try to decentralize everything in my life in terms of resources. I don't even use a centralized exchange. If I wanted to change fiat to crypto, I don't need a centralized exchange. That's because I've built networks of people who I know or where to go to convert cash into crypto. And that's exactly what I do with other things like foods, resources, and energy, and so on, and other services. If I need plumbing done, professional plumbing, I know where to go. And I think we could all do the same thing, and it's going to be a lot more difficult with centralized powers on them when they realize that, look, it's not just money, it's not just finance. In every way, we are losing power. We can't control anything. And I do realize, especially recently, if you look at what things are going on in Europe, about the centralization of power and how everyone is dependent on the centralized authorities, that the regular people can't even generate power easily. The facilities are very scarce now. It's difficult for them to get their own power supplies, equipment for power supply. It's even illegal in Germany, for example, to grow extra vegetables and sell it to your neighbor. That's illegal in Germany. So you want to be sure that you have all that decentralized networks up and running before things get a lot more restrictive. When you build that personal relationship, when you have your own strong networks, you can be sure that things are still going to run within the official economic narrative or outside. It doesn't matter, but you are protecting yourself as well as your own networks, as well as your immediate family. And that's the way I see it. It's not just crypto, it's not just Zen is just happens to fall nicely in terms of that requirements to be a useful tool, and I see it as a tool to follow that philosophy of life, so to speak.
Yeah. So I guess a lot of it does come boil down to the education aspect of it, be the educational aspect of the risks and dangers of money and the direction it's going and why that is, and how to, what is the opposite, and how to see Zen in that light, or crypto. I mean, there's so few people around me, uh, relatively speaking, that would know anything about crypto.
Then don't start with crypto.
Then
Start
what?
with food. Then don't start
Yeah.
with crypto. Start with what they understand: food, energy, any other services that you need. Build that network. Be the change that you want to see in the world, even in your own smallest way.
I guess it's more, it's easier in community. Like I'm guessing you're not in the city per se. You're maybe half and half.
I move around quite a bit. Um, yeah, and I've lived in different countries, and yeah, and different continents as well.
Yeah,
So it works, and it's working. It worked for me in the US. It worked for me in Europe, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and Asia, East Asia. So it's working. Reach out. I think you will be surprised how many people will want to join you.
yeah. It's just it's in the city. I'm in the city now, right? I have not always been in the city. When I arrived here, I was in the country for a few years. I've been, you know, in and out of the city, but when I'm in the city, I deal with a lot of people. Okay, and I, have plenty of relationships in terms of dealings with people, but and I'm very helpful with people, and I'm very much like community minded. But to be honest, it seems to be, most, like, the people around me, they'll all know who I am, and all know them about their names, but they don't know each other. They don't know each other, and I find that very odd. It always surprises me. Uh, they seem to not know or be necessarily interested in that notion. Uh, it's very much everyone on their own, and everyone's hooked up to the grid or cooked up to the system, doing their digital banking, whatever. Like they're like, ordering Uber Eats, or just in their own little, virtual reality kind of thing. That's the feel I get in the city, to a large
Oh, yeah,
extent.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, I agree with you. But you'd be surprised there are lots of other people in the city as well. Maybe not lots, but there are some people in every city that perhaps are desperate and have been searching. And then people who appear to understand that uh, the city perhaps doesn't suit them in certain ways. But those are people who might be looking for a way, looking for a way to connect. And they some people, or some other people, understand they are on this hamster wheel. They're getting nowhere. They're not building any meaningful relationships, and that's where your network comes in, bit by bit.
Yeah. No, I know. I mean, I know when the network is there and there's the community, but it used to be more like that. It seems to have diminished. The new generation don't even know about that. They've not even experienced it in any shape or form. They're completely in a bubble. It's just really, it's surreal. People have no notions. For example, I see, like, people, uh, young millennial ages, they're ordering food I see them, you know, they're coming back from work. They have just normal, regular jobs, nothing, you know, so they're not wealthy by any means. And they're ordering food and they're paying like, you know, 50 plus dollars for dinner. Uh, I mean, because they don't know better. I don't know. They have the money, so they call the Uber Eats. The Uber Eats delivers. They do this for lunch. They do this for dinner. Uh, they have no notion of savings. They have no notion of retirement savings or those kind of things. It's like, and they have no skill sets to kind like things like growing their own food or anything like that, right? They have a job, they have a salary, and they spend their money. Like, so very difficult. It's very difficult. So the way I just wonder, like all these people, like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Like, I'm not like that, right? I have plenty of food and reserves of food, and I could go on. Everything could shut down, and I could live a year straight easily. You know, no questions about it, and with variety. But that's not what I see around me. People are just calling Uber Eats and ordering at the store and having it delivered. And nowadays they pay like they don't even pay you a delivery fee. They charge you a percentage fee. Around here it's like 12%. So the more you buy, the more expensive it is. Um, I don't know. It's really surreal. So it's as if the only solution I see is the whole system, all of the people finding some kind of new uh technological solution because they don't have any. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Just and maybe what you're saying is basically that people in the cities they have no chance. You know, that these kind of people who do not have any means of surviving, protecting themselves. They have no savings. They're stuck in the rat race in a grid in a system where they're completely dependent. And they're going to be completely compliant, you know, to the point of eating, you know, very, I don't know, poor quality foods and just being very unhealthy. And people that get away from all that, they'll be the ones who make it in the next 20 years. You know, that could be. Or there's some kind of technological solution that's found and something happens and these governments, these banks fall, you know, and the people can kind of continue, I mean, not continue the same, but not be the ones that collapse.
The way I see it at the moment, we still need the centralized authorities. If you imagine in any of the major cities, if any of the centralized entities were to just collapse right now, this instant, I think all the people, because they don't have their own networks, they're all gonna suffer tremendously. Not many people are gonna survive, honestly, because they haven't bothered to build these networks. They haven't tried even. And some people are just too comfortable. I think we have all been conditioned to do that. So I don't think we should wish for the collapse of anything, even the US dollar. We shouldn't wish for the collapse of that because that will be disastrous, right? Uh, so the only thing I can say is don't depend on them. Build your own networks. Encourage others to build their own networks. And the way to do it, perhaps, is to meet people where they are at, not just depend on the technology. The technology is the tool that might help you, but be flexible. If it's to learn to teach them how to be empowered in a different way, whether to grow their own food even 5% of their own food in their little apartment, yeah, sure, they're going to appreciate it. And that's how the networks are going to start. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's only crypto. Crypto is a fine tool, and it keeps growing. And DeFi is something that in the long term it can help us transition over to a better world. But not at the moment. I don't want to see any of the centralized authorities just collapse immediately, because that's going to be a very, very hard landing for most. And
No, not. I mean, collapse progressively, but have that kind of displacement of the economic energy of people and the capital investment, because it's really, society is built out of capital investment. Now it's changed because it's money printing, and they can cheat that, and you don't need capital investment, and nor do you need to make savings, and they don't promote that. So your savings don't get any interest, and if you have debt, you're the one who wins through taking on more debt, and then they depreciate the money, which helps those that have debt and hurts those who have savings. And that's what they've been doing, and now they're getting at the end game of that. But what if there was, so Zen is a solution to conserve economic energy. There's no bleeding. I mean, other than the actual community, if people sell it, but there's no way for anybody to print more than their fair share, fairly distributed share, and there's no way for anything to break the contract, to steal money or any funds. So to bring it into something like that, and to get the community strength through that, through a kind of very powerful currency compared relative to the fiat currencies. And then as that happens, obviously that weakens the fiat currencies even more, and they're weakening themselves anyway. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I mean, absolutely, I agree with community and growing your own food and all those kinds of things. But I found, and I do those things, but I found that, that's like, it seems like things of the past in a sense, especially in the cities. Like, but using crypto, getting into Zen, for example, no. Like, they may not have the capacity to, they're not even just the capacity, the possibility to grow their own food. And actually they do, but in their minds maybe not. But to learn how to migrate to DeFi and specifically Zen, I think that could be done in the cities and in mass more so than anything else at this point. I think that the powers that be have created a situation which has debilitated people to such an extent that it's almost too late to think about that. Like, yeah, I grow your own food. Like, how the heck are you even going to buy 2 square meters of land? You know, in the city, yeah, sure. If you're in the country and you have that already, but in the city, uh, and there are possibilities to do it indoors. But you see what I'm saying? Is it really? I'm a pragmatic. I'm very pragmatic. Okay, so when I look for solutions, I try to find the actual ones that work now, like with what you have, the tools you actually have.
I've actually been visiting some friends as well who live in the city, and they have this little tiny apartment, and it's like a jungle more or less with all edible food. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I mean, they're not 100% self-sustaining. They still this couple needs to go out and buy food still, but they are generating a part of it, and it's healthy food because they control it. It's all organic, and they do it. So you'll be surprised what you can do in a little space.
No, I know.
Besides
I
that, the apartment is actually surprisingly, it feels like you're in the middle of a jungle, and it's extremely relaxing, therapeutic almost. You get like, in summer, like certain insects like bees coming in, pollinating bees, and it doesn't feel like you are in the middle of a city. It feels almost like you are in the middle of a park.
Yeah, actually, I've actually conceived not a machine, but a construct to grow your own food indoors, uh, extremely easily, aesthetically, simply, cleanly. Um, and yeah, I did like the whole design of my thing, all done with readily available materials that you can buy at the hardware store, uh, like plumbing materials and things like that that are used commonly and found everywhere. I did the whole design of it, and yeah, I know that it's possible. The thing is that it's the and I wanted to kind of offer that, and actually, you know, it requires seeds, right? It's you probably eat microgreens.
Ah, you can get the microgreens. You can get the seeds grow microgreens, or you can even let them grow further.
Yeah, you can do them anywhere. You can do them around, like on a windowsill, and you can do them all year round, 7 days. So it's the most wonderful thing, actually. Like in terms of food, it's incredible because when you have the seeds. So I ordered these seeds from farmers, and I have a whole variety. My favorites, radish, broccoli, um, sunflower, and these grow from day one to full maturity in 7 days. So you could literally not starve to death if you have these seeds. Like if you want to grow vegetables, it takes like 2 to 3 months, right? Like it's too long. But this, within 5 days, literally you're eating them. And all you need is water and light. And so I built this
Exactly.
where, yeah, I built this where it's like super like nice and beautiful track LEDs and everything. It's all very aesthetic and it's all very convenient, and these little platters that fit perfectly, and everything is nice and clean. And I put in the furniture like a closet. Normally would be like a closet to put clothes in. You just close the doors, you don't see anything, and it's all automated. It actually opens the lights at the same like level like a sunrise and sunset. So it progressively opens or very early in the morning, and at night it goes down like the sunset, right? And so I have year round fresh microgreens, which are very costly at the store because microgreens are average 20 times more nutritious than their adult counterpart. So broccoli microgreens are 20 times more nutritious than broccoli. So it's really a wonderful thing. And I thought of distributing this, the plans, the certain things about it, and maybe as I'm thinking of it, uh, you know, Zen would be a cool currency, and for that kind of thing. And I was thinking eventually getting into maybe possibly the seed production, buying some land and just doing that because it's kind of easy as a production means. It's a very um, easy thing to both store and ship. So it lasts years in storage. You don't need any kind of refrigeration, and you can keep it for years. They last for years and years, and you can ship them so easily, right? They're so small, they're so light, small quantity. It's just a great thing. So that could be something of use case. But yeah, but the thing is, if I were to look around me, and there's plenty of people around me, People don't care. They don't have time for the you know, such it's really not much trouble at all. And I'm sure the people you're talking about, that have like a jungle and these are cool people. But in the cities, I mean, it depends. I don't know where you are, but in America, it's not like that. And
Don't be disheartened, brother. Don't be disheartened. You'll find them. You'll find them. Trust me. For those of you who want to look up for such designs online, you can look up vertical farming or indoor farming. And also the marijuana community have been trying to make this progress where you can actually have cabinets or little stuff like that, which you can build from like wooden pallets. So the materials are essentially free. Perhaps you need like a little saw or a hammer with a nail, but you can build some really basic good stuff in your little dwelling in the city and still make it look good and provide food for you, give you lots of oxygen and so on. So yeah, don't worry about it. You'll find the people in the city, bro.
I mean, I have all the people. It's just that I talk to people, right? I push them towards reflection upon whatever it is. When I speak with them, I'm not like I don't I'm not one to just talk about the weather or football or whatever. I really listen to people and I really respond to them. But I just noticed this, in the I say in the last decade or so, it's just been progressively more so and more so that there's this. I mean, I don't know what it is. It's probably social media. Something has to do. Very short attention span, living in a bubble, kind of thing is what I describe. I mean, I don't know where you are, but that is something, in North America. Probably not as much in the country, but in the cities, very much so. And it's not by lack of probing or people. There's exceptions to the rules, but they really are the exception to the rule. And I'm not disheartened. I've had, I've resolved myself to that. And I just do my own thing, right? And I still continue to try with anyone who's willing to listen. But I'm not blind to the fact. I see what it is, what seems to be the case. So I just say, okay, maybe that's not their thing. You know, what could help people? And I see the suffering, like the rat race that they're in. Because all those things cause all that neglect. It's kind of neglect, right? Like when I have food, I have food. Okay, I can whatever. I don't have to worry about that. Stashes of food, all kinds of things, freezers, fridges, dried. I don't. But but I save a lot of money because of that, and I don't just go like prices have been going up, and I don't want to sacrifice the quality of what I can eat and all that. But I see that they are, you know, things they can't buy anymore. So yeah, this is like the beginning. How is it going to be in like 5 years from now, and what kind of solutions? What are the real solutions? For them. You say to grow their own food, or things like that, right? I don't know. I don't know if it's really their solution.
It's been nice chatting, guys. I have to go now. So have a good day. Have a good evening wherever you are. So we'll catch up.
Yes. Take care. Have a good one.
So honey deals.
Eh,
Hey, uh, will it be the same with the um, NFTs if you don't show up on the first day? I mean, if you don't claim it on the first day, it's 1%. Sort of the
Yeah.
punishment is the same as the regular minting.
Yes. Yes. The same mints, the same function basically as the original contract. Because this was not coded in the original contract. It's another one which uses the original contract to make the NFTs. So it has to abide with the same concept of the mint of the Zen minting.
And theoretically, I know there's 10,000 limited edition, but the for the unlimited edition, I guess there are enough NFTs for everybody, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, after that, it's just a tool. First and foremost, that's why it's there. It's for the tool, the batch minting. That's where it was derived. Jack just kind of added that after. Well, as he was doing it, he announced it after that the 10,000 would be somewhat special. I mean, there's no reason to I would say to all those who who wonder or rack their brains, like maybe there'll be some gains with that, but you're not going to lose. The most important part is the Zen. That's where if the Zen wasn't working, the NFTs wouldn't work. The Zen NFTs, I mean, wouldn't work. So it's really all about the Zen. It's all about adding value to the Zen. So however way you do it, you know, it's going to be good. Just little differences. I wouldn't worry about it. Like if it doesn't feel, let's say it's too much risk, you're taking on too much risk and stuff. That's just not. If there's any financial advice to give, it's like do your own research and don't ever put more money than you're willing to lose. Not just because of the money, just because by principle. It's not good when you do things that are improperly allocated. It doesn't tend to do good.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, probably the whole year, people like me will wonder. So, for example, right now it's let's say $5 per mint. You mean the hundreds per NFT? That's 500. It can easily be 50 per mint or per claim in a year. So it will be $5,000 to claim it. Just 100 wallets.
Yeah, one NFT. So you know that those 10,000. I mean, honestly, I believe that somehow, in some way, Jack was if he did that, it was kind of was trying to create, I think, a kind of contrast in who it was attracting. I don't think it was made. It was not designed for the people that were minting one mint at a time. $3, $4, $5 worth, and cost averaging. And it was made. It was more like for those people that like to buy NFTs and that they don't care about the gas fees and they'll speculate and they'll dump $10,000 at it. I think it was trying to cater to those people and kind of bring the two very different markets together around Zen. And it's really smart and it's very interesting because they'll they will value the Zen. I mean, if they buy a Zen and they pay $5,000 for it as NFT, I mean, uh, or more, it's going to give value to Zen. So it's going to help all those who are doing the small mints and that are in the Zen. But I don't think he was wanting to say to the people that were doing it in a very just simple cost averaging, free money kind of way, saying now go spend 10,000 on an NFT. I think he's trying to attract another segment of the market. And those people, they're wherever they are. I mean, we're talking those people that they can throw around 10 grand, no problem. You know, they can spend 10 ETH on something crypto, like without
Yeah.
batting an eye. But they're, they like to speculate. It's like people who bought the board apes and stuff like that, NFTs, right? Just bidding it up and spending huge amounts of money, and they love it. Does that mean that you should do it? No.
I'm doing it.
You're doing it? Okay.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Again, if you do the smaller VMUs, you're getting the Zen. All of that is based on the value of Zen ultimately. The Zen is not worth it. The Zen NFTs are not going to be worth it.
Yeah, like dropping one, let's say 5 grand, 10 grand is one thing, but claiming it for 100, claiming it and paying 100 grand, that's different.
Yeah, you can see it that way, but again, you can say, well, 5, 10 grand. Okay, 5, 10 grand is not nothing that you're investing. It's supposed to represent something like a seed, right? So 10 grand seed is not bad. Can grow to quite a nice amount. Do you want to do it in the speculative side, paying huge amounts for the gas, or do you prefer to use it and plant like 10,000 little mints and gather all that Zen?
The difference is that you can, let's say, at the time of claim, you only have 10 grand to claim. And if you have a daily mints a little bit, you can just, if let's say you made 10 balls a day, you can just you can claim just five of them a day. Whereas that
Exactly.
if you, yeah, because then you have to spurged 100 grand to, I mean, who will have, even if quite a few people have 5 grand, 10 grand, how many people will have 100 grand to claim?
Yeah, well, you have to be somewhat of a nutcase, I think, honestly, or you're some kind of like, oil here in Saudi Arabia or something, you know, son of a prince that can buy 100,000 NFT just because for the fun of it. But other than that, 100 grand on NFT, like that's just, yeah, that would be kind of. I think it would be a thing.
But it's very possible. I mean, the claim, the claim time, if if the bull market is right, the Ethereum price goes up. Um, you know, I don't know.
Well, that would be that's kind of high though. That's like 1,000. Yeah, no, it's possible. It's possible, but yeah,
I guess not per one NFT, but for example, if you like I said, that will be 10 NFTs, right, for 1,000 wallets, 100 per NFT. Let's say spend 5,000 to mint it. All right, you feel good. You have maybe 5,000 put away to claim it, and then by the time it's claim time, it's actually 100 grand to claim.
yeah. So you're gonna dump it.
Even if it's worth, let's say, 120 grand, are you gonna borrow 100 grand from somewhere to claim it so you can just sell it right away for 120? I don't know how. Yeah, it's
Right.
risky.
Are you gonna really make profit at that point, or are you just gonna hope and pray that you break even?
Exactly. Yeah. By the time you get the money, by the time you claim, the price will drop to 100 grand again, and then there will be no point of. Yeah. So I think the time of claim, there will be a lot of people get wrecked. May get wrecked.
Yeah. and maybe they'll make money, but if they make money, I mean, that's going to be super bullish for Zen. If those that paid that much are making money off of Zen derivative project, I mean, it's super bullish for Zen. So I don't see a problem in having minted Zen in a very reasonable, less risky way.
Yeah,
You have
yeah.
two different options, but one is like nerve wracking and kind of stupid in a sense, in the sense that you're taking disproportionate risk when you didn't actually need to. It's not like you needed to do that. There was only way to get into Zen, right? Like the project that you believe in, and that was the only way to be part of it. It's not like that. So why put yourself in that situation? That's what I mean by not necessarily, if there's any financial advice to give, is like stay within what you're willing to lose and feel comfortable, because otherwise it's nerve-wracking, it's not healthy, it's not good. And when it's not healthy and not good, it tends not to turn out so well, you know if however you get into something and you're really within your means, and it's just you're really kind of, it's everything's positive about it. It's within your means, you're well timed, you're done your own research, and you're there at the good time, the good moment. That's usually how you make good gains. But I haven't seen many people that throw money around like way more than they should and it actually turn out very well. It's I don't know. I've not really seen that in crypto. I've seen people make a lot of money, but that's not how they made it. They were buying it on the cheap usually, or they were cost averaging. Uh, Eventually it pumped. They made a huge amount, or they got in really, really early on something like which actually was something of quality, and they happened to have the word, you know, early on. But when they bought it, it was really cheap, but not running chasing like huge prices and speculative things. Because if they do it once, they're likely going to do it twice. Meh. By the third time, fourth time, they get wrecked. I mean, unless, of course, we're talking again someone who has huge bags, and for them, that speculation is just a very small part of their portfolio, as it should be. And that's the thing to always consider. The speculative part of your portfolio should be quite a thin slice of your portfolio. It's a legitimate one, but it's supposed to be a thin one, because that one could give you high gains, like 50x or whatever, but it's supposed to be 50x smaller than others. And it kind of evens out. So why wouldn't you just do it on another chain? Why wouldn't you do it on Binance, for example, which is something like 8 times cheaper?
So that's what you think people are gonna be doing? The big minters, they'll just do it on Binance.
Well, some will do it on Binance, some will do it on Polygon. I mean, Polygon obviously is going to get, yeah, that one's going to go quickly. And Doge is going to go quickly. Yeah. And there's Avalanche, ETH will likely kind of be cool. But I know maybe one or two people that'll do it there. Maybe, maybe they'll do one, but they're, they're kind of smart. They'll figure it out. And they'll do it just because they have both money and they have a little, degen side to them. They can't help it.
You mean they will mint 1,000?
No, it's 100. 100 BMU. What you mean 1,000? They'll do an NFT.
You said they will do a thousand. I missed that.
No, no, I meant to do a Ethereum 1,000 BMU NFT.
So they'll have to do about 10 NFTs.
No, no, I just meant one, just one, 100 BMUs, one NFT.
Well, yeah, but okay, then and they're 10,000, the limited edition. So you think we'll have hard time filling those in, or you think they will just fly off the shelf?
No, I don't think they're gonna fly off the shelf. I don't think so. I think there's likely gonna be, I don't know, it could take 2 to 3 to 4 days. I mean, it's hard to tell. I don't think they're gonna be flying off the shelves. If they do, I'll be very surprised. Like, it'll be surprising to me that in a bear market, I mean, it depends also how the gas is on that day, like how it's reacting to the buys. But if I see that people are paying 4 or 5 grand for their NFTs, it spent at least somewhere near an hour or so on the first day. It was in between $30 and $50. The people are paying 4 or 5 grand, knowing that they're risking to have to pay like 10 grand after. But then there's people that are going to say, they're going to have all kinds of reasonings. There's some of them are going to say, oh yeah, but they're going to rationalize to themselves. They're going to say, I could sell it at any time. Doesn't matter. I'll have a whole year to find a buyer or things like that. So yeah, it could be more surprising, but
I really have hard time believing that they will be bought on OpenSea. I mean, I think it'll be hard to sell it on OpenSea, I think.
I don't know. I exactly. I don't know where they'll be sold. Those 10,000. The other ones I have no, there's no confusion whatsoever. They'll be weighted and they'll be claimed.
Because selling at OpenSea, if let's say you're a buyer, you have to overpay. You already have to pay more than the original, and you're still risking the high claim price too.
Yeah, but if the then price pumps goes up, it's kind of crazy to try to predict.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Remember, I told you earlier today. I said like this is just a one coin actually really requires mental gymnastics because you know being part of many other coins is just it was never the same. It's just very different. Too much to think. Too many variables.
Yeah, because you're kind of, in this case, you're kind of like multiplying that that equation that you're trying to predict. You're multiplying it by 100. So if you're a little bit off track, you'll be of what's going to happen to the price of Zen or 1 mint. Now you're 100 mints, and on top of it, you have to predict the price of ETH. So then you have to predict all of the market. So I think it really does boil down ultimately to do whatever is within your range and you're very comfortable with. No more than you're willing to lose.
Is OXT considered a? I mean, is it a big thing like KuCoin? I just never heard of OXT. I mean, I don't. It sounds like it's more like an Asian market.
What's that? I missed you. I'm going to raise your mic a bit.
The OXT exchange, is it big as Qcoin? Because I don't think I heard of it before. Sounds like it's more of an Asian market exchange.
It's been there for a good while. I've done business there. Um, I've had to buy coins there that were kind of hard to find. Often they would have those. No, I wouldn't say it's as big as KuCoin, but it could be. I mean, who knows? I haven't used it so much, and in time it could have grown if it's the Asian market. But yeah, what I heard is that they were making some quite wild offers, or just yeah, wanting to get hold of Jack. And now Jack explained today that it was really about explaining about Zen. They're wanting to know about it. They're wanting to protect their users. They want to know like what chain is the best to sell and stuff like that. Yeah. Like have you been in have you how long have you been in crypto about? Just to get an idea of
I would say since 2018. That's when I started buying. I bought the Dogecoin. I bought a little bit, a little bit. I remember I told you one Bitcoin. That was I think 2018.
okay,
I think. Yeah,
okay.
it was. I remember it was 6 grand for the Bitcoin. That's much I remember. I think it was 2018 or 2019. I don't quite remember.
And
I
what
think it was.
where did you start DeFi? Was it on Ethereum?
No, I bought it on Robinhood.
No,
That's where I
but
started.
did you do any DeFi?
Oh no! I just pretty much just started in Robinhood, and then I started the DeFi, and that was in 2021, I think, right? Yeah, in April, I think, when
So
the Doge.
where were you doing DeFi mostly? On what blockchain?
I couldn't hear. Can you repeat that?
On what blockchain did you do? Were you mostly doing DeFi?
Oh, Binance.
Binance. Okay, so cool. That gives me an idea. So you're on Binance mostly DeFi. So yeah.
I didn't like it though. Um, I I did. So I made some money on Binance. Then there are too many shitcoins. There are too many scams. And then I switched to
Yeah.
Ethereum. And I kind of stuck with these Ethereum coins.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you got a little taste of the degen Foley on Binance. Um, Probably got wrecked a few times. Uh, so you didn't have the experience of really like buying a coin over time, or like buying it cheap and then what the reason I'm asking is kind of to determine if you got caught up and were kind of habituated to the craziness of very fast and choosing the right coin to make a lot of money, or else just kind of get wrecked or make no money at all. And you're trying to-
No, no, I got wrecked. That's mostly wrecked.
Right, but you were trying to, yeah, no, it's just because there's an expression that says bit by a snake, scared of a rope for 7 years. Ever hear that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I've never heard of it, but it makes sense. Yeah. Good saying.
Yeah, yeah. And it seems to have it's a very ancient saying, and it seems to have some kind of holding in reality, like in real life. I think the 7 years actually is significant. Like if you have a certain relationship and you have certain experience, like it can take like easily 7 years before you get out
Yeah,
of that
yeah,
that
and that's the
spot.
reason like I really got attracted to Zen is because it was, minted fairly and all of that, and Jax appears to be pretty trustworthy and doxed and everything. So yeah, I feel more comfortable now.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, so okay, so that's it. Like, because you could get in this pattern where you're trying to pick the winner out of all of the shit coins, and it's really like, and then you miss opportunities, of course, because you can't pick them all, and then there's the ones that you didn't pick, and it kind of sucks because to you it seems as though, oh damn, I could have picked that one, or I almost picked that one, or I sold it too early, or you know but it's just at the end of it, it's just like it's a game of odds, and it could have been anyone, and it's just was about hype and timing. uh and yeah, it's kind of like a casino, right? It's like going around and saying, oh damn, why didn't I put all my chips on the red, on that number, and why, and so you kind of become like, you're trying to find the right number at the right time and the right amount and how much to bet. And so, yeah, I'd say like don't fall into that, and definitely trust that there's other kinds of DeFi. There's other
Like,
kinds of
yeah, like look at Shiba, like historically, people who invested $1,000. Who would have picked Shiba at that time anyway? Like there are probably a lot of many other dogi kind of coins. I mean, so whoever invested $1,000 dropped to $1.50 or something like that, and then months later it went up from $1 to, I don't know, I think tens of millions of dollars. This is just absolutely insane. I think it's just pure luck. There's no way you could have predicted. Anybody could have, you know, predicted that kind of
Yeah.
outcome.
No, there was nothing. There really was nothing. And Doge is a good example because I knew it when it was not known whatsoever. It was super cheap. I almost bought it just because it was this kind of, coin of the community kind of thing, and almost did. I passed on it. I mean, I swear I almost bought it. I forget what it was. I think there was something about the technicality of the wallet or how to get it, and it was a little bit longer than I expected, and it kind of turned into like hours turned into days, and I just forgot about it. But I remember being like just about to pull the trigger. And see, I would have made a fortune had I bought at that time because I was buying quite a bit at that time, like good big positions.
Yeah, yeah. I was turned off I mean, at that time, I thought it was, inflationary and, but I underestimated the degen uh, mentality. People FOMOing in and they outpacing the demand outpacing the supply.
I don't know if it was all gambling. I think there was a large percentage of, if you were in the right sector at the right time, you were paying attention and knew what was going on, you could make incredible gains on the right sectors at the right time.
Well, that was the time when crypto also crashed right during the COVID. I think it was it June, July, August, I think. or July, August, September, something like that. That's when the that was when Bitcoin dropped, stock market dropped, everything dropped. And then who would have been looking and digging to find some coins to invest when the whole world was sort of coming to an end? It seemed like. So yeah, only the most committed and lucky, I guess. Yeah, so there's a little bit of
That's all it is. I mean, lucky or just lucky ultimately. They just happened to be at the right place, got the right info. Some
yeah.
of
But
them did
did
get
you
some info.
did you listen to the Vitalik's interview? I think with Lex, I think, where Vitalik was saying how he got the Shiba and all of that. I don't know if it was a planned or just complete fluke, but somebody probably knew that Vitalik is not going to have access for a week to for his wallets or a computer or something like that. So that's the time. Normally, he would have got rid of it, just probably burned it, those tokens. But he said that he couldn't. He was on the trip in Australia, New Zealand, I think, or somewhere, long trip from Canada. So he didn't have access to the computer for a week. That's when Shiba dumped some of their coins into his wallet, and for a week those coins were sitting there, and Vitaly didn't know. So that gave idea to many people, that he was, supporting the project or something like along those lines. So it was fluke that it went up, but at the same time, I have a feeling somebody from his surrounding uh, circle of friends or family members, whoever, or coworkers, used that opportunity. Too much of a coincidence for me.
You buying into a narrative that Vitalik didn't know something that was happening in crypto space back then and didn't have access to a computer for a week? Like, I'm not buying that. That
I
sounds
don't
like a
think
made up story. Is
You think Vitalik needed? You think Vitalik was part of that? I don't think he needed it. I don't
no,
think he
I'm
was
just
any part.
saying if he's going to spin that as he didn't have knowledge of it being in his wallet and he didn't have access to the computer, I'm not buying that at all.
The way he says it is that he doesn't just he doesn't travel just like us, maybe with the phone with an app where all of his
No, but he's in contact with people who are watching everything.
yeah, I don't know, but then he said he buys computers like random new computer or something like that, because he's always worried that he oh, another thing is, what did he say? The way he does that, the password, for example,
Well, he
he
uses
had
Shamir.
yeah, his seed phrase, he called his family, and I think, and they told him some of the numbers, and then or words, and he put the password together. So there's impossible for people to know. I mean, this whole mechanism he uses for passwords. So I'm not completely surprised he didn't have access to his wallet for a week, especially traveling to New Zealand. It's a 30-hour trip, um, with the connection flights, and he doesn't use just a regular phone wallet. He doesn't open his computer probably any, like, on untrusted networks and things like that. So I don't know, but I think it's no coincidence that it just happened. The same thing with Doge. I think Shiba and and Doge, they're not just random things. Without Elon Musk, Doge would be nothing.
I think Elon was maybe just jumping on that 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 happening. Like there was a demographic of people that chose to adopt it
Well,
because
Elon
they were
was.
basically told not to. It wasn't worth anything.
Yeah, but Elon was
And
working with engineers, Doge
yeah,
engineers. I think 2 years before he shielded. So he was
so
already working on it. And imagine somebody somebody in the, his circle of friends, coworkers, or the friends or coworkers of those engineers knew that they're working with Elon.
I'm still trying to work past Doge engineers. It seems like an oxymoron.
Well, I think there were people who were working, or okay, maybe not engineers, maybe I use devs, not the original devs, but other people who were working with the Doge like ecosystem or something like that. So I mean, there's articles online. I mean, if you can look it up. He was working with them 2 years, I think, before it mooned. So it's
I'm skeptical about everything I hear and read, and I'm skeptically optimistic about certain things. Right, that's my starting point. I don't believe anything I hear anymore. People have so many agendas for saying certain things or pushing certain narratives, and we really are in a narrative war kind of environment where if you can control any level of a narrative, that's power.
So here, for example, I looked up an article. It says exclusive. So it says Dogecoin developers say they've been working with Elon Musk since 2019. So, you know, it's no coincidence that in 2021 it mooned. Was it 2021 when it mooned? I don't exactly remember. But
Well, I mean, it is possible. It does make some sense that a guy like Elon could have been looking at some crypto that he didn't know about, and he was just maybe came upon Doge because Doge was originally it was the coin of the people coin, and it was very inflationary, so they did have a distribution possibility, and it was big numbers back then in 2017, I believe. In the beginning of 2017, it was like there was not so many coins that had, as far as I can remember, like that kind of mass distribution, those kind of numbers. Just of memory, it was huge numbers. Most coins were not so high as Doge. They were like, in the millions, maybe a
No, there were
billion.
guys that went all in. There were people that sold all their Bitcoin and went all in. The Bitcoin family, forget his name, Didi,
Didi,
Didi.
yeah, Didi.
Yeah, he went all in Bitcoin. He sold all his Bitcoin and went all in Doge at one point, and then he got out of Doge and went back into Bitcoin. But he did radical all in moves, like, and turned out good for him. My family's pretty wealthy, and they just travel around the world teaching people about crypto.
And so it could have been that Elon was eyeing Doge for some reason. Probably didn't know much about crypto like
No,
at all.
there you hear him talk about his X app, right? Like, there's a reason for him buying Twitter too, right? Like, look, everybody's kind of assembling the pieces. Even CZ from Binance are assembling the pieces for the killer app, right? Because the killer app is what, like, I call it the AOL app of crypto. And I've been watching for it, and I'm watching the consolidation of the different pieces. I mean, CZ bought up Trust Wallet, then he bought up the Swipe team, which is credit card integration. Then he had the Swipe team make Venus, which is a lending platform. You think that's coincidence? Elon Musk now has he has a good foothold in Doge. He has a good position in Doge. It was a low cost token that didn't really have any specific utility. It was just a general run of the mill kind of ERC20 token. So it was no big problem to get a hold of, right? Like, he could scoop up the supply and pump the value to get a bunch of people involved. There was already a bunch of people involved, so it's kind of a good move, right? And then he buys up Twitter. Like, these people are, they're not telling you everything, but they have concerted agendas. They're creating what they think to be the next thing that's going to give them more power.
Yeah, that's
Vitalik
kind
had
of
a lot of options too. Okay, let's just say maybe he just sat on that for a week or whatever it was before he made a decision, right? He had a lot of choices there. He could have sent all those tokens to a burn address, and he would have been a hero with all those people, right? But he chose to dump them on the market. Why? You know, these people will always spin their choices in certain ways, trying to make themselves look better.
Did
That
he
doesn't mean it's that
did
the
he dump it
narratives
on the
they
market
spin
or
are
he sent it?
true.
Did he dump it on the market or he sent it to India? India, whatever, a
Oh,
COVID
yeah,
fund.
I don't have the details. I thought he dumped it on the market
No, I don't think I don't think he sold it. I think he
because that's
donated
what they were all mad about.
$1 billion worth of. He sent all of it to the India COVID
Oh, to it
fund.
like a charity or thing or something.
What? What
And
charity?
didn't they dump it?
I don't
They
think
were
they
all
dumped.
bitching about the tokens being dumped on the market.
Hmm.
I wasn't into Shiba. I didn't really get into the meme coin, so I don't know the details specifically, but I heard they were all mad that he dumped it on the market, right? My point being, it doesn't really matter what he did with it. Whatever he chose, he could have chose a number of options when they gave him those coins, right? Or those tokens. That he could have chose a number of different options. He chose the one he chose, whatever it was. I think a lot of these people, they like to spin the narratives, right? Richards likes to spin that you know that the extravagant spending sprees he's going on is all marketing, right? Is it? Or does he just want to buy all that shit?
Yeah, when I saw, I mean, I was not much into Higgs. I don't know much about the Higgs, but when I saw it, when I first heard about it, I looked it up and I saw him. I'm not investing in this clown. I'm sorry. I'm not. I mean, it probably was a good investment for many, but I just couldn't invest into that personality.
Yeah, I thought he went off the rails when he started doing all that stuff. The diamond was kind of a clever purchase, but he's never done anything with it. He didn't even really take possession of it. It's still being held someplace in some vault or something, right? He's the technical owner of it. And he paid a bunch of cryptocurrency to be able to say he's the owner of the world's largest diamond. And just the fact that it had like, 555.55 carats and their whole 5555 narrative thing. I just thought that was a kind of a clever move to be able to get that kind of headlines all over the place. It's now the Hex Diamond, and you know what I mean. Like he got massive Main Street coverage from that move. That that I could totally get. Buying all this Louis Vuitton clown outfits, I don't get that shit at all. I don't know who he's trying to attract, who he's trying to impress. I don't get it at all. I feel like it has a negative effect more than a positive one. But I'm just my point being just that not everything you hear is the truth. 90% of it are spins on the narrative of the truth. There's a lot of people with a lot of agendas. There's a lot of money slowly moving into this space, and not all the people bringing that money are good actors or have good intentions. And there's a ton of scams, like just outright, flat out, nobody's arguing about it, anonymous scams, that, and people fall for the bait. It's I don't know. I think if you're in this space, you have to recognize that, not everything is what it pretends to be. Not everyone is who they pretend to be. And you got to be very, very careful, and you got to take your own security, 100% serious. And you got to realize you're in the territory where you can get mad games because you're in a territory where there are mad risks.
I'm gonna get 100 wallets and we'll see what happens.
It's like just to put a historical context. So when the 20s crash occurred, just before that, it was the Roaring 20s, right? And people were investing, and they made mad gains. Well, a lot of people were making quite a lot of gains very quickly, and it created a bubble, and markets crashed, and all hell broke loose. And that's from where that's when certain laws came into play and they made it much more difficult for people to be able to trade. And unfortunately, it does stop people and it does make things more difficult. And it did make things more difficult, making it that only financially savvy people could invest in the more lucrative markets, and other common people would be just have to put their money in a savings account, you know. But crypto is like, it's like an exaggeration of what happened before the 20s, and the roaring 20s, and that capacity to have huge bubbles and take tremendous risk and fall to euphoria, just irrational markets. And it's not a positive thing. So the individual user should be, what happens, I think, is that a lot of people having difficulty to understand the markets and participate in good ways, like having financial advisors and knowing how to allocate a portfolio and doing things properly. A lot of people have been pushed this last decade into like crypto as a way to invest beyond a bank account, or really poor investment vehicles, limited investment vehicles, without any kind of guidance, any kind of financial advice, and on top of it, in a whole bunch of speculative assets as a choice on their menu, like not much other options. Not the parts of the portfolio that should have the bigger allocations. No, they're just playing everything in the ones that should be the small parts of the
Are you saying
portfolio.
that we're heading towards further market crash?
Well, no, I'm saying that, like, we have big market crashes in crypto, and like like for myself, for personally, my allocation in crypto is quite small relative. Like it's just a slice of what I have, and I've never, since the beginning on crypto, I've never had to put any more money in. Like I've never put more money in. I've been in crypto and I've been more and more in crypto. I just enjoy it, like the whole technology and everything, and getting into projects and learning about it. And but yeah, I never like really put more of my hard-earned money into it personally. I just have been basically using the initial money I put since the beginning for myself. Like I'm going on to, like, it's been 6 years. Uh, but younger people, like, wanting to use it as a main means of their investments, and they're like, I hear people that it's like all their portfolios in crypto. It's like, wow, like, like I don't know. It's like it's very risky. So you sound like kind of young. You sound like somebody that should be like, thinking about his future and his retirement and that kind of stuff, like, because that's really valuable. Uh and crypto is it's a risky place. Fortunately, you're here in Zen, and Zen might be a total game changer, right? Completely different that one has been. And there you've got an investment, a long-term thing that could actually serve for your retirement. But these Doge plays and SHIB plays and whatnot, these moon stuff. I mean, if younger generations, this is what they're trying to do to make money for their retirement or whatever. I mean, it's just not healthy. And yeah, how long did it take to come out of the roaring 20s? Like, how many decades did it take after that bubble? So it's risk. It's a risky way of looking at investment, or learning to look at it. Oh, I just need to pick the right one. I just need to risk more. So, like when you talk about, should I buy the NFT? Should I buy you know, should I invest $5,000, but then I risk having to pay like $100,000 to claim it? I mean, this stuff is like, No, unless you have the money, like you have tons of money, this is supposed to be a small part of your allocation. Honestly, I'm telling you, like it's regardless of the gains or not the gains. It's not a question of if you succeed or you don't. It's just by principle. You're supposed to have things that are growing slowly, and then you can do a little bit of speculative, high growth potential. Like I don't know how much money you have to invest. So like you maybe have like able to say, okay, I'll risk like 25,000 on an NFT, but Zen, the Zen part would be, in my view, the much more likely place that your portfolio allocation, if you have 20,000 to put in a crypto, put into Zen than trying to get one of those 10,000 NFTs and going for the highly speculative potential.
I don't know. What do you think possible uses for the limited portion, the limited edition? I mean, what benefit could it serve to have a limited edition? There are 10,000 of them. It's not like they're very rare either.
Yeah, I mean, NFTs in general, I think there's a lot of kind of, I don't know, it's a good question as to what happened with the NFTs, who's doing that, why are they doing that, what is the motive? I wonder what, Jack, you think about this. Like, what is the motive? You often speak of like just like agendas of people and their motives behind what they do, and like why did they want to pump NFTs? And as if they're trying to, is it basically they're trying to get people to throw their money and then basically just get it all back from them through these high speculations? Are they buying those? Were they buying those NFTs? Um, wait a second. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I lost the chat there. Were they buying those NFTs to kind of create this frenzy in the market to make people buy them? Who's pumping these NFTs to such a crazy extent initially to create the trend of the NFTs?
Well,
This habit.
I saw it as like influencers used them a lot, right? Like I saw them as that, but like some of the big ones that first came out, like Kongs and Bored Apes and stuff, had very kind of weird agendas behind them. There was they were big money things that were there's something way more behind them than it that meets the eye right away. Like if you just go look into it, there's like all these hidden Easter eggs and all that whole project. But a lot of them were just for like membership cards essentially for exclusive content, and the exclusive content was limiting how many people got the alpha, and the influencers were still able then to control their like so they could increase their income while limiting how many people got their alpha, and because the problem they were having was too many people getting the alpha information was having too much of an effect on the associated markets. So they had to limit how many people got their alpha, but they wanted to grow their user bases, right? Like the whole point was to grow the user base, and if you didn't give them any alpha, they moved on to the next guy. So you wanted to get your YouTube clicks up, or you wanted to get your YouTube followers up, or whatever, you know, social media thing you were doing. And so NFTs became a really good way to create exclusive insider clubs, and people were willing to pay big money for that alpha. So you had to have a membership card, right? And I think it was multiple uses of them for kind of insider club membership cards that sprung up that caused the big hype in price. And you know, some of that's still being done today. That's not the only use case, but I think that was one of the initial use cases because they were having that problem a lot.
Like it
That's what
almost
caused a
seems
lot of
like there was something.
you know, like the little ICO era thing. Not well, what do they call it? IDOs,
No,
and
I
and launch pads. Yeah, so right in that era, not the ICO. ICO is before NFTs, but like right in that era is when you saw the NFT thing kind of burst open, right? And it was because you can when you have a limited distribution, like whatever your project's token is, when you limit the distribution to promote scarcity, right? Then you have this problem of, well, who do you distribute to first, and how do you control that distribution so it gets in the right hands, right? The information has to spill out through exclusive insider kind of clubs, and NFTs fit that bill perfectly.
So it would have been a kind of, so what you're saying, because what I'm asking is like, why, who orchestrated this? It almost seems as if it was perfectly orchestrated. It was a concerted effort, and what you're saying basically is that it just happened to be
I don't think
concerted
it was.
because
I don't think
it
it
had.
was any more orchestrated than any other sector kind of run. Like it was just the time for that to kind of make its proof of concept debut, right? Like everything else.
Right,
Like
but there was
we're
no, but the thing is, what's weird about it is that okay, you can understand if there's a time where cryptos go up or certain types of farming becomes the thing, DeFi, whatever it is. But with NFTs, it was such just crazy speculation on these items that had never even existed or had never ever made any kind of proof before that they were worth anything. And like it was just so systematic how high they were going. It seemed as though some people were like pumping this, right, to kind of create some kind of
yeah.
opportunity.
But you've got to keep in mind that there were kids coming into the space and buying things like Shiba Inu and Safe Moon and shit like that, right? And hitting like major jackpots. And that was because of the unique designs where, you know, the, again, that if you were early, you had early access to the information, you could get lucky and you could become the next big, crypto millionaire, right? And that information had to be controlled because it was getting disseminated too widely and it was causing those massive pump and dumps, right? Because these things would come out and too many people knew about it at the opening, and so they would just do insane pumps, right? It's like that's what caused it. So I think it was a natural progression to limit the information flow to
So
selected
then,
group of people because
okay. So this, I mean, so basically, my point is to get to that. This was not something that was okay. So maybe it happened naturally, but it was still an anomaly and a very specific phenomenon that happened, isolated, in a certain point in time for very specific reasons. Maybe it wasn't orchestrated, willingly by a group of people that had big bags and said, we're gonna pump NFTs to create like this new asset class that we are in control of and that we, you know, are able to ship out. We're ready to ship them out and we'll make a big lot of money if we pump the first ones to the moon. And it could be, but what you're saying, it was just a natural phenomenon. But ultimately what it did is it kind of um, created an impression in the minds of so many people that were bystanders, right? Had not, you know, been in those, participated in that. And then NFTs became this thing that everybody wanted. That's kind of what so that's what I'm kind of alluding to and
well, I don't
saying, well,
think they wanted what they thought the NFTs would give them, right?
yeah.
Because like if
Wait.
you got in early, that's why, you heard that a guy come in here the other day and was asking, how do you, it doesn't seem like you can set your gas cost to unlimited. I go, how the fuck would you want to set your gas cost to unlimited, right? Well, there's going to be this NFT. I want to get one of the first 10,000. And so that's their mentality, is because that's kind of how they did it. They used the tools that were available at that time to accomplish a goal that they wanted to accomplish, which was create exclusive clubs with membership cards. And the membership cards were non-fungible tokens.
So these people are wanting to set their gas price a limited. They're not interested in being a no exclusive club per se, but
There's a
they're
lot of them that
wanting.
aren't, right? Because it creates hype. Whenever something goes up in huge numbers like that, like, so let's just say that I'm correct, and that having an access card to the exclusive content was the real reason behind it. And so maybe 20,000 people know about this 10,000 membership card, offering, and they come in and just, crazy pump each other on the price to get in. They're outbidding each other because it's all a bid process, right? Everybody else sees that, all they see, they don't know about this, but they see, my God, some of these people were able to mint because they were on the white list. They got 5 of these for, 0.8 ETH, and they're now selling for 5 and 6 and 12 and 50 ETH, right? So then it became, like the copycats come out and they're just creating. I mean, like there was a guy on Phantom that was making NFTs for Kanye. Oh, what's his name? Maybe. Anyway, he was a big promoter, right? A big mover shaker type. And he was creating the artwork for him, and it was all about just riding that wave. Like a wave got created and they were just riding that wave. People were just seeing these massive increases of value in these NFTs that now were being created for no other reason than to just ride the hype wave of massive increases on NFTs. How many different types of apes or cats or dogs or whatever came out? Like it went off the charts, kind of berserker world, right? But I think initially what caused that was that membership card concept of gaining access. Because if you flip it the other way, it makes no sense, right? If you do it this way, it makes sense. It baffled me too. Like a lot of these phases of going through these different sectors have baffled me. How, just off the charts people will get. They just it's like they lose all common sense. Oh my God, I got to get in, and they just go do the dumbest shit ever. I mean, I know some of these kids that did the safe mood thing and got in early and made themselves into multimillionaires. And when I first met a couple of them, and they're sitting on this stuff and it's gone completely parabolic to the upside. And you're like, and you haven't sold that yet. The liquidity is actually there to let you out, and you haven't. I think it's got some more miles in it. I think I can get more money out of it. It's like you just got life-changing money. Have you ever had more than $1 million in your life? No. And you're still holding on to this thing that has no intrinsic value, no reason to exist. You know what I mean? It just had a parabolic move to the upside. Like maybe diversify a little bit, move into some of the more established cryptos, and maybe get some, start focusing on preserving that value that you just created, getting into some yield producing assets. And it was like pulling teeth trying to get them to understand the concept of shifting from acquiring wealth to preserving wealth. I'm like, you can keep on doing what you're doing. And they would have this mentality that new things come along and they would try and get on the inside lane of the buzz. And they'd find somebody who knows the developers, and you know what I mean? And they felt like they were on the inside. And when something would come out, they would ask like these 5 questions. Is the contract been renounced? Has ownership been renounced? Is there liquidity? Is the liquidity locked? Is the this and the that? They have these 5 questions and they go, okay, I'm in. And they just throw 40 grand at it. You're just like, holy shit, how much money do you have? Like you're just tossing 40 grand at some gamble. Like, like spin the wheel. I think 39 is going to win. Here's 40 grand. You know what I mean? Like it was that insane. But that was their mentality. they had so much money from their first couple wins that they were just upping the numbers on their bets because they knew it was just a numbers game, that if they bet on 15 of these things, one of them would take off and they'd get all their losses back and then some. But that only lasted until it wrecked enough people, right? Like once it wrecked enough people, there was no more people buying into the narrative that like, because it's a zero sum game ultimately, right? Like only so many people are going to get filthy rich, and that has to come from somewhere. It come from everybody else getting wrecked. Well, once enough of people got burnt, the desire to jump in the fire simmered down a little bit, right? You're like, I don't know, man. I got burnt a couple times already. I think I'm gonna sit this one out, or I think I'm gonna be a little more conservative on my approach. I had $1 million, and now I only have 20,000 left. I got to really be careful what I bet on. A lot of them did that. Tons of them did that. They had millions of dollars and then lost it all gambling on the next thing, the next thing, the next thing, because they didn't understand the difference between acquiring wealth and preserving wealth. They never had wealth, and they just got lucky.
Yeah. So yeah, you're kind of saying, well, in one way or another, what I kind of suspected, either it's orchestrated or either it was just this convergence of very
I think
specific factors. And here you're saying it's basically it was like a wave. It was like a wave of a few wins, and then these same people are trying to just keep the ball rolling. They're in this narrative. They're
there's a
getting
whole bunch of agendas, right? Like there was a whole bunch of agendas of moving these things, but it was like things happen so fast and furious in the space because it's so new and everything's so, like you're right on the leading edge of the technology being experimented with, right? I mean, if you look at these shit tokens as just being experimental iterations, right? You have all these attributes that you can combine in various different ways and forms, right? And you just reach into the grab bag, grab out 3 or 4 different attributes, combine them together in a new, unique way, and launch it and call it something. And we were at that. You remember the .com bubble? Like half those things that had a .com on the end of their name made no sense at all. It was never going to be anything, right? But it said .com, so if you bought it, you made money, right? The stocks were all going up. It's the same kind of insanity. And these things, once the sale catches a certain amount of wind, it's almost like it has to blow out before, and that blowout's what you're talking about. It's just like that sector had to blow out, right? Like I don't know if NFTs will ever have that kind of run again. Just like I don't know that layer ones will ever have that kind of run again. Like layer ones did
well,
fantastic. So did
exactly. I mean, that's my point. That's what I'm trying to get to. I mean, basically,
yeah, I don't
it's responding to dream come true here, and his concern about the NFT. And I understand there's a lot of people who want that to happen for themselves, or are still interested in the NFTs. But that's what I'm saying. It's like whether it's someone who orchestrated it voluntarily or it was some kind of fad, wave, or phenomenon because of some kind of mania, because that seems to be what you're describing, just a mania born out of a few winners
I
and then the
it's a
exclusive ones.
mix of things. There's agendas, but I don't think there was
There's
some
agendas,
orchestrated
but it was all
particular.
no, but yeah, so yeah, but it doesn't matter. I mean, so there was some orchestration, most
Yeah,
likely,
for sure.
okay, and then there was this just it became
Like a
the
FOMO
folly
wave
of
that
the
got
market.
created from it, right?
But the point here is just to say for all the people that witnessed it and all the people that missed that never got, because like you said, it's just a few that can make those gains. Unfortunately, it created this kind of misconception about NFTs, which is really something that has happened time and time again in the markets with just every time it's something different, right? This is like tulip mania,
Yeah,
like
but look
tulip.
at the same kind of misconceptions are still dragging out about so many other things that preceded them. It's like the FOMO wave takes time to like exhaust itself. Like I literally know people that still think Dash is coming back, and is going to be the thing. And that's masternodes, right? Masternodes had a whole huge FOMO wave, right? Like if it just, all you had to do was create a project that ran on masternodes and you were a hit. And anybody that created those projects made millions of dollars. But most of them are just non-existent shit tokens now in history, right? Like people are embarrassed that they have them in their wallet. Everything kind of did that. It just kind of comes in waves like that. You got to find the next sector that's hot. You watch. I think the next sector that's hot is anything to do with cross-chain composability. And those things are going to it's just going to be another one of those hot sectors that just blows out like crazy, and everything you touch will just turn to, millions of dollars, and and everyone will think it's unstoppable. And then when the numbers get, there's this thing that happens. I'm in a trading group that it's mostly young people, and a lot of them will get into a trade and they'll set a target, and then as the target gets near, it's like they think, this could go a lot farther. I may be getting off too early, and they'll move their target further out to try and get more gains off the same trade instead of sticking with their plan. And ultimately, they just keep doing that until it finally just turns around and viciously wipes them out. And they're like, man, I should have took the money. Yeah, at some point you should have took the gains off there because you were betting on something that had no real intrinsic value other than maybe proof of concept in a certain thing, right? Like the real money in crypto that's made is made over time, and it's made in kind of the leading established protocols, right? Like it's relatively safe to say if you get into Bitcoin, no matter where you get in, if you stay in it long enough, you're going to get gains, right? Even if you got into the last top, you're going to get a new top, right? That it's relatively safe to say because it's done it repetitively over and over and over. The big ones kind of do that, right? But these shit tokens and these smaller experimental speculative tokens that are just trying some proof of concept may or may not catch on. And if it doesn't catch on, they pump real hard once and then they dump and they never really come back. They may get another second littler wave and then and then everyone kind of loses interest and moves on. It's just kind of the cycle. We learn stuff from them, and sometimes they're very innovative and they create like this massive move that changes the way we perceive what we were doing prior to it. Like Hex created a whole staking wave, right? Like now everybody's staking because they realize, if you get your holders to lock up their own tokens, then you restrict supply, but it's still out there, and you have all these holders who are now vested, so they're not gonna do what's in their own self. They're not their own self best interest, right? So they're not gonna down talk the tokens that they have vested and are staked. It was like a new proof of concept that up until that point hadn't really been tried, and especially not in that way where you literally had the immutable contract. You gave it one of the things that Hex did that nobody up till that point had done is they had made smart contracts that where you could choose to or not to interact with them. Whenever you interact with a smart contract, you're entering into a smart contract. You're entering into a contract with a piece of code, right? Up until Hex, the code could only ever reward you but never really punish you. So that doesn't really work, right? Because like people, like if I make a contract with you and the contract's lopsided, and I can take advantage of you, but you can't take advantage of me, and there's no punishment if I take advantage of you, but there is, there is benefit for me to do it. A lot of people will just do it. EOS failed for that reason out the gate because they made a constitution, right? Like you had to agree to the constitution, and the constitution was that you'll play fair and yada yada yada, and you won't do the wrong things and you'll do the right things. But there was no teeth to the constitution. And the Chinese were just like, what's the punishment if I don't? Well, there is no punishment, but you got to do it because you agreed to it. And they're like, oh, fuck that. Then they colluded and took over the network. So what Hex did was it gave the contract both the ability to reward you and to punish you. Well, that changed the game because now you still didn't have any, there was nobody to blame. Nobody forced you to interact with the contract. That was your choice. You knew going into the game what the rules were. You interacted with the contract. You knew what the outcome was. It was fixed. The contract couldn't change its colors in the middle of the game. And now you couldn't either without being punished, right? So now it wasn't so easy to just take advantage and rip off the contract. So people had to come up with new ways, right? Which is why you see these whales short staking and rolling and dumping their yields, right? That's the way to beat that system then, right? Because the people who are staked for 15 years, what can they do? Nothing. They can just sit there and take their yield and hope it's worth something in 15 years. That's all they can do. If they end stake before halfway through, they're major league, they nuke their account. They lose principal. They have to serve half their term just to get their principal back. Well, at 15 years, that's 7.5 years. We haven't even got there yet. So we don't know how it plays out, right? I'm just saying that they once you change this, it's forever changed, right? So now everything that came after Hex is now has the knowledge that, oh, you can also code the contract to punish people. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do, but nobody had really thought of doing it. It was novel.
In regards to Hex, just a question, because somebody asked me this earlier, and I couldn't, off the top of my head, remember where the yield was coming from at this point. And then I kind of remembered, is it not coming from the fees and liquidity pools or something like that?
No.
The inflation is
paying the yield?
3.69%, and it's paid as yield to the stakers. It's the inflation.
How much is it now?
It varies between 3.69 and 369, depending upon the percentage of supply that's staked. So if 100% of the supply was staked, it would be 3.69. But since the OA owns 90% of the supply and doesn't stake, the yield goes way higher for the 10% left that stakes, right? And of the 10% of supply that's left, if it's even that, only a percentage of them stake. So the yields can get high. And if only 1% stake, they'd get 369%. The concept is like it's correct.
Yeah, but where's the yield coming from? It's not being printed anymore.
The yield, Connie deals, the yield remains the same. It's fixed at 3.69%.
Right.
But dependent on how many people are staking, that's what changes their yield. So it's
because they're the only ones that get the yield. So if less percentage stake, they get a bigger portion, which equals a bigger percentage, right?
And that yield is still being printed out of nothing. I thought it stopped.
Yeah, out of nothing, forever.
It's forever, forever.
Yep. And the penalties also go to the stakers, or half of them, and half the penalties go to the OA, which keeps making the OA fatter.
Okay.
This is a problem that Elephant Token tried to solve, right? In that so SafeMoon had this problem too, is that if you have a central authority that keeps getting rewarded from the inflation, right? That central authority eventually becomes so big that it's the one taking all the yield, right? In Hex's case, that's not necessarily true because the biggest authority doesn't necessarily stake, right? But in SafeMoon, in SafeMoon, it was true because they were getting the rebates or the tax, right?
Yeah,
so what Elephant tried to do was to balance that by making a graveyard where the yield would go to the central authority that was providing that, and this is a contract, but that's providing the liquidity, and all it could do was fluctuate between 49 and 51%. When it got to 51%, it would burn 2%. It would literally burn it. It's dump it on the market and sell it. And then use half of it.
It's 3.69% of the total stakes. or the total supply?
Total supply.
3.69% of it's the tokens. It's tokens. They're minted. 3.69% is minted as inflation.
As the total supply forever. Okay.
Yeah,
And
annually.
this started, when did this 3.969% start?
From right
It's
from the
been
beginning.
inflating
So,
since its inception.
yep.
At a fixed rate? But where's the 20% and
That's the
the
yield.
That's the yield. It's completely dependent on the percentage of hex holders who actually stake.
And
So
and
only
for how long
around
they stake.
correct. So that 3.69% goes to a very small amount of people, right? So when that happens, it turns out to be more than just 3.69% from them because they're
It's small,
basically
yeah.
Because it's divided amongst the smaller demographic
they're basically getting everybody else's yield who's
who
not
didn't
staking.
stake.
But why did I always see these fixed numbers like since long time? I forget in what phase exactly, because I was there in a very spotty way. So I was not in every part of it. I was there till BFG, was it? What was that? Damn.
Big payday.
Yeah, big payday. Sorry. Big
Big
payday,
payday.
BPD. Okay, borderline personality disorder. Yeah. Okay. Uh
That's a
so
good
yeah, so around there. But I would just remember 20%. What's the 20%? How can you have a round number like that when it's you get 3.969% distributed on the stakers? I mean, that's got to be varying all the time. Was there not a 20%? Or was that when you were a Bitcoin holder?
currently 20% is about the average for a 5-year stake. And it's just based on how many people are staking. It just so happens to be 20% right now.
It just so happens to the point that I've seen that like on the website or stuff like that, 20%.
That's right.
20%.
In the beginning, it was more like 60%.
Right. And I kind
And
of
it's just
remember
been
40%.
slowly
I
tripping
remember
off
40.
since.
Right. Okay. So all of this has been always the same. It's just 3.69 in a very linear fashion since the very beginning of the total supply. And the stakers, they split it up amongst themselves. And that's it.
Yep.
Since the
Well,
beginning, that's it.
there's
I'm
penalties
gonna
and stuff
go
too
over a
that get
document real
redistributed.
quick, Honey Gills.
What's that?
Said I'll shoot you over a document real quick. Just give me a minute here.
You know, I thought there was more, a little bit more different phases to it, like things had changed. So what was the key thing that changed at Big Payday? I remember we got
Because that
like
was a
some interest.
one-time bonus.
It was a
And then that
one-time
was
bonus.
gone forever. Yep.
Right. And then something kind of changed in the play after that. I remember uh like the way to play it after Big Payday you didn't play it exactly the same, right? Or was it
Yeah, it's pretty much the same game. That was just a one-time bonus for
one-time bonus? So
early
people
stakers.
waited for the bonus. They were
Well, you could
staking before Big
have staked
Payday
the day before Big Payday and got the Big Payday bonus
and get
all
the
the way up
bonus.
to
Okay.
Big Payday.
Right.
Yeah, check
But
out
once
your
that was
message.
gone, it was gone forever.
Okay. Thanks, Denison. So 3.69%, that's interesting number.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting numbers embedded into Hex 33 validators. The 08, when it first distributed a bunch of the ETH from the what was it called, the flow address, was all sent out in 1337, which is code for elite. There's tons of secret handshake numbers embedded in there. I don't know if he's poking fun at them, or he's part of them and poking fun at the rest of us. But it's clearly in there. It's not. It's like very intentionally in there, and it's not just once or twice. It's all over the place.
You know, the irony of this all is you get these hardcore hex people complaining about inflation of Zen. They don't realize that the inflation doesn't go forever.
Yeah,
Well, that
and
is a problem with Hex, that the inflation is infinitely out there, but doesn't really have a means of contracting. It can take from people who don't do what they say and give to people who do what they say, but you still need more and more adoption. You know, like you have to stake to overcome the inflation and that's if the capital appreciation keeps up with your entry point, right? So if the token price is continuing to go down at a higher rate than the inflation's going up, it doesn't matter how long you stake.
I mean, Hex would be fine if it literally just stayed like at a completely flat price forever. Like if people were just staking it, it would be fine if the price remained flat. You'd still be earning interest.
If the token price remained flat in terms of some
Yeah,
other, like in
yeah,
terms of
the token
Bitcoin or
price.
US dollar or whatever,
I'm just
I always
talking.
I
Just
always
talking in
priced it in
fee.
ETH because I acquired it with ETH, right? So I never cared about the US dollar or the Bitcoin price of Hex. I always just cared about the ETH price of Hex, because if I acquired it with Hex, then all I want to know is that I made the right choice, is it outperformed ETH. If it didn't outperform ETH, then I made the wrong choice. I should have just held the ETH.
Yeah, it's at that breaking moment right now too. I only look at the chart with ETH as well as far as Hex goes. It's like the way my chart looks anyway. It's at a major point, a deciding factor whether it's going to start outperforming ETH again. It's kind of at the bottom of a channel. On top of some major support from the early days too, a couple years ago.
It's an interesting project. It could still have a lot of, because of the extended, like because they went all the way out to 15 years, and because the average staking length is still increasing out to 6 or 7 because of all the derivatives that are being created on it. And the derivatives all encourage, 15-year staking. So they're extending the length of the average stake. It could have years, to go before it burns out. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see it really ever picking up mainstream adoption and getting the kind of massive numbers
Well, they
that
got
they
that
would need.
made that movie that apparently is going to be, it sounds like it might be launched next weekend. They're kind of hinting towards that. I think they plan on releasing it on like Netflix and Amazon. I guess we'll
Why do you
find
say
out.
next weekend? I heard Q1 2023 when I looked at the website earlier this week. But
Oh,
they were tweeting
oh,
something earlier.
okay. Of
What
the
was
movie?
that? Somebody said they were tweeting a teaser or something, like they were hinting at something.
Yeah, it's a teaser of something, but they made the movie, so I don't know what the teaser would be other than the movie being released. Maybe it's a teaser of another teaser of the movie. I don't know. All I'm really saying is the plan is to launch that movie to try to gain more adoption of Hex.
But you think it could be as soon as next weekend, really?
Yeah, let me get back on Twitter and go try to find it here.
So I'm trying to figure out what the inflation rate actually is with Zen, because that wasn't clear. I had thought initially, for some reason, it was 2% perpetually, but I don't see how that is, like exactly where that is. And when I put the numbers, it's like it's really not clear what the actual inflation rate could be. What I see, it could be absolutely variable because it will depend on adoption after that point. The more delta actually, let me just check here. So that's that, and then that's how much is that? Yeah, the delta still plays a factor, but not so much. Not really, actually. So no, the delta is really not so consequential. So the amp, it gives you basically 0.03% compared to now. But that doesn't say what the inflation rate is going to be. What it says is at the end of the 8 years, we're going to make 0.03% of what we'd be making now in terms of one mint.
I was kind of goofing around with the calculator last night regarding all of this as well, and you really can't plug in an accurate. The formula is accurate, but you're never going to be able to get an accurate number because it is completely dependent on the delta between C rank and global rank, and we just don't know what that is, right? So like people could stop minting today, and then that would be the number of tokens that exist at the end of 8 years. Like, yeah, you could mint. What did I do? I did a number of like, okay, the end of 8 years of all the EAA, and then what did I do? I think it was like 10 million addresses as far as the delta, right?
Yeah. No, but
It basically, I think it equated to something like 20 Zen over the course of uh maximum minting period.
20 Zen? Okay. So
Yeah,
for those
I mean, it
amp,
just depends on what you input in the parameters,
right.
and it's
But
basically
it's
like
not,
that
yeah.
amount of Zen. It might as well be zero.
No, but
You know,
it doesn't matter. Actually, I would say the delta doesn't matter, and we can actually abstract of it. So it doesn't matter because 100 users, 1,000 users, 10,000 users, or 100,000 users. You see, 100,000 users is 16 Zen on a 1 day term. Okay, 16 Zen on a 1 day. And then if I go to 1 million users, I'm just getting 19. So it's 16 to 19. So we're going to, even at the end of the 8 years, I mean, it's easy to see that in a whole year, you'd get 100,000 new mints one way or another, or probably even 1 million. And it only makes a difference of 3 Zen. So it's not really consequential. And at 1,000 new users, you're still getting 9. You're still getting 9.
the number is more important the earlier on, like towards before 8 years. It's just going to be like, yeah, the
People
the
aren't even going
supply
to be
is
minting,
capped
right?
basically.
People are going to be
It'll be
buying.
it'll be deflationary by then. It'll all
Right.
stuff will have been being burned for years before 8 years comes around.
Right. But then again, I mean, it's hard to say because Okay, that was a 1-day term, so it's not very significant. But let's say we go with a, like, just to put it a year, 365 days. Then I put this back to million C delta. So it's 7,275 Zen, which is a far cry from, let's say, 25 million on average. Okay. Right? So 25 million versus 7,000. So if we just take that, let's say 25 million, and we divide it by 7,000, it's 3,571. Okay. So if there were theoretically,
It's like 0.035% of 20 million.
right, it's basically 3,500 times less. But if you had 3,500 times more users, then it would be exactly the same as in the beginning. So you see, okay, so 3,500 times, let's say 500,000 users, let's just say, not saying we have that much, it would be 1.7 billion people on Earth would have Zen, and they'd be minting like, 8,000 Zen at a time. And we'd still be at the same exact level of inflation that we are in the very beginning. We'd be at the end of the inflationary curve, and it'd be like when we were in the hyperinflationary curve. Well, not in percentages, because we started at 0, obviously, and
Can you go a little deeper into that one? I got lost those past couple sentences.
well, I'm just saying, if we had, at the end, people would be minting and they'd be getting 8,000 Zen instead of 25 million, like now, on average. Okay. And there were 3,000 times more people than there are now, right? It would have done a 3,000x in terms of adoption.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Right? We would see exactly the same in terms of just sheer supply being printed. And that would represent 1.7 billion people. So basically China and America.
Is that how that works? Anybody else want to hop in here? It's not that I don't trust you, honey deals.
I mean, it's the numbers. You take 25 million and divide it by 8,000, and you're going to get at 3,500 or so. So it just means now you need to have 3,500 times more minters that are making that low amp mint to equate the same amount.
But yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I guess I don't look at it that way. I look at it like the fact that people could mint for 400 days and they're going to get 10 to 20 Zen versus now they can mint for 400 days and get 25 million.
No, they don't get 10 to 20 Zen. They get 7,275, right? For 365 days, exactly. They do 400 days, they get more.
See, I looked at it a few weeks ago and it was like over a mint after 8 years. It was like 10 to 20 for 400 days. I don't remember how I
No,
figured that, but yeah.
no,
That's what I
that's 1 day. That's a 1-day term.
guess the question, well, just a moment.
It's very cool. Much cooler than if it were 10 or 20. It's actually quite cool. Like I hadn't looked so deeply in the
It's kind of
numbers.
disconcerting to me. It made a lot more sense when it was 10 to 20 for 400 days.
Yeah, I can imagine that some people feel it disconcerting, but from my point of view, it's not at all. It's to me, it's super bullish, because what was disconcerting to me about that such steep, because 8 years maybe to you seems like a long time, but 8 years really is nothing. Like, it's not a long time, and you need to have the time to get to the adoption, right? Like, you need time. You know, Microsoft invented the PC, Windows PC. It didn't, everybody didn't have computers and the internet like the next year or two. You know, the internet, before people were plugged on the internet, easily it took like a decade for it to get to a situation, and even probably more
Longer
to
than
get,
that, yeah.
yeah, to get to the point that everybody kind of has internet. Probably took like 15 years or so. So 8 years is kind of short. So if people could still print, like let's say Zen really went up the ramp and it gained value and everything went kind of smoothly, just progressively, kind of like Hex. And then it gets to that end point, or we think it's the end, because now the amp just sticks there at 1 forever, 1 amp, and they can still print 7,275 Zen in a year. I mean, if Zen were worth $1, that would be a lot, right? It's not going to be worth $1, but whatever. Really depends of the so many other things also, but it's still a number, a nice number. Although it's all relative, but it's nicer that be a high number like that. Same as it's nicer that you get 25 million for your mints than you get 25. It could have been 25, and you know, you spend 0.1 Zen.
Well, I
But
must
for
say this calculator they made for us is so much easier than using my own.
But
But yeah, you're right.
how
So
does that
like,
bode for how much it's worth though? If you can still print that many Zen at the end of 8 years, as far as being a store of value or being able to use it to purchase goods and services, I would think it would be better if you couldn't mint but like 10 or 20 for 400 days rather than, like you said, nearly 8,000.
yeah, 400 days, 7,972. It's for 1 million new users. 10 million new users makes 9,300. So yeah, so what? So people can
far
still
off.
print.
I'm using 365, and that's 8,487 with 10 million new users. So
Right.
yeah, you're right. You're right. It's like, as long as more people keep on boarding, the
But
the
at that
formula
point,
just keeps working
aren't
as it
people,
works.
wouldn't they stop minting and start buying it though, long before that? So then you'd have even less people minting because more people would be buying it than minting it.
Yeah, but Iceman, are you keeping track of the price of ETH in all this, and what it entails to mint? Like maybe these people, they can afford 1 mint a year for all we know, or 2 mint, you know, maybe 3. The rich people, they can do like 20, right? And they're getting, at the end of it, they're getting like what, 1.6 million Zen, and you did millions. Or maybe that's exaggerated. Maybe rich people will be able to do 100 and regular people would be able to do 10, you know, or 20, or once a month. Maybe once a month I minted a mint, you know, and rich people would be able to do maybe once a day. Because it would cost a lot of money. But that's still very bullish for you, because you were, in the beginning, you minted plenty of Zen. You already have your Zen. You're not worried about minting it at that rate. You have your Zen, you know, locked up in stakes, generating yield or whatever.
So did you
Maybe
just
you're
say
making,
they could mint 1 million? I thought you said a few minutes ago it was like less than 8,000, like 7,972 over
yeah,
several
no, I'm
hundred
saying
days.
if they did like 20 mints or 100 mints or whatever, I just threw a number, or a million, whatever. But if they did like 20 mints in a year, they'd end up with like 1 million Zen, say. I don't know. It's
So
less
that'd
than
be
that.
like 160,000 maybe.
Yeah, 160,000. Right. I said 1.6 million, but it's 160,000. Right. For 10 minutes or 20 minutes. So yeah, 160,000 Zen. That's like a good investment for them in 8 years. Why is that not bullish? Why is that bad for you, for example? Disconcerting, right? Important things that they're actually minting it. It's still worth minting, and they're still getting a good amount, to make it feel worth it for them, which is much better than if they're only getting 16 Zen, and it's like not worth their while. It's much better for you as an early investor that it be worth their while. Same as it's better for Hex, hexagons ultimately for people to be buying Hex. Forever.
But yeah, like with Hex, I wasn't there in the beginning, but you had the early adoption amplifier and things like that, and then you had like people were getting referral bonuses. So I mean, from the adoption amplifier, people probably, um, I mean, they were literally getting like millions. Where for right now, you might get thousands. Like you might get 5,000 for a few $100s. They were getting tens of millions for a few $100s.
Exactly. And people are still buying Hex, like little batches of 10,000, right? Like 10,000. How much is 10,000 now? It's like $100 or so, or forget. Where were we at? We're at
It's like a couple
no
$100,
$300.
I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
that sounds right.
350, something like that. They're paying for 10,000. I mean, 10,000 was a joke in the beginning.
I don't know. For some reason, I was thinking all of this is going to happen a lot sooner than the 8 years that it's projected, just because of the burns, people losing their keys. There's just so many other factors that are going to come into play. I figured that we hadn't anticipated, maybe.
Well, whatever is the case, it just, I think it's to understand that the longer it is, the more bullish it is ultimately in terms of real, true life-changing gains for the early adopters. If it were to be earlier, people were to lose and the price was to pump too much and people stopped minting it for whatever reason, it wouldn't, the mint wouldn't be worth, or the amp, the
If
equation, or whatever, that
if
would not be bullish. Yeah, there'd be profit in the shorter term, but not as
if
much.
if the price pumped, wouldn't more people mint though?
Well, these people are not necessarily very experienced. When things pump, do you buy the top? Are you one of those people that want to invest?
Not anymore, but most people are. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they can do that so many times, and they can put so much at that price level. But to say for long-term adoption, it's good. I wouldn't say that's great. And I think that's one of the reasons that Hex, I'm not sure what happens behind the scenes, but if you look at the charts of Hex, it's always seemed to have this pattern where it consistently goes up and then it kind of consistently goes back down, which is normal, but it's just something about the chart of Hex. It seems as though it's had a very controlled, very nice way of always coming back down and saying, hey, here's your chance again. Like, come on board, you know, and then more people get on board, and then it pumps it up, and then it comes back down, and it just does it in the right way. It's not a pump and dump kind of chart, which is great for long-term accumulating adoption.
Yeah, it has had like multiple periods of going down like 75, 80%, and then it goes back up.
Yeah, exactly. And there've always been like some really nicely felt opportunities for people that had missed their chance. And there was many opportunities along the way with Hex. I've been on and off that ride quite a few times. And I wasn't one of those, 15-year stakers or anything like that. I did stake before the BPD. And then after I got into drip contract with that, I got some additional yield. But then when the next pump came, I sold early kind of. But yeah, to me, I sold around like 10 cents. And to me, that was like, I wouldn't expect it to go to how high it went. And I wasn't too greedy about it, so I just took it. But like I was like clearly like 12x by that point from my last purchase. But
Okay, my buddy just sent me this screenshot. Evidently, the final trailer for the highest of stakes is dropping tomorrow. I guess they're wrapping up production or whatever. It says the final trailer is released tomorrow.
that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I spread a little bit of misinfo. I just ran across that too. A trailer, apparently.
Is there a projected date for the actual release?
No, well, I don't really know if anybody knows what's actually going to happen.
I know
There's
on the
some
web
that
on the
it's going to be
website
like
earlier
an
this
official
week
trailer.
it said Q1 2024. So a couple of the Hex influencers were like, no, that can't be right. And so they spoke with I guess RH's people, and they said, no, that's a typo. It's supposed to say Q1 2023 still. And that was the last I'd heard. So I just figured it'd be like January or February or something for some reason.
Yeah, once to wonder, like with a project like this, like honestly, like with such a potential and a tokenomics and the way it's made, like, I mean, why would you really? I mean, of course you want to diversify, but some part of me is like, why would you even want to invest in anything else? it's a gamble to do that, but man, it's a gamble out there. And I don't know if the risk reward ratio is really adds up. Probably a little slice, always a little slice for the speculative, the new project, this to that. Yeah, for sure. You have to have some fun, and it's nice to have that portion. And if you do a quick, 10x, 50x, 100x, but as like the bulk of an investment portfolio in crypto, it's hard to see where else I'd want to put just cost averaging, pay gas, mint. Like, do you really want to put your cost average into Bitcoin more than Zen? Well, maybe not Bitcoin, but like Ethereum or Cardano, or I don't know. Not really into maximalism, but you know, Bitcoin maximalists did have a point for a time.
Hey, on the deals.
Who's this? Is
Vigo.
this Vigo? Okay, hey, how you doing?
Doing good, man. I've been listening to you guys. Question I'd like to ask. I mean, I heard you going through the calculations and stuff. We're relatively early at it now. A lot of the dates to mint, if you go for the full period, it's about a year and a half. So from your projections from this point, for folks who are doing multiple wallets, what is the wisdom you would think of doing a lot of wallets now in say a year and a half? Will those folks be able to mint all those wallets, or it's just a matter of how well or badly the crypto market does?
You can claim their mints.
Claim them in. Sorry,
Right.
is it going to be, because I'm into minds preparing to have as much as I can, but still, for folks who are getting a lot, and then you get to a year and a half, and
Right. You mean as opposed of like having to nuke their claim C ranks and not claim, and a
Right.
lot of supply not coming to the market
Right.
in a year and a half from now.
Yep.
Well, I kind of think my first estimation, and I still kind of stick with it, would be around personally 30%. But I've heard a couple people talk of more than that, namely 70% of the people. But I don't know, 30% sounds reasonable to me. I don't think it's going to be dramatic. I don't think that Zen is going to perform so badly that there's not going to be an incentive to pay an increased price, and I don't think that price is going to be so ridiculous by that time. Like if you said to me in 8 years, I couldn't say, but in a year and a half from now, I mean, maybe some will have bad days, bad weeks, maybe, but then it'll calm down. Maybe it'll cost $50, $40. Yeah, maybe there's a part I'm not accounting for, actually. It's maybe there's, I don't know, more people that overextended themselves in a way, miscalculating themselves. Like, so they were able to do like 1,000 wallets, and they were just going aping in, and they didn't realize that if it costs $40 to claim or $50, they didn't really do the math. You know what I
Right,
mean? Like
right.
they were like, I can afford it today, so bing, 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 bing. Uh yeah, there's maybe more of that than I realized, but because 100, even if you just did 100, we had one guy come in and he had done 30,000, not on Ethereum, but not all on the same chain, but yeah, some people did quite a bit. But even 100, you know, who knows? In a year and a half, like, are they gonna have 5 grand to spend if they had like 500 today? I don't know. Maybe they'll have to nuke half of them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking about it. Yeah, I do hear a couple of people they're going for thousands, and or 1,000 or 2,000. Like, will you be able to afford it? I mean, definitely, I don't think on Ethereum, but yeah, I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm not anyway. I'm not pessimistic on that. I'm not like in terms of the ETH price. I'm definitely not thinking it's going to be so exorbitant. And on top of that, there's going to be sharding possibly, so that would help. So yeah, whatever. I mean, normal. But I've heard someone with a lot of experience in crypto, and he was like, no, he would say way more than that, 70%.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess you can just prepare. At least have the wallets, and if you are in an opportunity to get them, great. If not, it is what it is.
What do you like? Do you have a preference? Do you think it's of any importance? How many have to
Well,
new?
I mean, I can't afford to. I mean, at this time, to say on whatever Avax buy a bunch for $50. Or sorry, mint a bunch for $50. But and so yeah, I would say okay, I'll throw $50 at it. Um, but then if somebody's gonna put $300, and you have us, just kind of doing a bot or something, running all these wallets, like at a certain point it's just too much. So I would hedge definitely for me to have a decent amount.
But why? Okay,
And
but explain to me why is that too much? What does it change? I just as an exercise of thought, because my focus in here is always to dig into questions and possibly gain more insight and help people gain more insight so that there's a true understanding and the better play is achieves. The better play for themselves and the better play for the project because they're one and the same, right?
yeah,
So
yeah. No, I do see it
yeah,
that yeah, I mean, I am bullish on the long term of the project. It's gonna be, I mean, I think amazing for everyone who is getting in early, and be able to mint um, relatively early compared to what's going to happen in 8 years. Um, but I do think at a certain point, um, I don't know, halfway, maybe far less, it's just going to be so expensive if this market pick. If we're looking at Bitcoin halving is what, 2020, in 2 years. I think we're going to have Bitcoin halving. And I mean, if we're looking upon, say, we get onto a bull run in 2024, a proper bull run in 2024, and also, so those chains are really getting a lot of attention. People are coming in, and people are really picking up on Zen. those gas prices, I think, in say 2 years are going to be, I think, much further along than where we are now by far. And so there's a certain amount of wallets that somebody can have where you can actually mint. I mean, right now the market's down. Most people are, their wallets, their profiles are really hurting. And say in a year and a half, 2 years, if you get to the point where you have to mint um, so many of those wallets for what, $10 a pop, $50 a pop, then if you get into the thousands of these wallets, I mean, can you afford it? So I think there's a point that definitely go as much as possible, um, but I think beyond a certain
Let's
point.
I mean, I can understand the reasoning behind that. You're thinking maybe in terms of the total supply and all that, but let's just start from the point that everybody claims their wallets. Okay, and let's assume that anything less than that is gonna help the price, okay, in the shorter term in a sense, okay, diminish the total supply. But let's say they all claim their wallets. So what does that mean? What does that mean for you? How do you see that the guy who you were saying you were putting $50 and a guy puts $300 on AVAX and he's has a bot or whatever, or maybe he puts 3,000 and has a bot. What does that do to you? Because you said, because then it's like it becomes, I don't know, it's
I'm just
crazy.
I'm just
Yeah.
worried about me. I'm worried. I'm thinking about how do you afford that gas, to claim to make all those claims.
Right.
What's going to be the cost of gas across these networks for you to claim? I don't
Right.
know, 5,000 wallets or 1,000 wallets and so on.
What,
So
okay. So what would you like to see? I'm just trying to get a gist of your thinking
no,
process
I'd
here.
be I'd be happy if the gas would be good and everybody could get their mints and everything would be great. I'm just the question was asked to me to say if you have what should I do? 500
You
wallets, 5,000 wallets, and I was kind of thinking through that process about how much wallets if somebody was to have the ability to go 5,000 wallets, you know, and we're in the middle of a bull run or really picks up in a year and a half, 2 years, how much gas um, it will cost, and will somebody be available or able to pick up that much wallets. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter. I guess at the end of the day, if you can put $50 now and then in 2 years the gas is crazy and you can only pick up, I don't know, 500 out of your 3,000, then so be it. But I was trying to think for folks like yourself who probably have a better insights into the calculation about if the market really heats up in a year and a half, 2 years, would the average person who spent $50 getting all these wallets be able to claim them all or claim any significant portion of 1,000 or 3,000 wallets?
right. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, I think it's best that somebody makes some kind of reasonable calculation when they're doing it. So maybe set a price range where you think ETH could be. So let's say now it costs you $5, and you say, well, I think it could cost me. Let's say you say it could cost me $50, right?
Mm-hmm,
Let's
mm-hmm.
assume they're individual mints and you can grab them, when the traffic is lower and you do have a time of day and you can do it over 2 days, say, because the first day is just 1%. So it's no big deal.
Right.
And the second day still is not so bad. It's 3% extra. So if you do it on the third day, you just lost 4%. It's not so bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not. It's definitely worth waiting for the better gas price because the gas price, you could be half the price and that's like 50% or actually 100% on the price. So 50 bucks, let's say you give yourself a range and then you're like, okay, it could be $50 and then you say, I'll do some on Ethereum, I'll do some on AVAX, I'll do some on say Binance. Okay, and you have a few chains that you choose And then you do this exercise with all of those chains, and you figure out, well, there's no issue on AVAX or Polygon or Doge. On Binance, maybe not. I don't want to go super crazy because they could cost. Binance is weird a little bit. I find Binance is uh it's more of a wild card. I find Binance, but anyway, because there is a variability. I mean, it could cost as much on Binance sometimes of a transaction as it costs on ETH when it's low. Like high on Binance, it costs as much as ETH when it's low. Uh, and yet the value is will be quite more diluted. So it's a little bit of a wild card.
Right.
But like Polygon, I think it'll be cheap, always relatively. So you look at all that and you're like, okay, well on Polygon, it's really not an issue, right? I can do 500 wallets for sure. I'm gonna be able to claim, but I'll see on ETH. You do that math. You say, okay, $50 range, I could do that much, and if it's at that price, I'll be able to claim that much, and I'll be good. I set the money aside in my wallet. I'm like, I have my money kind of allocated for that. I'm all good. And then if for some reason it's higher than that, uh, you might have to let some go, or you have to add a little money. But the thing is that if it is high like that, it's kind of going to be pushing the price up somewhat on the. It's going to mean that the Zen is worth more in a sense if ETH is pumping like that. But I just stay within a range that I can sleep at night without having to worry about anything. That's like super important. Like that's like do your own research and make sure that you can sleep well at night and you're never investing more than you can lose or creating a situation where you can't handle it, right? Just because you're being greedy, right? And if you do that, it's all good for yourself.
I guess by the time we get closer to that point anyway, there are probably going to be a lot more tools or markets being open around these claims. Yeah, probably people are trading them. Um, you can move them out of your wallet to somebody, whatever. Trade them. You can't handle that much. There are new folks coming onto the market. They're not getting as much in a mint, and I don't know. You can trade them, I guess. So I assume that by that time there'll probably be a lot more tools in the market too. Or
Yeah,
you have a claim, you can take a loan against something to say, okay, this mint is worth whatever, $100 or $50 or whatever. Loan me $10 to make the gas and I pay back. So there are probably going to be contracts or stuff set up by then to probably help with that.
could be. I still would not. I'd still stay within my own capacities and make sure that I'm not needing those things. But yeah, if it's the NFTs, at least you'll be able to likely sell them, offload them if you feel that you can't handle the gas. But if you spread them out, then that's like, I think, super wise. Don't have them all on the same week because that could be the week that the gas is high or the month the gas is high. And be prepared that maybe, just maybe, it could happen that you lose some, but at the end of the day, you'll have an average price. And if you bought them low and you lost a few of them, it's not going to be the end of the world. I mean, like you lost a few, you paid $5 for them. Yeah, you're going to lose some money, but it's going to average out to a certain average in Zen. And the fact that you even did it is going to far outweigh to have done it and lost it all will far outweigh have not done it at all. And you can't you can't predict perfectly, but you can try to spitball it, right?
Yeah. I think that's where I'm at. Where you said just now, it's it's gonna be better that you actually you paid low. I don't know, $20, got a bunch, and it's better to be in that position where you can't claim them. You claim as much as you can, than you didn't try to get the claims.
Exactly, and without going crazy, just within a range that you think is reasonable. And if we're surprised, what I was saying is that if we're surprised by the gas fee, it's going to be bullish anyway for those that can be claimed. So And if everybody can claim them and the gas price is cheap, because I'm not expecting, you know, from the macro point of view, crypto is one thing, but from the macro point of view, I'm not necessarily expecting anything particularly bullish in that time frame, like 1.5 years. I'm also expecting that there'll be a little something of a maybe a bull trap before then. We're going to have gas fees go higher before then. Things are going to get bullish before then. But by the time it's a year and a half, we might just be lower than we are now. It's not it's not necessarily like a linear thing, right? Like oh, in a year and a half we'll have been done with the bear markets. No, bear markets are very treacherous things. They extend far longer than people can expect, and they have the strongest bull markets as they go down. Like the most aggressive little bull runs, bull traps basically, and yeah, like super quick, and then people get all bullish and hop back in, and then they get crushed. And I'm expecting that relatively soon, before a year and a half. And by a year and a half, I'm expecting we'll be on the leg down of that. But overall, like being at a, I mean, we could be unlucky and it could happen. We could be in that at that point, but not particularly in a year and a half, sooner than that. Because the Fed, things are getting quite, quite overextended. If you understand macro, they've increased the interest rates like so incredibly dramatically. Like I don't think they've ever done that so quickly, not even in the 70s. They just increased the interest rates like basically from 0 to 4% within not even a year, which is unheard of. They usually go up like 0.25%, maybe in a year. 0.5% is a lot. Now they did 4%. It's crazy. So it's just crushing all the markets around the world. It's creating really critical situations. So I'm expecting them to pivot quite soon. When they pivot and they say that they're going to be, printing some more money and doing some form another QE, that's when we're going to have a little bull run. Very like explosive little bull run. But it's not going to solve the problems in the economy because they're going to print some more money, but it's going to create a bull run. And then we're going to have to deal with the same reality, of the debt all around the world. And so I don't know where it's going to end, but all I know is that there'll be great opportunities. I think it could be that it could very well be that the best play. I was thinking this yesterday, like, because I'm trying to analyze all the factors, right? And it's very difficult. It's like there's so many factors in this. There's the macro, there's the Zen, then there's the Zen FTs, there's the burn, there's the speculation. And yesterday I was kind of getting to the conclusion that maybe the very best play is to start minting with the Zen FTs, like maybe in 6 months from now. For all I know, like it could be like it could be that at ETH 1600 it's still quite high, and to do it when people are like FOMOing, it might be relatively expensive as to when it comes down and people are past all the FOMO, and now you start minting, like seriously, like at the cheaper prices, and you're just stacking those and putting the longest term.
Interesting. Yeah, I was probably planning to grab maybe one NFT because I know it's going to be a big FOMO, but the price is going to be.
Oh yeah, are you going for a 10,000? One of the first 10,000?
I'd love to get one if the gas is sane.
On ETH? On ETH?
Most likely I'll try for ETH, but again, if the gas is bananas, because I mean the NFT is going to be launched on ETH, no other chain, correct? Just ETH.
No, it's going to be launching on all the chains as far as I know.
All the chains. Okay, I heard ETH initially. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd
no,
probably.
initially, but I'm not like I'm not more than like 80% sure for the special NFTs, but I'm
Mhm.
just about sure for the NFTs, the
Oh yeah,
10,000 for the NFTs, right? The
yeah. Right.
NFT mints there, the VMU ones,
Hmm.
those on all the chains, right? One after the other, progressively, not on the first day. The
Right. Right.
10,000, I don't know if he'll do the same thing, but I don't see why not if it's a success I just don't see why not. And people will be super excited to do that on chains that are much more affordable, you know.
Yeah. For I know if it. I think I heard it was going to be kicked off on ETH, and I know that that first 10,000, if there is any value to be derived long term from just having the actual NFT, even when you um, claimed um, those NFTs probably going to have some value. So I was thinking of trying to get one of those, but if it's a rat race, try to get in, and the gas goes ridiculous. There's a certain point that I wouldn't even bother, but I'll probably try just to get one. Um,
I
as per
mean,
the NFTs long term, I'm thinking. I mean, if you have the tools to be able to claim and mint, at least for me, I don't see it, at least for me, the need for the NFT if I have the tools to do 100 anyway. Um, so outside of the 10,000, I can understand for normies or folks who don't have the tools to do a bunch that you definitely wouldn't want to go the route of the NFT. But if you can, uh, I don't. At least for me, I don't see why I would need the NFTs outside of the first 10,000.
I don't see why you would need the NFTs outside of the first 10,000
Yeah,
because
because all the
you'll do mints. You just do regular mints.
right. Because to me, the NFT outside of the first 10,000, it's just that you want to get 100, or if that's what you're going for, 50 in one click. But it's no different than you using to if you have the means to be able to do 50 anyway. Um, it doesn't
Right,
seem to
but
matter to me.
yeah, well, I mean, you do have the added value of it being transferable and that you can use it, right? At any time in those 400 days, you could sell it at any time in those 400 days. So there is that added value in those NFT,
I
whereas the mint,
guess,
right?
yeah, I guess. I mean, for me, who are I'm looking long term, 8 years. Um, I'm,
Right.
I don't, I'm not looking at moving any Zen. I think for me, right? There's folks who are going to trade it and do that kind of stuff. So I say it does depend on the individual. But for me, in the amount, I'm just trying to stack them as much as I can and ride this out.
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. But and I agree to stack it, and I think minting is a good strategy. But if you're gonna go, if you look at these NFTs, the ones that are not 10,000, you compare them with the ones that are 10,000. The 10,000 one is it has a highly speculative price attached if you want to go for it. Now, you said maybe you'll back off if it's goes high. And some
Hmm.
people came in and said they're willing to put quite a bit, right? Like, yeah, 20, $30 for the gas.
Hmm.
Okay, because that's what's to be expected. That means expect to pay, 2,000, 3,000 for them, potentially, because that's what we saw on the first day or two. There was like a $20 range, but it actually peaked way higher than that. And for a long time, it was $40, $30. So for single mints, now it's 100 mints you're doing at a time. So it's
Right.
easy to see that it could easily go at exactly the same and more
Hmm.
because it's 100 at a time. So some people are willing to do that, you know, $3,000. Now you have to think about further down the road when you have to claim it, right? You'll be timed at the same time as everybody.
Right.
But so you're just for the sake of being one of 10,000. Now, if you look at just the VMU NFT, you don't get into the first 10,000. You say no, I let that FOMO go, and I'm going to buy them a little bit after, right? And I'm going to buy some that are not 100 because I don't want to risk losing my whole thing because I can't afford all 100 because you have no choice. You can't say I'm just going to take out 50 of them. You have to pay for the whole lot when time to claim. So you make little nice batches of 10 of them, and you can store them in your wallet, and you can trade them on the market. Well, if you compare, I mean, in my view, you really think about it, the 100 VMU, you're taking a highly speculative bet here. You're paying $3,000 where you could be paying $300, right? Because if the gas fee is $3 and you get it at that time, it's going to cost you $300 for the same 100 VMU, right? But it's not one of the first ones. It's not one of the 10,000. For the sake of the 10,000, when you're paying $3,000, and you're kind of speculating that you're going to get your $3,000 back at the least, right? But obviously, you're doing it because you want to get more. So you may be thinking, oh, I'll be able to double or triple my money. I'll get 6,000, 9,000, whatever. You're taking that bet, that speculative bet. But with the smaller VMUs, what's interesting is that compared to the singular mints, if you're paying them basically the same price as the singular mints, you're paying $3 gas fees. You're paying $300 for 100 VMU. You have exactly the same thing as 100 individual mints. You saved a bunch of time, obviously, and now you can trade them on the market. And if for some reason there is one of a pump at any time, which is really of interest, which does take into account the total amount of Zen you have, the term you have, and the price is at a certain point that the buyer is willing to say, okay, well, it's worth, let's say, this amount now, the Zen, but I do expect it to keep going up, with the trend. So I'm willing to give you this price, right? Like more even, than well, yeah, no, sorry. Would there be, no, they'd give you as much. No. So, right, more even than the expected price that you would have thought that they'd be worth, okay, when you bought them initially, in other words. And from your point of view, if there's a pump and they're willing to give you the price of the Zen then, and they're expecting it to go, for Zen to maybe even pump more or whatever, and you're like, nah, I don't agree with that. I think it's going to keep going down. This is just a pump. It's going to rectify. I still have like 200 days to go. You know what? I'm taking that price and you can sell it. And then you can take that profit. Obviously there's profit because you didn't pay that much for your mints. You paid $3 each. Cost you $300. The person's willing to pay $800, whatever. You take that 800 and you figure that you can do new mints more so and end up maybe a little further down the line because you're into the long game, but you're going to have way more. So you prefer to sell that, make more mints, extend your period, and end up with more Zen. See what I'm saying?
No, yeah, you're quite right. I mean, from a manager perspective, to manage all those and be able to trade it on the market, yeah, you definitely would have good benefits there. If it's not just, oh, I'm just thinking about 8 years and that's
So,
all
what
I'm
I'm trying. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, your mic seems to be having an issue here. Yeah, all I'm trying to convey is there's two different speculations there. There's the one with the with the 100 BMU of the first 10,000, you paid $3,000 for it. You're hoping to make $3,000, you know, that's one kind of way of speculating. Or there's the other one where you say, no, I'm gonna give myself the most amount of options. I don't know exactly, you know, what that BMU is gonna do, but I'm gonna keep it tradable. I might have some pumps, I might have some opportunities, I might be able to sell it, I might be able to make more mints with that, fructify my Zen, which is the base asset that I really, you know, care most about in the longer term. And then once you fructify it, you make more, you make even more NFTs like that, say, with the profits, or yeah, just more of those. But now you extended the term somewhat. Then the question becomes, how much was that move? How much did that move make you? You know, when those new mints come to term, and how much will the Zen be worth then, and how much will that move have been? But you'll have, I feel, more options and control and decisions and ways of mitigating both the risk and the profit possibilities than just going for that one specific play of saying, you know, I'm going to get a 110,000. I'm going to cross my fingers that I'm going to get my money back and then some, and pay like $30 gas fees. So they're both valid, but one of them seems to me more safe. Like the risk reward ratio is better, right?
I agree. I agree. I only wish that, you know, for folks who probably did go in really early, got a bunch of mints, that there was a mechanism to move your existing, sorry, a bunch of claims. Um, there was a mechanism to move your existing claims to an NFT. That would have been wonderful, because, you know, there are probably folks who already made whatever investment there through gas that they're willing to make already. So I guess you're kind of stuck with that, and you probably won't be doing a big buy, or sorry, a big mint gas, with
Could
the
you please
NFT.
increase your volume there?
You not hear me?
Yeah,
Um,
your volume
Not
was
much.
low.
Let me disconnect and come
Yeah,
back.
it's okay. Was it too loud for you, YZ? Is that what it was? Because I was raising his volume here.
It was too low.
Right, too low. Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, who is this? Is this Larry by any chance, or Rome? Who is this?
Cap
Cap?
Cash.
Cash. Okay. Yeah. Thought the voice was familiar.
Captain Cash.
How's it going?
No.
Great, man. Doing well. Just minting.
Yeah, doing those singular mints.
Yeah, man.
Any
Just
discipline?
just singular mints, man. I don't know how to do the bots yet.
What's your favorite chain at this point? Do you have any?
I've been doing ETH and BNB smart chain.
Okay, cool. What have the fees been looking like on BNB? Is it still around like 25 cents?
I think last time I did 31 cents. It keep on going up. It was like when I started, I think it was like 23, 24, 25. Now it was like, I don't know today because I haven't done any today, but it was like 31 cents this morning.
Okay. Yeah, I remember it being 24.5. So it's kind of consistent.
Yeah.
It seems to be
What's the best way to get BNB smart chain coin?
from something. What's your starting point to get it?
Like I'm using different wallets. I used to buy on Trust Wallet because I think that's the coin
You're
you
starting
use.
from fiat. You want to buy it from fiat? Is that it?
Yeah.
And it's been a long time. I haven't bought with fiat, but just for trade for me, I like Binance, KuCoin. I'm international, so I'm not. I'm not. I don't have U.S. issues, so I don't know where you are.
ChangeNow.io.
Buy
I
with
see.
fiat? Seriously? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they
you
have
can
those.
swap anything. It's definitely a good website.
Really? So you've used I mean, I've used it, but not to buy with fiat, just to, what was it, to reach the Doge
No,
group?
sorry. Well, I don't know if you can do it from fiat. I apologize. I was thinking to myself there, like you could just buy some Ethereum from the whatever exchange you use. Yeah, that was my mistake there. I was thinking you were at the point of having Ethereum. I wasn't thinking fiat. Sorry, it's a little late
So
where I am.
can you
Okay.
change Ethereum to BNB smart chain?
Yeah, using Change Now.
Oh, so it's changenow.io.
Yeah, that's a good option, definitely.
I have used Simple Swap doing that, and it works pretty good too.
Which one? Sorry.
Simple Swap,
I see.
Simple Swap, and then I switch Ethereum, swap Ethereum for BNB. It works pretty good too. That's the one I'm using.
So from memory, ChangeNow.io very recently, it was somewhere in the $7 range for the ETH swap to BNB, I believe. So
Is that the fee?
yeah, from ETH.
Wow.
Yeah. It wasn't too bad. I mean, it's not too bad. It depends how much you want to swap, but $7 is kind of reasonable. I mean, from ETH, right?
Right. Well, the ones that I've done swaps on Simple Swap, the fees haven't been that high. It's very minimal fee, so it's pretty good. That's why I use it a lot.
Is that
They're
a
very
simple swap IO or just
yes.
.com?
It's let me see. I'll confirm it. It's yeah, Simple Swap IO. Yep.
I see. Thanks, man. Appreciate your help here.
Yeah, just make sure you select that BEP20 though when you do, because when you say BNB, they got the regular BNB, and you want to make sure that BEP20 and select it is available. It works pretty well on Ethereum.
I see. Thanks, man.
Yeah, and the support is great too. I had one day the transaction was stuck or something happened. You jump to the chat, and they respond in seconds, and they help you if it's stuck. They say like a tracking number. Specifically, you give them that, and they know what's going on, and verify they just push it over, and you get stuck. It's pretty cool. Their support team is pretty fast as well, which helps a lot.
Nice.
So, quick question on Zen. Obviously a zero tax, right? Like even when people decide to buy and sell it, it's zero everything.
Zero RFI nonsense. Absolutely. No RFI tax. It's not an RFI coin.
Nice. Honey, are you an admin in this Telegram?
Yes.
When did you find out about Zen?
When I found out about it,
Yeah.
it was like, I don't know, 4 days or so before launch.
Yeah. Dude, I'm really fuck that Jack guy. I really don't know why, but like I feel like he's gonna be a Vitalik. I know he didn't create a blockchain, but it's crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure what that means, like a Vitalik, like in the sense of
Like somebody that people just follow in crypto, like has a big influence.
right. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, my whole experience with Zen was seeing Jack was the first thing. I didn't really know about the coin, so I just happened to on the AMA and I listened to him and he was talking about it, and that was really my first contact. To me, he spoke. To me, he spoke more so than Vitalik, in a sense. I just felt, uh, he was a trustworthy person. Not that Vitalik is not, but Vitalik came across more like a kind of, you know, uh, technically more savvy and just more like, nerdy kind of like into the tech stuff, right? Like maybe very skilled, but it didn't his personality, but didn't really say much to me. But Jack, he just felt like someone who was had the good intentions, very simple intentions, straightforward, no nonsense, nothing, no, so it was a really good impression I had. And then I looked at the contract. I started to understand what was the actual tokenomics, and yeah, and then after I just I came to the chat here, uh saw the whole vibe of the community, the admins, everything. Everything was congruent, like, because I've been in other projects, I've participated in helping and stuff like that, developing, and I had not seen that kind of just simple, straightforward, transparent, uh no nonsense kind of thing in crypto. There was not the how do you say, the smoke and mirrors or anything of that. It was what it was, and the code and the white paper just reflected it perfectly. It was what it was, and Jack had no any kind of incentive other than to make the best possible code that he could think of. And I'm not one to think that the code or that technology needs to be complicated and fancy and convoluted. It just needs to be solid and transparent and true, to its word. And that's what Zen was for me.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like everyone getting into crypto should hold Zen like kind of like everyone getting into Bitcoin, or I mean, crypto knows what Bitcoin is. I feel like a couple years down the road, everyone's gonna be like Zen, you know? That's what I
Yeah,
think.
absolutely. Yeah. Uh,
It just makes sense because like I've been in crypto now for almost 2 years, and I don't give a fuck about buying the dip on Bitcoin. I've just been the last year and a half, 2 years gambling on shit coins. Like you know, because I'm like I'm not buying Bitcoin at 20K. I'd rather buy shit coins that I know I can like flip. But something about Zen, it's like probably my most long term like real crypto, you know, investment right now.
that's awesome. That's really cool. I mean, that's so I've been talking, if you just came in here, like I've been going over this since day one, talking about Zen, and I'm very bullish on it. And I really believe in the project, and I think it fixes everything that was wrong with crypto. And I've been in crypto for quite some years, and I've seen the different phases and you know, kind of attitudes, approaches towards crypto, and how developments and devs have treated it. And it just has not, it just since DeFi, it just kind of went down a very slippery slope. And it was not going in a good place. It was becoming not the technology that was supposed, it was, had promised to be. Um, and for the masses and all that, and for the first principles of crypto, and it was just became a big fat casino basically of speculation and high risk taking, and a lot of people getting wrecked for the benefit of few, and selling a pipe dream basically, um, which was different than what Bitcoin and crypto had been intended in the first place. Never Satoshi said, I'm going to build the biggest casino on earth. And, you know, that was not the idea. So Zen comes in and it solves the issues truly. And I think it's particularly valuable, like particularly valuable for people exactly like you that have come to crypto. Probably you're young, you're looking for ways to invest your hard-earned money to make it grow. That's your basically your sole intention, your main intention, right? And you're following the trends that the crypto is giving to you, saying, okay, buy this, no, buy that, and all that stuff. But what it's really doing, it's always doing the same single thing. It's telling you to if you want to use crypto and you want to be in crypto, you have to pay a premium cost for a coin, and you have to take on some risk. And that's the only way you get to use the blockchain. And on top of that, you have to pay for the gas. That's not even debatable. So you always pay for the gas, you always pay for a premium, and you always take on risk. And that's your only option if you want to do crypto. And that's a problem because you're you're asking people to pay a more or less high price to use a blockchain technology, right? Which was designed for first principles, security, self-sovereignty, you know, self-custody. Uh, and and you're having to take on high risks, very high levels of risk, right? Way beyond what traditional people do when they're trying to make money for maybe their early retirement or nice retirements, you know, putting money away, making their labor, uh, you know, to possibly reach to some kind of prosperity and wealth, right? They don't, that's what their objective is. Their objective is not to gamble their money away and take tremendous amount of risk, but crypto is kind of forcing you to do that. The blockchain technology is forcing you to do that. So that's what Zen solves, right? It says to you that you don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to pay that price to use the blockchain and to invest your money in the long term.
Yo, my phone died as soon as you started talking about something about somebody else said. If you're there, on your deal.
Yeah. Sorry.
My phone died as soon as after I said something. You started talking, and my phone died.
Okay.
Something.
Well, short story.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I was just basically saying that Zen resolved the problem of crypto.
I
Okay.
agree,
The
100%.
right. And that problem was the fact that the whole crypto DeFi, the way that things slid down a very slippery slope at some point. Like you're here you've been here for 2 years, okay? I've been here for like 6 years, and 6 years ago was still, crypto was still at that point about crypto. It was still about the technology and the blockchain and all the things of like security of blockchain and self custody and all those kinds of things, right? Yes, speculation was starting even then, but it was more so about that and reading the white paper and understanding the fundamentals of the coin you were buying and all that stuff. And then at some point it kind of flipped and it became just this huge mega bloated casino of speculation, and that's what you've experienced. And you're
Yeah, it's
you're
just it's just been gambling the last 2 years. There hasn't been like a project outside of maybe like wanting to buy the dip of Ethereum or like the most popular meme coins in the bull market. But there hasn't been something like this where I'm like, okay, I just want to keep buying it, forget about it, and look at it in like 2-3 years. I want to pull like a Bitcoin pizza. Like I don't want to pull a Bitcoin buying a pizza with some Zen, you know?
right. No, so that exactly, it was like that. And Ethereum was like up and coming, and it was like somewhere like $40 or so, and it was like possible investments, and you'd look the white paper and you'd study it and that kind of thing. And crypto was still crypto back then. uh so now it's become, just meme coins and all that crap. And so for people around the world, and new generation of people, young people who have a little money and they're thinking of trying to invest their money, as people have been doing, for decades and decades, to try to get a nice retirement or retire early or whatever, have their money grow, right? There was not options, and the whole way that crypto is built, and now I'm even going back like to my beginnings and before then. uh, Blockchain always forced you to buy a certain coin, right? Take a certain amount of risk, and on top of it, pay the gas fees. And this has been across the board, and nobody found a solution to this. And what it meant is that people were taking on additional cost and additional risk on top of the gas price. And the gas price is really the real price of the technology of blockchain. It's the part of the money that's going to the validators and the infrastructure and the energy and all that stuff. But the coin, this is just a speculation, right? So why do you have to buy a shit coin to be able to use the technology? Like, since when is that how technology works? So it's a big problem, and I think a big part of the crypto community was just thriving on that and just making a whole bunch of money and launching new projects and this and that, and just taking people's money basically. And the you know and the blockchain is being hijacked by that um casino gambling mentality and market. So Zen is coming in now at this point in time, and it's saying, you know what, I'm not going to charge you anything. No gas, no premium, no added risk, just the gas fee, which is going to pay the infrastructure that you are wanting to use, so that you can come and do stuff and make use of the security and the self custody, right? And the freedom of of exchanging and doing your business without somebody, telling you what you can and cannot do. And yeah, so it's very, very, like you say, he might be like Vitalik, but it's way more than that. It's way more than that. It's not about the personality of Jack. Jack is just happens to be the guy that happened to see and do both, see it and do it, because good things, really good things, oftentimes don't get done unless there's money to make with it, right? And when the good things is exactly about not making money with it, it's about helping, just helping people, and giving them something of value without you profiting from it. Those things, they rarely get done. And Jack just happens to be the kind of guy who decided to do that, to launch a crypto where he had no kind of allocation, started at zero supply, and he had to mint like everybody else. And that's why I say it was completely congruent with his white paper, with what Zen is about: fair crypto, fair distribution model. He
It's
seems
perfect
like a
for a bear
very,
market because hopefully by the bull market, we'll really be going. But I also think it's good that this happened in the bear because now, like, somebody getting into crypto, if I'm just talking to somebody I met and I'm talking crypto, I'm not going to have to talk about Bitcoin or Ethereum. I can talk about Zen, which would be better than telling them to buy some dog coin, because then you can get into, discussing like, yeah, it's the people's coin. You have to create it if you want to be part of it. And that you're this early that you're just like, we're creating the supply. I mean, there's 28 people in here. Like, holy, like, this is crazy. Like, we're all minting it. And I think also the best part is I've talked to I have some dev friends, and we've always thought it'd be great if there was a contract that didn't let you sell until, like, certain milestones, which I think this process of minting and having to wait is just, it makes people stay in the project rather than, buying it, selling it, and never coming back. I think a lot of people are curious, like, what if I do 100, 400-day term, a 300, a 100, and then I feel like a lot of people are going to try to time the market. But it's interesting because somebody who finds out about it today, if they do a 413 term, people that got in, 10 days ago, it's just going to be very interesting when this 400 days comes around.
yeah. What about the people that came in 10 days ago, or what about the guy that's going to mint in 2 months from now? What do you think that represents for him, or the guy that was 2 months earlier? What's your understanding of how that's going to work out?
Well, from what I've been seeing, I really don't know that. This whole, like, I look at the chart and I know basically you should just look at it like it's at zero, but this is probably the most interesting thing I'm ever going to see in crypto for a long time. And I think that's what, like, draws me in more, because I don't think anybody knows. Because you can look at the percentages, how long people are, like, locking. I think 16% of people have their stuff locked for almost the max term. And then, like, 40% have it on the 30 days. And I know in, like, 2 days, right, the 30 term is up. So I feel like, a lot of people will try to sell. I don't know. It's really just kind of fascinating to see what's going to happen. I have no idea.
Right. Right. Well, there's a lot of ins and outs in it, and you can come to understand it better. And if you understand it better, you can communicate it. And you know, here in the community, there's one admin who's Zen Su, and has a channel called Zenducation. I don't know if you've seen that YouTube channel.
No, I have not. I've seen this
Right.
guy, like, 333 Crypto, that kindness crypto guy.
Crypto Kindness. Yeah, he did
Yeah, I've been
a
watching I watched that one live this morning.
right. So you can go check that out. He's a great guy, great energy. He very inspiring. One of the first admins, that I spoke with when I came here, and he was like, yeah, he as well was completely congruent with the project. Um, he has a channel called Zen Education, and he's very much into that notion of educating people into crypto and the first principles of crypto and what crypto really was about. And it's really important because it's important for the project because it's a mass adoption project, Zen, and the whole way it's built. So yeah, if you understand it and you look at it, the more you're going to understand it, what you're going to realize is the more you're going to understand all the ins and outs of it, the more bullish you're going to become about Zen. And I can tell you that from day one, a clear trend that has presented itself in this chat, and I've been here since the beginning, and very much so, and we've had tremendous discussions and all kinds of looking at it from different angles. The most experienced people, the smarter, people have been the ones that have been the most bullish about Zen from the very beginning, like very, very bullish, because they had been in crypto for so long and they had seen so many things. And those who had not so much experience and have only known these last periods, a lot of skepticism, a lot of misconceptions, a lot about worries about supply and the price going down, and just not understanding actually what it was about. But yeah, the more you look at it, uh, the more bullish you become with Zen, and you understand
Yeah.
that it's not just another crypto; it's a new basically technology or way of doing crypto. This way of not paying any premium risk except the minimum amount possible, which is to pay the gas and to get a refund through the coins that you get. And as you said, the timeline, the having to wait for those coins is very powerful as well. It creates anticipation. People they cherish their coins in a sense. I mean, when you waited 1 year to get something as opposed as having them right away.
And I think
And
what's even crazier is like how many people are minting right now and are just gonna forget, and then a year from now they're like their 20 million coins or whatever are just gonna be gone, and then the price is just gonna go nuts. Or if
right,
they didn't
but
get minted, would the
yeah.
price be affected? Like if they don't, or if they don't collect them, do they just disappear so it's never in the supply?
So okay, so let me allow me to explain something that I'd say most people that have been here in the last couple of years, like yourself, uh, tend to be biased and not think about, okay, of the mechanics of crypto. So it's a paradox, okay? So most people have become conditioned to want quick gains, big gains, and the fastest possible. And a lot of projects that you've been in and you've come across use this as their very selling point, right? Like, get into this, get in it now, it's going to pump, it's going to go to the moon, right? Over and over again. And they're doing this to incite adoption of their coin, right? But here's the twist. As soon as it starts to pump, okay, anyone who has any amount of experience and thus any amount of money to spend, well, for the most part, right? Like the better players that have some funds to deploy. I mean, if a thing goes up so quickly, why are they going to get into the project at that point, right? The price goes up, you got the first adoption, and then the whole thing starts kind of, coming down. You can see it's overbought, and the whole thing comes crashing down eventually, quite quickly, right? And you just shut down the very adoption of your project through the very device that you thought was going to bring you adoption, the pumponomics, right? So you're basically shutting down your own project through the very thing that you were trying to achieve adoption. It's a self-defeating way of going about a serious, project that you want to work in the long term. It just doesn't work. So this has become the bias of people that pumping and high price means something good, and that they want to get into things that go up quickly or make them a lot of profits in a relatively short time, right? This has been conditioned. Well, this was like conditioning people to play in a casino, playing, just put a little bit and get a lot of gains. But it's self-defeating, and it's not going to reach to mass adoption. It never will. It never could. That's not how mass adoption is achieved. And so what happens is you have a small amount of gamblers, right, in a certain limited space, and the market cap starts just kind of stagnating, and just money being shuffled around, and it's all the same money that's being lost or won. But in the end, it's always more so losers than winners.
And yeah, it's usually people that are losing are the people who know nothing about crypto and they just got on Telegram. They're like just looking for stuff, and those are the people that lose. Which
Exactly,
is
or the ones that have already lost and are getting desperate to make wins. And they
whereas
just bet
then
on
it's
it.
like Zen, you literally can't lose unless like you put all your life savings in and are praying that, but like putting $6 for a gas to buy a wallet here and there throughout the year is like whatever. But what's crazy is when
Well,
this bull run comes,
Zen,
nobody's gonna want to be minting when gas is $100.
well, Zen is quite opposite. So look at Zen. Have you seen the Zen price? So it basically has been going down. The trend of Zen is just going down and down and down in the price. And now we had a little pump because there was some announcement, but it's gonna come back down. And it's gonna go down and down and down and down and down. That's the trend in this phase of adoption. And what it really means is that it's succeeding, and it's really succeeding. The more the more it goes down means the more people are printing Zen, the more Zen is hitting the market. And as you said, the 30-day mark, yes, they will sell. Some people will take profits. They'll let go of their Zen, and some people will get wrecked because they bought it off the market and the price went down because they didn't read the white paper and they don't understand what it's about. But it's super bullish for Zen because it just means more supply is hitting the market, because we're in that phase where this actual supply is being created. Unlike other coins that already have their pre-minted supply, right? They already have a set supply. Zen started with zero supply. So, I mean, that how opposite can you be to the typical pump and dump, where the whole objective is the price to go up? Here, the more it goes down, it's bullish. So Zen is really about the adoption. So if you look at the adoption, now it's very different. It's not going down and down and down. It's just going up and up and up and up and up. The adoption, right? And what does the adoption mean? The adoption it means that money is coming in. People are getting in their wallets. These people are the people that bring the capital, the economic energy to any project. Well, if they're just in the minting process, a lot of them have to already wait a year before getting their coins. It's obviously not going to be a 2-month pump and dump, or a 2-week pump and dump, or a 2-day pump and dump. I mean, it's only going to be really starting in a year from now, in terms of some kind of real beginning to price appreciation, price discovery.
How
So,
great would it be? I hope there's just crypto whales just minting so many wallets right now and waiting in a year to blow it up.
so that you can buy, or what's your take on that? Why do you want whales producing? Which is fine. I'm just curious why you say that.
Well, I mean, I'm more thinking not like whales. I'm more thinking like I hope Elon finds this and just like is so quiet about it, and then a couple years down the road just talks about Zen, because this has to blow. Like, and then the groups that I'm in, we talk about Zen, and everybody's mind is just blown. Like, if Elon Musk doesn't see this and his mind isn't blown, I'm gonna be very confused, because this is the craziest shit I've ever seen in crypto, project wise.
Right. So, well, it's all about adoption. And once a certain critical mass has been achieved in adoption, what happens is similar to like what happened with Doge. Okay. So Doge, Doge has what? Like now I think it's like 1.2 million wallets, right? Zen is probably closing in, it'll be closing in onto 30 million wallets in the first month.
30,000, you mean?
30 million.
How many wallets did you say Doge has?
1.2. Oh
So we
no,
already have more wallets than Dogecoin?
yeah, let me make sure I'm not confusing. 1.2. No, I
Let's
think
just
I'm confused with SHIB. I'm confused with SHIB, I believe. Because Doge is hard to find the wallets because they did the
Robinhood shit.
yeah, it's not, yeah, I think it's SHIB. SHIB. Yeah. Doge. I'd be very interested to know the wallets on Doge. I'm not sure it's, I don't know. I mean, SHIB pumped hard in the bull market. Yeah, you have no idea how much it is with Doge.
Wallet wise, I'd have to go to Etherscan and BSC. I'm on my phone right now.
Yeah, but I wasn't seeing.
Wonder what this Telegram will be at a year from now.
Okay, Doge. Um, I didn't think about taking just the CoinGecko route and simply. I don't know why I had so much trouble finding the wallets for Doge. Okay, here.
You guys notice how good it's doing already? This thing's doing exactly what I thought it would. It's gonna be it's gonna be overtaking Polygon in the next couple days, which is super
Doge?
fast. Oh
Doge?
yeah, totally.
So Doge.
I'm talking Zen on Doge.
I'm gonna look on the block Doge tokenview.io. Let's see. Tokenview.io. Okay, so there's plenty of transactions, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, volume size. Come on. Blocked. Okay. You wouldn't by chance know either, Denizen, huh? How much? Okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. It's more. It's 5 million. 5 times as much as SHIB.
You're on Doge token view. I can't access that for some reason.
It's doge.tokenview.io.
Yeah, I missed that extra dot there. Thanks.
Yeah, so 5 million wallets, and then we must be closing in on 30 million soon, Denizen.
I wonder how many. I know we
For
get new
what?
wallets every day, but I wonder how many holders it gets compared to like how many of those wallets those people are minting.
Yeah, it's not users, all users, obviously, which is the case on all coins, but people have more than one wallets, but yeah, definitely. But still, in terms of contribution, gas fees, transactions to the blockchain, to Ethereum, I mean, Zen is actually, contributing quite strongly to making ETH deflationary. And I mean, this is just not even a month. So it's more around, I don't know, all compiled up, how many users that is. Like through all the chains, have to go through all the chains and all the analysis and all that to kind of compile it. But yeah, like at least I would say nearing 1 million. And we're just, adoption is kind of an exponential thing. So beginning there's just a few, and then they speak about it and more, and then it just grows even faster.
I think today Zen burned over 60 ETH. So does that mean people are just constantly sitting there at their computers minting new wallets?
Yeah.
That's
Well, you can
fucking
see it on
crazy.
Etherscan. On Etherscan, you can see it quite simply there. It'll tell you how much gas was spent.
Think there'll
Or you
ever
can
be
just
a
type.
Zen chain?
No, I don't think so. I don't think. I think Jack is smarter than that. That would not be. That would not be very smart. It just doesn't fall into the ethos of Zen. Zen is a multi-chain token launched in already 9 chains.
Right.
More to come. Why isolate yourself on a single chain, right? Like,
Yeah, that makes sense.
right,
I
and then
actually, sorry.
yeah, and then on top of it, you have to manage it. Like, what's the value? Why all the trouble? The technology is already there. The road system is already there. Why rebuild? Why do you need to rebuild it? No, Jack is is about efficiency and effectiveness and getting things done quickly. I've never ever seen someone who is just in crypto, in other domains, yes, but in crypto, in this technological kind of like way of complicated way of trying to make things look complicated and more sophisticated than they need to be to try to impress and sell your product. I've not seen someone just be so like to the point and straightforward and effective, in working with how things already are. Like, I'm not
Today
interested
I
in.
asked.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, Saying today, when they're having that interview, I actually asked a question and they answered it, and I said, "Any plans to go on a Kronos soon?" And Jack said the only reason that he's not on there is he just needs to do more research on the team. But they're on Doge Chain, and I'm like, so y'all are gonna be on Doge Chain, but not Crypto.com, Kronos Chain, and Doge Chain. Zen is actually slowing down that network.
Doge chain is slowing down the network? You mean Zen
Yeah,
is slowing
Zen
down
is slowing down Doge Chain.
Yeah, it was for a while. It's the block times are pretty low again right now anyway, but it could
I
definitely
don't know if you
pick up
guys are on
again.
Kronos Chain, but I've been on Kronos the last year, and that's a great chain. And I think Crow should be next.
Yeah. I mean, sure, why not? I mean, if he's looking into it, I'm not like particularly turned on by Kronos or Crow, but I bought that coin. I've used their services. I don't, you know, I've been through the made promises and the unkept promises of you know, of that platform. Kronos, I don't think I've even used it. That's their EVM, right?
Kronos is the blockchain, yeah. So it's crazy. You can create contracts, launch them to Kronos, and buy meme coins with Crow. Crow's at like 10 cents, 11 cents. All time high was 90. So it's just a bear market, but I think it's like it's US based, but they're going worldwide.
So yeah, what's the value? What do you see as a value?
Kronos
Yeah, on Kronos.
on like 2 years, 3 years,
No,
$2.
no, but for you as a chain, like what value do you get from it? What have you found that's a value there?
If Zen comes to it, like how does it benefit Zen or Crypto.com?
Yeah, the chain itself, like okay,
So
so we use different chains and we use them for different purposes. Like we could speak about Polygon. What does it mean for you, or Binance, or Avalanche? What is
well,
Kronos for you?
to me, Crow gas fees are great. It's like maybe 50 cents, which is like maybe 5 Crow. Sometimes it's only 3 Crow, so you can mint wallets for nothing. And I think with the price of Crow being so low right now, being able to mint Zen at the price it is, I think in the long term will be better as Crow goes up in price. Because Crow is only like 11 cents. Imagine when it goes back to 90 and you can swap that for Crow.
Uh, how is the so 50 cents? 50 cents is not particularly cheap. I mean, relative to the certain other chains. So what's the do you feel that is there particularly good options in terms of swaps,
Yeah.
liquidity?
So the swap I use is MMF and VVS. And I don't know the liquidity. I think I think Crypto.com might be at 3 billion market cap. But overall, I think if they came to Crypto.com, I think, in my opinion, Crypto.com is going to be like the Binance of the US. I don't know. I just think if they came over here, it'd get a lot more eyes. It doesn't make sense to me to be on Doge Chain and not be on Kronos Chain. I don't even like Poly. I know I'm not really not on Polygon or Avalanche, but I just
Do
think
you feel like
Crypto.com is a great
Crow?
blockchain.
I mean, I kind of just don't off the bat. I don't know. I haven't used it, but I
They
just
have a
feel the
DeFi wallet.
association with the CRO, um, Crypto.com is kind of the part I don't like about it. Like, do you not prefer something which is absolutely decentralized? Even though I know it's an EVM and it's DeFi, but isn't it more so like Binance? ultimately.
Yeah, the
Like
people compare it to Binance. Um, I don't know.
like
I just thought it would
DeFi,
make
like
sense. What?
well, compared to something which is not associated with an exchange or some kind of .com or something centralized like that. That's not. Do you not prefer DeFi to be not associated with a centralized entity in terms of just the fact that you know uh, they're often there to make money and kind of control the flow and the way of things in their own interest, as opposed to really your interest. Yeah, your interest to
But
make
doesn't
money, to make a
isn't the
business that works well. I'm sure they'll function well, and they'll, because of that centralization, they'll have a smooth blockchain like Binance, uh, and it could be very good. But is it really a long term interesting option? Do you feel for DeFi?
fuck? My mic was muted. God damn it. I
I
just
know,
said a bunch of
right?
stuff.
It
But
happens.
that whole time.
yeah.
Oh
But
man, back
crypto.com
up.
has the exchange, right? But the Kronos chain is decentralized. Like I can have multiple wallets on Kronos chain. On crypto.com, you can only buy ERC20 Crow, but on the Kronos chain, you can only swap Crow beta, which is like you can't use Crow ERC on the Kronos chain. You can only use Crow beta. It's kind of like
There,
Binance
that
Smart Chain, you know? On the Smart Chain, you can only use
yeah, the
Smart shit.
BSP.
And on Kronos, you can only use Kronos, but on crypto.com, it's ERC, which is like, think of it as like the BNB, you know?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
bring
no,
it
I get it.
over, you bring it
They're
over to the DeFi wallet. You have a swap in the DeFi wallet. I can exchange Crow Beta for a meme coin.
I'm I get it. It's their gas token.
And I just think it'd be so cheap to do it. It's basically like it's just like BSC. It's basically the same price. And I just think it would bring everybody on Crow would see Zen, right? And then everybody, wait, what is this? Because not a lot of stuff launches on
Do you
Kronos.
feel right? I mean, honestly, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you have a bag of pro, but I just don't see it. The Yeah, they did marketing, they made promises, they gave out credit cards and all that stuff, and that was cool. Their visas, they kind of didn't hold up their promises in terms of the staking rewards and all that. I remember that much.
But I think they had to change it for the longevity of Kronos and for it to like succeed. Even like a bunch of
Yeah,
marketing, they recently said fuck that. And now you're gonna see in 2 weeks, crypto.com is gonna be all over the World Cup. And watch that coin pump.
Yeah, it's very possible if they do the marketing, but watch that coin pump. Yeah. I mean, I saw it pump and I saw them giving all, and the reason they pumped was because of the promotions and the Visa cards and all that stuff, the whole onboarding, and there was incentive to get into and buy the coin, and you could, I forget how it was, like you'd stake it. Oh yeah, so the more you'd stake it, the better interest rate you got on your rewards on the Visa card, and then you'd lock in like quite a bit, right? It was like there was different like 50,000 crow, 500,000 or something like that. And then they changed their thing. Right. I'm fine with that. Of course, you can't give unreasonable rewards forever, but they wrecked the people that were staked in their thing, and then the thing crashed, and so it pumped and then it dumps. So to me, that's like, I associate that with a kind of money grab, and I don't see it being any different in the future when it's kind of centralized like that, and you have crypto.com paying for marketing in the World Cup. Like, doesn't that cost a lot of money? And aren't you taking a gamble? And if it doesn't work out the way you want, and your timing isn't right, and you're not getting, the adoption you want, like, don't you just like kind of take the money out of your user base? Like, aren't you putting yourself? I mean, it could work like Binance worked well, but it was at like a different timing. But I kind of feel with all these chains now and the technology that we're going more so. I think the DeFi route is going to win more so, and the centralized model and way of doing things for the mass adoption anyway. I don't know. I I could be wrong. Could be that Binance and Crow um, create some devices, but I think people will quickly get out of those. Maybe they'll onboard there, but I don't know.
Yeah.
They did it once, and that's enough for me. I was out after that.
So when Crow was pumping to like 90 cents, the end of the bull run, there was actually a meme coin on Crow which went to like 60 million market cap, and I feel like that was also a big reason Crow was pumping was that one meme coin. Maybe not that one, but that meme coin is bringing a lot of attention to that blockchain, and honestly, I'm more bullish on the meme coins over there than I am actual Crow. My biggest goal is just make as much Crow as I can before it goes to $1 again. And then when it hits that dollar, I'm out.
Right. So yeah, I that's what I suspected. You had a bag there or something going on.
Just meme coins. I don't like I have Crow, but it's all in meme coins. And I just think like if Zen came over to Crow, it's not gonna hurt it. I mean, it's just if anything, it's gonna give more eyes.
Right. No, but Jack is kind of like looking at things with his own from his own perspective, and I think his judgments calls have been good so far.
Yeah, that was
And
the first thing he said though, is he said I don't know the people over there when I asked the question.
right, right. Yeah, he seems to put importance on the people. He seems to put importance on the intentions behind the people. He seems to be protective of his project and the people that follow him in the whole Zen experiment. And I wouldn't want it to be any other way. He should do his homework, and people have asked. He's basically doing his research. People have asked about Solana. He was like, Solana's, plenty popular for it to have been considered compared to other chains that we've already launched on. and he seems to go for what he feels is healthy, what is, DeFi, what follows the first principles of crypto, what's fun, what's open and free. And I think ultimately Zen will be, it could put itself in a position, if not already getting there, where it will get to decide somewhat, who benefits from the Zen, as as opposed to the opposite, where asking chains to you know to embrace or promote his projects. It'll be the chains that are going to be wanting to have Zen. I think that's perfect, because I think Zen has the superior intentions at hand. First principles of crypto. It's not about Jack making money off of the people in his project.
Yeah, I hope they do like a interview once a week or something.
I mean, Jack?
Yeah, on that YouTube, I hope they do it like once a week, updates or something. Just
Well,
talk.
he's been doing more than that. He's all over the place, doing AMAs, different YouTube channels. He did one this morning. After his AMA, like within the first 5 minutes, I actually announced it on the live, and then we opened the channel here, and people started coming in, and it's been going on since then. That was around noon, so it's been like 12 hours straight. People
He
have coming
said
in here.
he said he'll come into this chat. Has he ever been in here?
Yeah, he comes in. Usually he'll come in when there's like something going on, the
Well, the
launch
voice
or
chat or the other chat?
yeah, like here where we are right now.
Oh, he talks?
Yeah,
Nice. What's his username?
Mr.
Dude, sometimes
Jackson.
he even just here and sometimes he even just comes in and listens. He doesn't. He's just like. I think one time I heard him. He's just like, "Nah, I just like listening to you guys chat." You know, just
That's
coming in to
fair.
hang out.
I mean, he's like the guy, it's pretty cool. How old
Yeah.
is he? He's like 40 something, eh?
Oh man, age is in the head.
I know, I'm just curious. Honestly, I wanted to make a video or something, start a YouTube, maybe so people are trying to find more info on him. But I think I had listened. I guess he's been married for about 26 years, so he's up there.
I don't know. I mean, he's just all I know is in his latest AMA interviews. He's usually he has a little time, and then he has to get going, maybe to drive kids to something. He's just a you know simple kind of real guy that is really interested in many things, and crypto is one of them. And it's been so since basically Bitcoin, the beginnings of Bitcoin. So he's been looking at this whole crypto thing since the beginning, basically, and he was a Google developer, and he's a network engineer. Definitely not this guy that's trying to do any kind of big money grab off of his crypto, smart contract, because his smart contract is completely open source and visible, and there's none of that going on.
All right, I gotta bounce. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, man. See you later.
Later.
Take care.
Looking at this ultrasound money at the today's ETH burn. Looks like Zen is at number 3 at almost 74 ETH. The CoinTool batch minter, which is likely mostly Zen, is at 112 ETH. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check that. I'm waiting for ETH to come down.
Yeah, me too. I just a little bit basically at the top of this little channel here.
I'm good. I tried to do trade on ETH. I usually trade it and just very intermittently, but sometimes you get caught in the trade, right? Like, yeah, just waiting. So I sold it. I sold it kind of high. Now it's actually below where I sold it, but I really am waiting for it to come down. I want my ETH back.
Yeah, man. I mean, according to my tools that I use, I mean, I only look at like weeklies or monthlies, you know. And there's like some serious divergence that's been going on here, so I don't know though. For some reason, I just feel like there might be a bull trap coming if it pops anymore, you know. I just don't see it yet. Uh, that's not really based on anything. It's just based on the feeling crap, you know. Other than this divergence stuff I'm looking at.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm expecting a bull trap, but not like in the short term. Maybe within the next.
Yeah, I'm talking like months, like several months. There's some sort of breakout here, at least for a couple weeks or something, and then just like really dumping.
Right, exactly. It could look like something. Maybe let me check here just the chart on a good time frame.
I mean, you know, I don't know. I've just seen it so many damn times over the years. it's it's kind of like, well, I'm expecting it, but it could totally just keep going up, I guess. There really hasn't been any pump, so just normal price action.
Yeah, let me check this. I'm not like a super chart guy, but if I have the good time frame, I get these usually strong first impressions.
Well, that's the thing, dude. With just fundamentals, it's like, I mean, the charts. It's like the that's not the whole story, right? There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that is not represented in the charts yet. So
Yeah. Well, especially the macro. The thing is, I'm expecting a pivot, like a soft pivot, but a pivot nonetheless, and the the markets are so, they've been so just so patient in a sideways trend that
I mean, the way I look at it, like the market is at a pivot point right now from what I'm seeing.
Right. So I'm just looking at the ETH. The ETH is so what was this about? This last little
You're looking at the chart, throw on the logarithmic function and check it out. That might help too to see for you see what I'm looking at.
so what was this last pump about? What was this? Trying to remember.
I don't even think it's a pump. It's just like if it was anything that made the price move, it was Zen, in my opinion. But it was just like such a minimal. I mean, what was it like a 15-20% movement? That's like totally normal.
No, I don't think that was related. I mean, it's maybe to some extent, but not much. But no, but this pump is from, let's see, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 12 days ago or so. Was it? Oh no, it wasn't. Oh no, 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 no. Oh wow, we're already November 6th. Okay, so yeah, this was like 11 days ago. Okay, so 11 days ago, there was since then, there was the FOMC meeting. Mm. Yeah, it could be that this is going to not even come down so much until before that bull trap comes out, that breakout. You know, it might be that last time that it was at like, oh, it got down already all the way to 10.25.
Are you looking at ETH?
Yeah,
1025 what?
yeah, ETH. Yeah, that was well, that was a while back there. So yeah, the last, okay, no, I'm sorry. For some reason I changed time frames here. I'm quite back. I'm at the July here.
We had the low this year is 880 on my chart. So
Yeah. But no, it was sideways ranging at 1200. This is what I remember, like 12, 13, 12, 13, 12. It was doing
yeah,
that.
it's been doing
Right.
that for a couple months or a month at least. Yeah.
And now here it just popped out of the 1200, 1300 range, which it was going, and it pumped. This is 11 days ago, right? 11 days, and now we're at 1619, right? Okay. I sold it at 1642, I think. You know, and I was highly expected that it's going to come down, and I'm going to maybe catch it at like, 1300 easily, and that'd be fine.
Dude, we got to get ET. He's probably like the chart master.
Is he? I didn't know. Is he?
I don't know either, but I mean, he started that goldprice.com or whatever like decades ago.
Right. But yeah, charting as a whole, I mean, he's good with like technical stuff to make make the chart, but charting itself is a whole other thing. Like you have to, like it's very specific. You have to spend like a lot of
I know.
time.
I can't get
Yeah.
any information out of that guy. But you see on this log chart though, right? Or you don't even need to use the log chart actually to see that ETH is at the top of a downward, a descending channel here.
Yeah.
So it's either gonna bounce or break through that channel. I guess we'll find
Well,
out.
yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like that's the thing with charts. Is you can look at like at certain trends, and between the breakouts, in between the ranges, it can be quite useful, right? Those ranges, those key points. But to use the chart to say it's going to break out of that range, or it's going to break down from that range, that's a whole different story. That's when the whole thing starts to become astrology. Because
No, that's what I'm saying. There's underlying fundamentals that must exist before it gets printed on the chart. All you can see on this chart right now is that ETH didn't make new lows, these lows in this summer, July, this past month or whatever, it didn't make new lows. It didn't break. So hopped back up to that upper end of the channel there.
I mean, it looks to me that when you just look at, let's say, the last, like, what's here, you look like until March, that whole, which basically came crumbling down around, let's say, June. Okay, you look at that, all that was before June, that huge, where ETH was like at $4,000 and all that, and then it broke down. And you look at where it's now, and it's to break out of that, it has a lot of work to do from where it's right now.
I mean, it could literally just like, it could look like it breaks through this channel right now, and then it could just range it could just range for years and years, for all we know. Just range within 2,000 and range between $1,000 and $3,000 or whatever. Just like no real significant moves anywhere.
Right, but it would kind of.
I mean, that's why they call this stuff chart. That's why some people call this shit chart art. It's because there's no underlying fundamentals in it. You're just drawing lines on stuff.
Right, but there is ranges that you can determine, because that's the market psychology, and those are the well, not just market psychology, but just the fact of the matter that those are the points where people buy and sell, and supports and resistance, and those ranges, you can those you can count on, but the breaking out of them, but if they range, they'll stay if they go sideways for years, they'll typically be within a range, and if they break out, they'll move on to a new range. But when you look at this, to me, it seems like there's a tremendous amount. It's going to take a tremendous amount of pressure to break out of this. This line goes back.
First step is what, $1,900-$1,900. It's got to break through and stay through.
Yeah. Let's see. What would be the first? Where would if let's say it had a lot of pressure, decent amount upwards, where would that be? Where would that realistically be?
There's just like a ton of resistance between, 18 and 19 to all the way up to, 25. Like that's serious resistance going on there.
Yeah, like it seems to me that the place where it would have to go to like really like find a new long-term range, like they would have to break through and go meet and then be able to like range there. It's almost like 3,500. It seems to me. It seems like anything less than that is going to be very susceptible.
Oh, 35 would be your safe number to say, yeah, it's back in a bull.
It's kind of like, yeah, like that, like if it, first of all, it seems to me it's very difficult for it to break out of the range it's actually in right now. And if it did, it would kind of have to get to 35 to be able to like have some kind of secure position to go sideways. Otherwise it'll just kind of break back down and come down to this point. Seems to me. I'm not seeing any clear supports before 3,500. Do you?
Maybe
35. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
I'm
maybe,
looking at like a weekly chart. So, I mean, it's
maybe 2,800 actually.
2000 is super strong. I mean, I'm looking,
You're seeing
you know,
2,000 as super strong.
yeah, it's bounced off of 2000 a bunch of times, all the way back to, February of 21.
Okay. Why am I not seeing that 2,000? I'm using a little wonky chart here, but yeah, 2,000. Are you on like CoinGecko? So, kind of chart like that? I'm not on that.
I'm on Trading View.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure it's just going to keep going down myself.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if there's any sort of breakout going on here.
I know, right? It's hard to imagine.
Those little details though, where it didn't make new lows from, where it's higher lows right now, and there's these huge divergences that have been going on since, the middle of the year here from, it showed itself as a divergence beginning in, June, July.
Yeah, I don't put any stock much in the crypto charts unless we're in a any kind of safe environment, macro wise or bull market. I find it funny when I see crypto guys that doing charts and they're like they're going off the charts and the whole macro, the end of the world, the whole world is collapsing. Oh, I think we're gonna Bitcoin's going up.
I mean, there's a little weight that you can, the charts can hold their sand to a point, but they're not all of the information.
Well, especially not crypto. I mean, crypto is super dependent on the Fed and what's happening in the macro economy. So as long as the Fed is just, if they're cruising along, yeah, you can look at the chart in a certain way. If they're bullish and they're, well, not bullish, but I mean they're doing QE, and the market is bullish in the equities and everywhere else, yeah, then like you can look at the Bitcoin chart. But if everything's going to hell and the banks are doing this and the governments are doing that, and you're looking at your Bitcoin as if the Bitcoin chart's going to tell you what's going to happen, I think you're going in the wrong order of things.
The government's doing their thing whether the chart's going up or down. Doesn't They're always doing their thing. That's why it's going down right now. Right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Understand what they're doing, and you'll understand much more where the Bitcoin is going to go than the chart. If you think it's otherwise, it's like, and then people do it on small coins.
We're talking fundamentals here.
Yeah. At least for the breakouts and those things, that's where in the ranges, yeah, the charts, they'll tell you where it's going to stop. There'll be some support. They'll see where it'll stop from resistance, but I don't put so much stock in the crypto charts.
Hey, honey deals.
Hey, who is this?
This is Leo.
Hey, Leo.
Hey,
How you
Dan.
doing?
Good. Hey, a question, guys. Have you guys heard anything? What's going to be the APY payout on if you stake through Popcorn DeFi platform instead of the same platform? Yes. Heard anything about that?
No, not specifically. I don't know, but like you're getting popcorn over there, right?
I'm sorry?
You're getting pop over there for staking, I think.
Correct. You just have to get Pop to stake over there, but I don't know what's going to be the
What you mean you have to get
APY.
pop? So you
I
have to
guess you
get,
have to.
like, you have to buy pop, or you stake your Zen, or how does it? You stake your Zen and you get pop, or you have to buy the pop and you couple it. It's just farming. What is the? Are you
What my
coupling the
understanding,
pop to the Zen?
what I read, I think you have to buy some Pop. You have to own Pop in order to stake your
Okay.
Zen. That's what my understanding when I was reading, but
That
maybe
sounds
be
like
wrong. But
farming. Are they calling it staking?
right,
They're calling it staking or farming.
staking. Right.
Okay. Sounds like two coins coupled together, and you're getting a yield, probably, I don't know, in pop, whatever.
Correct, but I just didn't know if somebody here in the chat knew or heard what is going to be the APY percentage paid if you stake through them instead of
Right.
staking directly here to the
Yeah, I
20%.
saw
Just
something real quick earlier, but I can't remember any specific numbers. But isn't there some kind of info on the site, or they're not giving the info yet? It's
I
not there
cannot.
yet.
There's information, but I cannot really find out what I'm looking for. But
So this is Pop.net Network. Is that right?
correct.
Or is it
Yeah,
Pop.net? No.
Pop Finance Network or something like that. Give me a second here. Tell you right now.
Maybe popcorn.finance or
Yeah, that finance. Yep, that's the one.
but not popcorn. Because it doesn't know, is it pop.finance?
Hold on. It is where is it at? My computer's running kind of slow here.
I'm getting all these sites like pop.finance, popcorn, but
Right.
it's not that.
see that. Pull this up here.
Thinking maybe popcorn.network. I'm going to try that one.
Yeah, popcorn.network. That's what it is.
Is it it seems to still not be working. Is it like purplish and you see all these? No, that's not it. No, that's not it.
Ah, jeez, man. Computer's running slow today.
Okay, okay, here it's coming in. Right,
Yeah,
popcorn. What
yeah,
is?
popcorn dot network.
Yeah, it's working. Okay, so
Let's see.
yeah, I'm not seeing yet the logo of Zen on their site. Had looked once, still don't see it. Okay, there's a little demo. Zen staking on popcorn on YouTube 1 day ago.
Yeah, they did a demo on it. Oh, how long ago?
1 day.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they just kind of show on the staking part of it, but I just didn't know. They didn't talk anything. I did watch the video, the YouTube video, but it didn't talk what's going to be the payout or what's going to be earning on it. But I think you have to have some popcorn in there in order to stake. You have to own some pop. I'm just concerned that APY is going to be the same or it's going to be a little bit better. I don't know.
Like better than 20%, basically.
Yeah, that's correct. So I don't know if that's what they're going to be offering.
Right. Well, just keep
Sup,
in
deal?
mind,
Sup, deals?
hey,
What's
hey,
up, War Dog?
I recognize that. That sounds like a war dog, I think. I mean, there it is.
Exactly. What's
Mhm.
going on?
Hang on. I'm just about to deal with Leo here with the question of speaking. So I just want to make sure that he's aware, okay, that depending on the amount you have, okay, really check out your popcorn if it does yield better than 20%, because you're going to need better than 20% to make it worth staking. Okay, because 20%, Leo, I don't know if you've done the math. Have you checked out? Have you calculated, take the time to see how much you're going to get for your Zen with a
Yeah,
20%?
I can calculate it here, but I didn't know what was going to be the difference on popcorn what they going to merge. So I don't know if it was going to be the same or they're going to offer different other maybe butter or popcorn. I don't know. So that was my question.
So you definitely want to stake it or make some yield off of it, right?
Right.
Right. So just consider the Zen. Let's say I'll just say you have 10 million. I like to use that number because it's simple and easy. So let's say you has 10 million Zen, okay? And you stake it now at 20%, okay? How much then is that going to give you in a year from now?
Let me punch that number here. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Well, according to 10 million and at 20% of the 100 days, it's
Well,
5 million.
20%.
Oh no.
How much?
What? But it you will. I mean, but it's not 20% for the whole 100 days, right? It starts coming down.
No. It's 20% APY, right?
Right.
So that's per year. The Y is per year, right? So
Oh, per year. Okay.
right. So it's 20% for a whole year. That's what you get when you stake at 28 APY. So 10 million will give you how much after 1 year?
Uh, right here. What I put it here in the send configurator here, and the one in the bottom, it says the total yield. That's what it is.
Yeah, but I mean it's basically 20%. So 20% of 10 million.
That's
You
20
know how
million. Right.
you got to get this straight, Leo. I'm trying to help you out, buddy. Okay. So, because if you have the
Okay.
wrong numbers, you're going to have the wrong results. So, 20% of million, okay, is 2 million. Okay. That's 20% of 10 million. So, if you stake your 10 million for 1 year, you're going to get 2 million more Zen. So, you're going to end up with 12 million Zen. Okay. Got that?
Yep. Got it.
Okay. So if you pay the gas, let's say you stake, you're going to have to pay for gas as you would for Mint or any other of those transactions. And let's just say it's $4, okay, to Mint, or it's $4 to stake, okay. So you're going to pay $4, and in a year you're going to have made 2 million more Zen, okay. So now let me ask you another question. How many Zen would you make today if you take that $4 and instead of staking your 10 million Zen, okay, you made another mint of 1 year's length, 365 days. How much Zen would that give you?
Oh, I was not calculated, but yeah, I see. Yeah, I see where you're saying now. And that's I didn't calculate it, but you definitely clear it out for me. So I already got it. I see where it is. So I thought it was like you will get the APY for the whole total whatever days you meant it for only. But that's pretty the year. So that clears everything out.
Well,
So
right. Did you think you were going to make more with 20 API?
no. I thought I was just gonna get 20% API for whatever total days I staked it for. That's what I was confused at. But it's
Right.
for the year. Gotcha.
Right. So anyway, the point of it is you get 2 million if you stake it for a year. You're 10 million.
Hmm.
Let's say
Hmm.
you have 10 million. You would get 2 million more Zen in a year. But if you
Hmm.
did another mint, you'd be getting 25 million more for that mint, approximately, or 20 million.
No,
Okay?
correct.
And the mint would cost you $4, the same price, right? Than
Correct.
the stake. So you're basically getting 10 times more by
More.
minting than by staking 10
Right.
million. Now, if your stake were not 10 million Zen, but 100 million Zen, let's say you had 100 million Zen, then you would be getting 20% of 100 million, which would be 20 million for a
Yeah.
year, and it
Hmm.
would be equivalent, kind of, right?
Right.
They'd be closer. But if you have anything less than 100 million Zen to stake, it's obviously better to mint another mint instead and not waste your gas
Correct.
money to stake.
Correct.
Okay, cool. I
Got
just
it.
wanted
I
to
got
clear that up. Yeah,
got
awesome.
it. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure, no problem.
And sometimes you get guys in these chats, got this one here that's trying to school someone, and he's telling them that ETH is up 50,000x, spreading BS. A lot of people don't know any better. No, did I miss the day when ETH was at $50,000? Anybody? Did I miss that?
Yeah,
Did you guys
man.
were you guys able to sell when it was at 50K?
Well, partly.
Good for you, man. You caught the top. That's awesome. What was the low anyway? Was it like $1.25 or something like that?
I missed the first part. I stepped away there, so I heard you talking, but I didn't hear the first part of what you were saying. So somebody was saying something about ETH.
Yeah, some nonsense about ETH doing a 50,000x.
Okay.
We're literally sitting ETH at being at a 50,000x.
I think. Oh, right now. I think it was kind of low. I forget what the low. I mean, I wasn't there, but like in the cents. I mean, like 10 cents or something like that. Maybe even lower.
1 cent, really?
Maybe even lower. No, I said 10, but I mean, I don't know. At that point, what's the difference? Like 1 cent, 10 cents. But the low, let's see, what's the all-time low? It says here 43 cents. But that, I don't know if that just might be its data. Sometimes these sites don't give you the full story. 43 cents. So if you multiplied that by 50,000, it'd be about something like 16,000 for ETH, something like that. 17, 18,000.
Yeah, he just tried to prove me wrong by sending a chart at 42 cents, and it's actually a 20,000x, not 50. I take that back, just a sec. 10,000x.
What would you? Oh, okay, right. You already told me. So the percentage of staked hex hovers around 20%, 19% or so.
Oh, it's actually, taking a look now, it's usually hovering below 10%. The 20% I told you was in relation to the stake terms. So at 5 years, it averages around 20% per year.
Oh, because the years is factored in the calculation here, obviously.
Yeah. Longer you stake, the better. So
Right. Yeah. Assume 3%. So how? I'm just curious how the calculation is established exactly. Um, I think when I staked it was like, I don't even know if it was like a year or so.
and just GS over some data you might like to look at.
So it's the pool ROI is one number, but it's really not. It's just a number to serve for further calculations. So if 20% of the total supply,
What are you looking at here? Well, slow
well,
down. What are you looking at?
right, I'm looking at the chart you sent me there, that first one. So 20% of the total supply equates to 18% pool ROI. But then if your term is 1 year versus 5 years, there's another calculation that's derived, and you won't be getting the same amount as the guy who staked 1 year, but the total of everybody seems to be 18%. Yeah, I'm not sure how that works.
I'm totally confused about what you're saying here. I'm trying to pick up on.
The,
So
the,
you're
the
the
link,
20% of total?
yeah, the 20% of total equates to 18.45% for the pool return on investment. The total pool, but I guess the total pool is an average of all the.
So check out that other thing I just sent you. It's a different website.
Right, and then there's the T shares and everything. I mean, it gets kind of
So all the
somewhat
T share is, it's a representation of the inflation.
okay. So the higher it is, the better, obviously. I just know people who have T
Uh,
shares.
well,
What is the T
it just,
share?
what it basically means, the higher the T share goes, the more hex you need to purchase. How do I put this?
But people
I
can
know I
own
can, I don't,
T shares. People have T shares, or the older players, they had like all these T shares, and then it really becomes
yeah,
expensive.
I got T shares. Right.
So why is that the older players have these T shares, and then it becomes like super difficult to get a T share, and if you bought early, you got more T shares.
Well,
I just
because well, you're looking at it right now, it's somewhere around 25,000 hex to acquire a T share, right?
oh, okay, so it's a
So that would be
theoretical.
25,000 times the price of whatever it is, 3-4 cents or
Right,
something.
right. Okay. It's just a theoretical kind of share. It's like a share, basically. A share is like, let's say you buy a share of Amazon, it costs a certain price. It represents a certain amount, right, in that stock. So a T share is basically a certain amount, a certain chunk of
Yeah,
hex,
a
basically.
certain
And
amount of hex, and it's always inflating because inflation is always growing in hex. So that
I
T-share
see.
rate will never go down. It only goes up, and it will
Got you.
always require more and more hex to acquire a T-share.
Right. And is there any kind of okay, okay, got you. But it's still just a theoretical number. There's no like owning T shares. It just means when you have T shares, you have more than 25,000 hex, basically.
It was just something he made up, but
Right,
you
right,
know,
right, right, right.
because the number of hex required to acquire a
Right,
T-share is always changing.
right. And so the payout per T share changes according to how many people are staked.
That's correct.
Right. Okay, and this is the thing. This is the thing that I thought. I was confused earlier as to where the yield was coming from, and then I thought it was coming maybe from liquidity, but actually, as I'm remembering it, wasn't there something that changed, and all of a sudden it's the penalties that are paying out the yield, or a bigger part or a better part of the yield, which wasn't the
Uh,
case in the earlier time?
it contributes to it. The late penalties, it does contribute, but very minimally. I mean,
Really?
it's all
Okay.
basically it's just the inflation that does the payout. Yeah.
I swear, I thought that something of the same nature as inflation, something of the inflation rate had diminished considerably. And now the yield was being paid out in a different mechanism more so than before. And the inflation had come down. But you taught me that the inflation has always just been 3.69% from the very beginning, and always. Never changed.
That's the way I understand it. Yeah. And if you're staking, your yield is completely dependent on how much on all of the other hex at stake, i.e., how many other people are staking. Well, not even that. It's how much hex is staked. That's what determines your yield.
So I find that kind of surprising because Hex is not so old. And it seems to me that 3.69% is not so much. Uh, I mean, on the long term, it's a lot, but it has to get compounded somehow or to become a lot. So 3.69% is not so much for like a few years. So So would you say that in the beginning, at the beginning of Hex, there was very few stakers, relatively speaking, and they were getting quite a high yield because they were kind of the exception to the rule? And then
I
it's
don't know. I have heard people talk about it, but I wasn't there in the beginning and I never really dug into the history.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. But you'll notice the liquidity is so extremely low, right? Like that's a big complaint for people is the liquidity. So you get these guys who are in early, right? And they're literally living off a 1 week or a 1 month stake. They're
Right.
like
Yeah.
literally like living off of a couple percent, you know. And they're constantly what they do is they just hop into that very low liquidity and they basically to pay themselves, they need to provide liquidity, right? Because they couldn't just sell it all on the open market because they would just sell themselves out, right?
Well, how low is it? I mean, what I'm seeing here is numbers. It's talking about 8.5 million US. Okay, that's not tremendous amount. But yeah, so that's it. That's 11.5 million is the low liquidity you're referring to.
Yeah. If you're on that daily stats thing, I'm looking at yeah, 11.2 million today.
Yeah, that's relatively low, I admit. Although, right, yeah, relatively. I mean, it's not so bad for a coin that's not like a huge, but right. So what is the thing? Oh, because of the stakes. So Hex never got listed much on like on CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap. It, it it never got very high on the charts. On Nomics, I know
Really, it's
it
being
actually
well.
what?
Here's the thing. It's I I don't know what Richard Hart's intention was, whether to make a point or to just mess with people's heads. So he's, as far as we know, Richard Hart is in control of 90% of all Hex, right?
Right.
So in other words, the circulating supply or the supply we're looking at, I mean, you know how market caps work, right? Obviously, like I know you do.
Right.
So the thing is, this quote unquote market cap that's been created for Hex is like fucking sky high. It's in the billions and billions, right? But people are pissed off about that because of the way they define market cap. It's the same argument I was having, not argument, but debate I was having with the guy in the price chat earlier today. It's like, well, liquidity doesn't mean that something is for sale. It's like I could put my car up for sale for way too much money, i.e. providing liquidity, but that doesn't mean it's going to sell. All right. So there's all of this Hex on the market, but Richard Hart controls 90% of it, right? But doesn't do anything with it. So we got this price of 3 or 4 cents Hex, right? Only 10% of it is kind of available on the open market. So what that does is it totally inflates the quote unquote market cap and turns it into the billions of dollars instead of 10 million. So uh, what's that website you just mentioned a minute ago?
CoinMarketCap.
Yeah, CoinMarketCap. Yeah, so Hex, that website is actually owned by Binance, right?
Okay.
And Hex has always been stuck at like number 200, I think. It never moves. It's like buried on the third page.
Right.
And they keep it there no matter what happens to the price of Hex or the market cap or whatever. They just keep it right there. And I guess the story goes like apparently some OG Hexicans actually filed suit against Coin Market Cap or Binance or whoever because of that. So there's all kinds of weird stuff going on with it, but
Right. And if you go on
yeah.
Nomics, I don't know if you're aware, but on Nomics you'll get the actual ranking. So Hex is 19th on the chart. Yeah.
Right. But that's the thing is that market cap, it's like, well, because here's the thing. Richard Hart makes this argument about Bitcoin all the time, right? So I think he's kind of making a point. He's kind of playing like the Mr. Satoshi or whatever, right? Because he used to be a Bitcoin guy. That's probably where he made a lot of money too, is Bitcoin. But you know, his argument is, well, market cap is kind of a sham because, you know, if it's not for sale, it's not for sale. He makes the argument that the large majority of Bitcoin is actually held by a very small amount of people that never sell it. Therefore, it's not liquid. It's not for sale. You know, but for some reason, people look at this market cap nonsense and the value that's being reflected is actually only the value of the Bitcoin that's for sale, not the stuff that's not for sale. You know where I'm going with this?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm just trying because the Hex, I think the reason had to do with either it was the stakes, like the 15-year stakes, right? Which basically get destroyed if people were to unstake them. So and
Yeah,
or
you need to serve at least, what is it, 50%?
at the
Otherwise,
least.
it's, you know, if you unstake at 49% of the time
Yeah,
staked, you lose it.
yeah, but even
And
at
then, you know, from
50%, it's horrible.
51 on, it totally eats into your principal. So
Exactly right. No, it's like I think from memory, it's like anywhere before 90 days before the end of your stake is basically like really bad, and then after 90 days,
there is something about short-term stakes too. You're correct. Good memory, man. Even considering you're not a Hex guy,
yeah,
it sounds like.
yeah, no, but I know I've like I said, I've been in it and I did stake, but I just didn't get into all the, I didn't feel it was necessary. I was kind of feeling it was the time to buy and time to stake and the time to sell and stuff like that. But um I think there was something of either the stakes, the 15-year stakes, and or the original address, but that was the part that was like saying that there wasn't a real market cap. But then again, I get the point of Richard Hart that none of them or many of them are not real market caps. And then if you add on to that market caps have mean very little, like very little in terms of meaning. I mean, they're really quite meaningless. They do convey some kind of meaning, but just at a glance. Unless you know what the
Yeah,
liquidity is.
absolutely. I see both sides of it. You know, I don't lean one. Well, I'll lean more in the direction of, well, if it's not for sale, it's not in the market. Therefore, it should not be baked into a market cap. You know, it's not for sale.
Right.
It's the same thing that's going on with the housing market right now, you know? Like all of a sudden nobody's buying. Well, it's because the housing market hasn't caught on to the fact that people are unwilling to pay those prices anymore.
Right. You mean the prices have not come down enough, and it's still
Yeah,
overvalued.
you know, that's not a very good example. That's starting to that's getting into liquidity. I'm sorry, that's not has nothing to do with market cap, but
Right.
you know, I mean, what it boils down to is it's just weird how they do that because
Yeah. Well, I mean, what does it say? It says two things, but you don't know which one of it's actually saying until you look to another variable. The market cap's kind of when you look at it at a glance, like let's say you're just looking at coins and you're saying, okay, what's the market cap? So if it's a really small market cap, you kind of know that it's not a lot of holders, okay, and there's probably not a lot of liquidity either, but it does indicate it's kind of a new coin and there's not so much people holding it. Uh, and when it's a big market cap, it kind of tells you the opposite, right? Oh, there must be, you know, a lot of coins and holders relative to the, but if you don't know the liquidity, I mean, it's just so it can be so distorted. So Hex is a perfect example of that when you look at the discrepancy. 5.4 billion basically is the market cap, and you have $11 million of liquidity.
right, because there's the price of this token where only around 10% of it is in supply or circulation anyway, where people might be willing to sell it on the open market, and the other 90% is held by the OA. And that's how that market cap is derived. It's derived by that all of that hex that isn't moving. It's not doing anything. It's not for sale. Right?
Right. No, but that, yeah, but it's, yeah, I see what you're saying when you take that side of the argument, but that's not usually the side I'm looking at. Like, I don't really care so much about the liquidity of the of the coin. What I want to know is the US liquidity in terms of, you know, so you look at the price
That's
and
what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying is the price in
yeah,
relation to the amount of tokens that are out there, right? Well, 90% of those tokens aren't for sale. Therefore, the market cap is totally distorted and inflated.
exactly.
That's why no market caps make sense because not everybody is looking to buy or sell.
Right. Exactly. But what it does tell you is that there's
It's like in the word, it's like it's not a market if something is not for sale. It's like going to a grocery store and there isn't anything on the shelves. It's not for sale, right?
right. Well, that's a sorry, that's applicable in the 15-year stake. So that would I could see how that could qualify as the argument that it's absolutely not sellable. The OA is the OA not sellable?
The OA can do whatever it wants.
Right. So that could
I think it
that
has
could be
stakes. I haven't looked deeply into it, but I mean, you know, when you stake hex, it's all burned, just like with Zen. So it doesn't exist anyway.
okay. And then what when you get your stake it's reminted?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So there you go. So that the stakes definitely so the stakes shouldn't be considered in the market cap. The OA
No,
should be
because
considered.
the tokens quite literally don't exist.
Okay.
Right?
Right. So it really so the issue has nothing to do with the stakes. The issue had to do with the OA for being
I'm
on
pretty
page
sure of it.
200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then why would they make that judgment call? Like, who are they to say that the OA is not part of supply? So they're kind of saying, oh, we see what you're doing. You're not using that wallet. That's just to prop your project. It's not really a real supply. It's just a way of, like, what is the argument that they're using to justify?
I don't
No,
know.
yeah, it's kind of weird that they would. There must be something.
I mean, it has been being held back from the public. I mean, there's a reason why they're burying Hex way back there. I'm pretty sure what the lawsuit is about is they're not following their own rules because they're putting all these tokens, they're keeping them all in line as far as market cap, right?
Okay, right.
That's what it's based on. I mean, the same argument could be made with Bitcoin that's at number one, right? The majority of it is not for sale. Hasn't moved for years.
Right, but how do you? Yeah, I mean, you need some kind of proof, so some kind of
Right.
justification to disqualify it. I could
I mean, you could
see.
even look at you. Go ahead.
No, I was to say I could have seen it if the 15-year stakes were actually existed, but they were not really available. And if you unstake them early, they get destroyed. So they don't even really. They're not part of the market cap. That I could have understood. The OA, however, I don't see where the justification is. Or was there this issue about keys or something like that about the OA? Was there
Well,
like,
yeah, that thing is like he's running it more like a business, which is smart. You know, his argument is against his argument for it is, well, look at all the biggest companies and corporations in the world. Are those decentralized? No. Have they done the best? Yes. You know,
but
he's
does
taking this
he
approach
say,
as a businessman.
right? But does Richard Hart officially say that he has the keys to the OA and that he's
No, he does not officially say that. He might not. He might have thrown them away. Other people could have them or be accessible. Like no one knows. He could have flushed them down the toilet for all we know, and they'll never ever get touched. You know, it's like playing that Satoshi game or whatever, right?
such a, this guy's nuts. But anyway, okay. I mean,
I mean, it makes sense if he wants his project to succeed. Like, if he wanted to, he could airdrop all of that hex to everyone with an Ethereum address,
yeah. No,
or
I
he
get
could
it.
he could fidget with the market if he wanted to, or he could do whatever. It's his baby, and he can do that if he wants. It's his project. But I do think there is other stuff going on because I do believe that hex is it's very smart. Aside from the calculations that are required to end a hex.
Well, it's very smart to a certain extent. I would say that many of the behaviors and the way that he's chosen to go about it are actually not so smart. But
Oh,
in
dude, I'm
terms,
not even towards the marketing here. I'm just talking about the way hex works, not
no,
like
but
Richard
yeah,
Hart's
no,
approach to market it or anything.
no, but even in that, the way it's set up, so um, like what is the objective? Does it accomplish to have an OA of that size? Okay, and garner all that ambiguity. What is it serving as a purpose? It's just to bloat up the market cap. That's its purpose, and that's what's smart about it. To make it look like a big fat market cap when actually it's not. It's not that big at all.
Could be
Is that a
that
smart
could that
move?
that could be his approach to it. I don't know.
Well, it
But it
seems
does
all
obviously,
it
if he has the keys, then obviously he is God of Hex, which is quite apparent in his
is.
in the shenanigans he
Right.
plays, right?
Exactly. It's just shenanigans. So now I kind of look at it like, if that's all it was about, and that's all it is about, then I could very well see how Binance, for example, could be taking a position saying, "Whoa, buddy, like, no, 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 you are not Mr. 5.4 billion market cap. You are,
Yeah.
you know, you are Mr. Chump Change." Um, let's go down the list here. You said what, 200 and something, right? So yeah, I could see that reasoning as well as being actually probably more valid and more truthful, and his strategy
Let's
kind of
let's do the
backfired.
actual under the definition of market cap. Let's see what it actually is here. What is the price? Where are we at?
Well, basically, just divided by 5. And that's if you count. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's not bad. Wow. Still have a 1 billion. Is it that simple? 1 billion market cap?
All right, so it's 0.03894 multiplied by 581,600,317,404. Yeah, God, here we go. That brings up the 22 billion. Okay. Yeah, see, it's like this, that even this site is not, well, I'd have to look into, I haven't even looked at all of this crap in so long. But yeah, you hear the yeah, you get it. You hear what I'm saying. Yeah. But there's also something to consider. It's like, those sacrifices have been brought up in this chat a couple times, right? People thinking of it one way, people thinking of it another. Me getting in an argument with Slim Ace the other day, so on and so forth. It's like, you would have thought if people gave away $2 billion of their own money, and that kind of thing would be all over the front page of not only crypto news websites, but like mainstream news webs, right? $2 billion, people just gave it away and not a peep out of any of them, or a very small amount of them. Like, wouldn't you think that would be something that would be a news article on CoinMarketCap? Because I think it's kind of a big deal. People just giving away money in expectation of a new and upcoming network. There's a lot of people argue that Hex has been censored from the beginning, and that's kind of what relates to the Binance CoinMarketCap thing, that they're just censoring them. And I don't know if that's the case, or what CoinMarketCap's view on it is, or anything like that, but I mean, I even look at it like if it had been marketed differently, it could literally be marketed as some sort of stable coin. You know, like the price, the fiat price could literally just remain flat. But if you staked it, you could earn yield on it and it would still be beneficial. I mean, that argument against it, that could be made with anything. You know, I could mint a trillion coins myself right now and create a little liquidity pool on Uniswap and sell $10 of it for 1 cent or whatever, and all of a sudden have some sort of insane market cap going on.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I was speaking there. The mic was muted, but
Shit.
yeah, I don't know what to call that. What he did there with the sacrifice. I don't know what that is. Honestly, I don't even know if there's a term that exists other than sacrifice. Oh wait, no, there's like crowd fund kind of things where people okay, so what does exist is like people can put money, right? And if it doesn't work out, they get their money back, right?
Hey, mute your mic, please.
Yeah, like a
Crowdfund.
crowd fund.
You get your
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah, like a crowdfunding. You know, that exists, but what he calls sacrifice, I don't know of anything like that in the market. Like legally speaking,
Crowdfund, wouldn't a crowdfund kind of be a security?
I guess it depends for what. I mean, crowdfund in and of itself, is not the security. I mean, if there's some kind of promise made, it depends what the crowdfund is buying there and what the promises are given. Then whatever is given, if it's promising some kind of return, right, some kind of yield, it would be a security. But to take but the point is that if it doesn't work, like you kind of get your money back, right? Is there anything like that with this sacrifice?
Nope.
That's why it was called a sacrifice.
So why did the media just ignore like the amount of money that was sacrificed that was a lot. and nobody talked about it. I mean, even the charity that he did, 27 million charity, nobody talked about it.
No, he talks about it the most.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, but
actually surprised. I'm actually kind of surprised that he flaunts that because, and he of course he can do anything that he wants with his money, but he walks around in outfits that are worth $27 million, but brags about raising 27 million from other people to donate to charity, right? But then again,
so
he might donate to all kinds of stuff that he doesn't brag about or talk about, you know.
so I'm just guessing. Probably the ego, his lifestyle, bragging, and I think most probably people don't like that.
No, most people don't, but he's one of those characters that has to succeed. He's very driven to succeed in what he does, and that's what that's a characteristic that a lot of successful business people have. Like
But
if he's number 2, that's not good enough. You know, that's just how he is. I don't blame him for being who he is. I agree with you in his marketing strategy. You know, he's explained it many times, and I understand why he does it that way. You know, he looks at it like he's kind of trying to save people from themselves, you know, but the strategy to me is attracting 12-year-olds that are looking to be millionaires with a $10 investment. You know, I mean, yeah, obviously his goofy outfits and all of that, it's doesn't really it kind of reflects like an immaturity to a lot of people, right? But he understands that, you know. He gets it. He knows that he dresses like a clown. He talks about it himself. But what it boils down to is he's running Hex like it's a business, which is fine because he created Hex. He can do whatever the hell he wants, no matter what people think. It's you know, it's his responsibility. So he can run Hex into the ground or make it really successful. You know, that's what he chose to do. He could have just let it all into the wild and not have any control over it whatsoever. And it might have been different. It's not up to us. It's his shit. It's, you know, it's the same thing as me telling you that you dress like a clown and you should change your outfit so that I'm happier about it. You know what I mean? You'd be like, you'd probably call me an asshole, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's his project, man. He can do whatever he wants with it. I mean, he has made a lot of people rich as well. I mean, a lot of early investors. He can. I mean,
I mean, Hex could be totally different right now. He could have been like, you know, old Richard Hart 6 years ago, like kind of down to earth hippie guy and talking about crypto and Bitcoin and not getting wrecked and all of that shit. And Hex would have Hex Hex would have a totally different personality. That's the thing, is like everybody views Hex as Richard Hart and Richard Hart as Hex, you know, but he chose to do it that way. Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, I guess like
I personally agree with most people though, and agree that I don't see it as beneficial for Hex, because most people will see it for you know, click onto a Richard Hart video and they'll get about 10 seconds into it and click it off because they're turned off by it. When he calls himself a god and a genius and he deserves rewards and everybody else but him is stupid and, you know, all of that. It's just like, well, why would I want to get involved with this? You know?
That's the part I never understood. Why people have so much. I don't know why people didn't recognize Richard Hart for what he is. And it doesn't mean for what he is, okay? But that doesn't say what he's going to do with Hex or his business or his project. It could go in many ways, but when you understand what he is, you know that you're like in a very, you're putting yourself in a very, you're trusting something that's dependent on the circumstances and how things go, because this guy can go any way. Like, and
Right,
that's
right. Like there's like no consistency with him, right? Because he had this persona a couple years ago, kind of changed the persona, and yet even today he'll have this persona on screen when he's by himself, like whatever, but then he's like seems like this totally cool, laid back guy when he's talking, like having an interview with someone else. You know, it's like this totally inconsistent, like bipolar thing, you know. It's kind of unsettling in a sense.
well, with good reason. I mean, I'm hesitant to say like what he is, and I don't want to. I don't want to offend anyone or hurt anyone's bags or anything like that. But because it has nothing to do with them. But him, he's really something, and I just surprised people don't identify what he is, and he's the the type of person that he is a type of person that can be extremely dangerous if the circumstances aren't in their favor, right? But basically, what it boils down to is you can't trust them further than you can throw them. Um, and really not, and you would not want to associate like in a personal level, right, with this person because he has issues and it's not bipolar, okay? It's far worse. So, and yet, I don't know, people don't see it, it seems, or so many people don't see it. Some do. I saw it right away. I was like, oh my God,
Yeah,
like,
I did too, man.
no, but it's really, this is like clinical level. And these
I
people can
agree.
be, yeah, it is. You know, and I've studied this and I know about these things and what exactly you have to look for to be able to identify it. And he just shows it again and again with flying colors. So there's really no doubt about it. And I look at,
Wait, slow down. You have clinical experience in psychiatry and stuff?
Mhm. Well, I mean, like particularly like deep experience in very narrow range, okay, of just study, right? So basically like two decades.
I hear you.
o-
Me too,
Okay.
man. Me too.
Okay.
Personal experiences and lots of studying.
Right. Right. Exactly. And that can be more than a psychiatrist because they won't spend that much amount of time on such a narrow part of it, right? You understand what I'm saying? Especially if it comes from personal experience and you happen to, because of personal long-term experiences and various experiences, you start studying that, uh you can have way more experience than even a clinical practitioner, okay, because they're only going to get some experience and they're going to have it in their office and stuff. So no, seriously, and I've written about it extensively, okay, so you know,
I'd love
on
to see. I'd love to read some of your stuff if you want to send me a DM or something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I've written, I mean, yeah, in that domain, right? So yeah, definitely, I could show you some stuff like on certain topics, especially if you've been interested in that. Because if you were, like, obviously you've I mean, it's serious stuff when you experience that, and it's very good to gain insight into it, and that's basically what I wrote about for the people that did experience those things. But to bring it back to this, it's like that's the kind of person you don't want to be, in close quarters with, okay, for long periods of time. You don't want to be involved, you know. But as a businessman, as a general of an army, of a CEO, fine. They can be very, very effective, particularly effective, right? You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, totally agree. I
You
mean,
know?
listen, like everybody listening in here, I hold lots of hex myself. I stake. I'm involved in hex derivatives too. So not fudding here, just having a conversation. Same conversation that happens in the hex communities, I'm sure.
It has nothing to do with Hex. It has nothing to do with Hex, the project. It just has everything to do with him. And he's not Hex. He's not all of the Hex investors and the Hex enthusiasm and all that. I mean, he's just the figurehead there. But yeah, it's like when I saw, it was just so fitting. And this, I've determined this since years ago. And then when the sacrifice, I was like, come on, man. Like, can you be like, seriously, you're going to be that obvious about, you know? And he was no shame whatsoever. Yeah, you're going to sacrifice for your God, like shameless. Like, you got to see it to believe it. And what surprises me, but I have it already framed in a certain way in my mind, so it's maybe sticks out to me as like very surprising. But I do find surprising that so many people, it's like, oh, Richard, uh, and they get it, and they $2 billion, you know, I don't know. I found that very strange that that you sacrifice all that money to a guy for that guy, and in that way.
Now, do you agree that $2 billion should have been on some front pages? Like regardless of the leaning of the article, what the article would be, whether Richard Hart is amazing or all of these people are idiots. Like, don't you think it
Yeah,
should have
no,
made
no,
it to the front
definitely.
page regardless?
Yeah, well, maybe not like front page of a newspaper, but definitely like some articles and magazines and some actually psychological, magazines and talk about the phenomenon.
Psychology Today.
Yeah, yeah. Like the phenomenon, $2 billion sacrificed for this guy. How did he do it? How did he, succeed in hypnotizing and convincing people to do that when usually in the world people don't do that, right? Who does that? I mean, people go around saying to other people, "Do you think I'm a sucker?" Like they don't do that.
That's funny. No, but I totally agree, dude. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, regardless of how the article would be approached, it's like, what is this cult? Like, look what just happened over here. you know?
Exactly. And let's hope it finishes well. I seriously hope for everybody that finishes well.
But
But
at the same time, we can separate an artist from the art itself, right? I mean, the guy is genius if you listen to him. So he might be crazy a little bit, but I think we can separate him, like his character, his maybe lifestyle, whatever, from the knowledge, or because he created Hex.
Well, I mean, okay,
And
I'm
he
not sure
he he.
where this.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not sure where the. Okay, so I'm not sure where the art is, and I'm
No,
not sure.
I mean the knowledge. I mean his knowledge,
Right.
because he knows a
So
lot
the
about
knowledge. Right.
Bitcoin.
So
He's a OG.
he has knowledge about crypto and the technology and the logic of it. He's not like the biggest expert, but he does understand, and he does understand tokenomics, but more so than anything, he understands how to sell himself, right? He understands how to make it seem like he has the knowledge. He's good at convincing people that he's this shit, right? More than anything else. Like that's his art right there. Convincing you, that he's the shit. That's the art of Richard Hart if he has any artistry, skills, you know. Not I mean blockchain technology, I'm sure he needs his developers and he needs all plenty of input. Okay. But yeah, but that's one thing. That's one thing. But we can separate it. But the thing is that it's not art. He's not selling you a painting. He's not painting you a painting here. He's taking your money, right? He's taking your savings or whatever. So
Because the reason I say that, most people looked at what he did with Hex, and a lot of people missed out on Hex. So most people, they say, you know what, this guy, he created Hex, and Hex did 10,000 X. So I'm not ignoring this guy anymore. We have a lot of those in the community. A lot. That's why a lot of people sacrifice. Actually, they looked at what he did. So
Did you say that the sacrifice was for Pulse Chain was 2 billion?
I think who said that? I think the Pulse X was what, like a billion, and the other one was like 670.
So I'm trying to figure out how would it explode to these multiples if the floor is set already at some. I mean, you could say there's some value there of 2 billion somewhere, which is very close to like what might be Hedera or Elron or Algorand or somewhere in those areas. If you're there now, I mean, what?
no, I don't think those are at 2 billion of actual maybe market cap, but not
Okay.
not actual money. Like if
it was around $2 billion.
Yeah.
Valued at the time of the sacrifice.
Yeah.
So the coins that were sacrificed were basically sold on the open market, like within a couple days, as it went on.
Right. So yeah, I mean they were sold. The liquidity was taken out of. Yeah, they were sold, right? So it's like 2 billion of actual value was given to that, right?
Right.
Whereas, as if you look at a market cap of a project and it says 2 billion, there's not necessarily 2 billion in there. There's maybe, well, look at Hex. It says it has 5.4 billion of market cap, but there's just 11 million in liquidity, right?
Yeah, but if Hex goes up a penny, every coin in the OA goes up a penny too. What's the market cap of Hedera or like Elron, Algorand right now? Some close to that or no?
Yeah. Just guessing, but I would say those projects, just of hearing the names of where they would be at, if they're 2 million, it would be good. I'd be surprised. 2 billion, but yeah, probably market cap 2 billion. That would sound right. Are they much higher than that, like Algorand?
Yeah, I'll have to check. I was just trying to remember. I have so many the values rolling around in my head, but somebody or people are expecting multiple um, increases in value from that floor, and I'm wondering how much would the pulse chain be worth in total if that were the case?
So it's 3 billion. I just checked. So 3 billion is the market cap of Algorand. But how much money really is there, in terms of liquidity? Whereas Richard Hart he got 2 billion. It's not a market cap evaluation. So it's huge, far more than all of what's in Algorand in terms of liquidity that you could get out. If market cap is 3 billion, you can't get out 3 billion of there. I don't know how many millions of liquidity, but it doesn't need to be so much, right? Like how much is there in the liquidity pools of Algorand?
Yeah, good question. I don't really know.
It could be 20 million, like 20 million times 2 million on each side. Who knows? It could be like Hex is 11.5 million and its market cap is 5.4 billion. I mean, literally, this could be the biggest swindle in history. It could be. I don't know if there would be, well, like how much did those guys, like those big, what was his, Maddox, like how many billions? Was it in the billions? Like he was a swindler. But how much money can you get just for free? Like what's the biggest swindle? And everything they do to get to that size of a swindle. So I'm not saying it's that, but I'm just saying if he got 2 billion and all of Hex has 11.5 million liquidity, and the guy just got 2 billion, boom, given to him with no strings attached, no legal document, nothing. Oh, sacrifice. This could be incredible. Like, it'd go down in history for the biggest swindler. But yeah, hopefully it's not that. But the thing is, this guy's personality, it's all going to depend in ultimately what serves him best.
Yeah, the blockchain evaluations is really, the valuations escape me. I go to crypto fees a lot, and I don't know if that's even a good metric to try to measure all this stuff, but my feeling is that everything boils down to money, to revenue, not so much like Bitcoin, because everybody says it's a store of value. I get it. They're not very high on the totem pole there. Neither is some of the others, but and I guess Hex, you could say that too, because they're saying that that's a CD, like it's different. But when it comes down to the chains, I wonder how that will work in the end, because Ethereum is very expensive um, to navigate on because it has so many users. So I'm wondering, If all those users someday say, yeah, this is just it's too much to deal with over here, they go to somewhere else, then that network, if they don't have the capacity to handle it, well, guess what happens? Fees go up, right? And then they start making all the money, but then that gets crowded, then they go somewhere else. It's just interesting for somebody like me who doesn't know a lot about the field to try to figure out how are these L1s how is this all gonna shake out in the L1
Well,
field, you know?
what do you mean? What do you mean when you say they all make the money? Who are you talking about? You're talking about because you were speaking of Ethereum.
Yeah,
Tuesday.
they're obviously on top. Number one, they make all the fees.
But do you know where those fees are going? So those fees are going minimally to the validators. Okay, the smallest part of the fee, the minimal part of the fee. It's just a very fixed slice of the total fee. So if the prices go up, the big part, the part where you say, "Whoa, what the hell?" Like it's costing me like $200 to do a transaction, they still get their little amount, and all the rest gets burnt.
Yeah, but they're the hottest thing going. I mean, if that's where all the activity is. If you want to play, you gotta pay. So I'm just wondering, would that just happen to another chain if um, they picked up that kind of steam eventually too? I don't know. People say like Solana, they have better scalability, and can be able to handle something like that. So we'll see kind of how it plays out.
Right, but then there's the view of like different chains for different purposes, like different products, right? So you don't need to have one chain that does everything the same, and that's kind of what these other chains are for. So they can't offer the same amount of security as Ethereum, Polygon, for example, because they're configured, they're clones of Ethereum, but they're configured differently. There's parameters that are set for how the chain rolls, and that's why the fees are really cheap. So the fees are cheap in the way that the chain is run, but because of that, because you get the cheapness, you do lose on the other side. And one of the things that you lose is security. So it's not a chain where you would tend to have billions of dollars wanting to go onto, and Ethereum would tend to keep that clientele, and they don't mind the high fees because there's Ethereum securing their millions and billions, whereas Polygon will have a smaller amount, but is much more transaction friendly. You can do many different things in and out, and you can, for certain amount of users, it's good. But then again, it does have limitations in terms of how much trafficking can take, and it gets kind of clunky, and all that because of the low fees. So, but it's cool and it's really good for what it does. And then you have these other ones that kind of are emulating it now. Um, I don't know what's going on with the chains. It seems that there's a lot of chains coming out, like EVMs. It's becoming almost like, it's following the trend of tokens. At some point there was all these tokens being copy pasted, and I kind of feel there's a lot of EVMs coming out. There's still more in the pipeline, and they have all these little projects. So I don't know what's up with that exactly. I mean, as long as it's not some kind of money grab, okay, fine, gives more options. But at some point, it's not necessary either to just like spread everything so thin on so many chains and having to have to, you know, cross chains all the time. But yeah, I mean, I guess
Yeah,
people
it's
are,
definitely going to be a multi-chain world. It looks like.
yeah. And this is where Zen, I think, is going to be solving the problems of crypto in more than one ways. And one of the the fundamental way is the way that it's removing the unnecessary cost and risk taking to use the blockchain and just charging the gas fees. And it's doing it across them all, and it's you know kind of spanking them all. Zen is kind of spanking the whole crypto industry right now. It's actually making shit coins look at their project and say, damn, like, how are we going to sell this crap now? Like, we're just printing coins as well, and now we're trying to sell them like at super high costs. And plus the gas fees. So why would anyone want to spend on us when they can get the coins in a bigger project? Well, more known by now in the first month at no extra cost and rather lesser risk given the size of the ecosystem. Like it's like it's Zen, right? So a lot of holders. Yeah, it's going to wreck those shit coins, and I think it's going to wreck maybe any kind of blockchains that we're trying to just for some reason kind of make money off of launching a blockchain, because I'm not sure what the incentive is for them to do that, but I guess money is behind it to some extent, some way or another, maybe just through the connections, and I don't know how they do it, what the incentive is to launch a blockchain. I mean, it's a lot of hassle. So there's got to be some money grabbing. And they're just copies, EVMs for the most part. So Zen is going to kind of make it like wherever Zen goes, those blockchains are going to be, preferential. So it's kind of going to become maybe something that kind of decides like which blockchains succeed if they start trying to pop up, left and right.
I was thinking the other day, 8 years from now, or 7 or 8, whatever the end of this, I think he said that maybe I heard him wrong, but you would only be able to mint in his approximation 10. Is that 10 in one day forever, or 10 over an extended, like if you chose 300 days or 400 days, or I don't know, gosh, what it would be by then, but the end result would be 10. But it wouldn't be that you would be able to mint 10 in one day into perpetuity, would it?
Yeah, it's 10 roughly, um, in one day. Yeah, that's just a 1 day term.
Right.
Okay, so if we calculated it earlier, so if it's a 365-day term, let's say a year, it would be around 7,400 or something like that. 7,000 something forever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we'll just say 20 years from now, the protocol would still be able to mint 10 in one day forever.
In 1 day.
Yeah. So that kind of does put a cap on well, we don't know what gas prices are going to be, so I shouldn't say that, but
So what was your reasoning there? What are you thinking? It puts a cap, or it keeps it open? What
well,
do you
just
tend
on like the price could never go beyond, if you're able to mint at least 10, that would put a top on the price if you're able to mint 10 forever. I mean, I know gas prices are going to be different 8 years from now, but let's say they were like today, like a round trip one day would be on the weekends, $3 to claim, maybe 2 to mint. Let's call it $5. If gas prices were the same 8 years from now, there's probably wouldn't be, but that, it couldn't be like $1 in price. You couldn't, everybody couldn't the night before spend 5 to get 10, spend 5 to get 10. People just kept doing that over and over. You know what I mean? So
right.
But I think gas prices are going to go up.
Right. But so you're saying, so what you're saying, and it's okay. So let's look at it in the way that you're looking at it. So dollar or whatever it is, but let's just use the dollar as a kind of measure of value. So we know what dollars can buy us. So it's a good ruler here. So $1, we all know what $1 can buy us, more or less. So what you're saying is if you can make $10 in one day, right, by minting Zen, but then it wouldn't be $10 because obviously you'd have to spend some dollars to mint it, right?
Right.
So let's say you had to spend, $9, for example. So you'd be able to make $1 a day, and if you were able to spend, let's say, $900, you'd be able to generate
Yeah.
$100 a day.
I'm we
Your mic is breaking up.
I'm sorry. I was just coughing. I tried to hit the mute button before it hit me.
Okay. So basically, if I see where you're going, let's just jump to the other, just settle the question. So let's take an example like Bitcoin. It's capped, right? So 21 million coins, and then it's done, right? But those last coins are going to take a very long time. But nonetheless, it's done. It's disinflationary to the very end, and then it's done. So what does that do? What does that do for you or anybody that Bitcoin is capped? Well, some will say, well, it'll make the price go up, and then the price will get like super high, right? Because it's capped, and then it will just accumulate and get higher and higher and higher and higher. But at the same time, it's going to kill its own adoption. Like it kind of puts an end game to Bitcoin. And then if there's further generations or more growth in the economy, and you need to want to have to distribute some more of that currency, it becomes very difficult. And on top of that, eventually, obviously, it's going to all get captured, and it's going to be monopolized through time until it's in, theoretically, it all belongs to one person. Like if you go far enough, and then so how is that good to have something capped? Well, for those who were wishing to be in the good period of that time, and be the ones that bought it, and then it reached a cap, but it's not going to be like, it wouldn't even be like that. The people wouldn't get to benefit like that with the cap, because they won't reach the cap. It'll take too long. And anyways, yeah, they'll sell out, but then it's just kind of, it needs to be a little bit open-ended.
Yeah. And that's all I was doing. It was just kind of a thought experiment. I was thinking if it's forever mintable, then it will forever follow the cost of gas to mint it. That the
Yeah.
cost of gas will always play a key role in where the market or decides that Zen would be even 8 years from now.
Exactly. And if Zen follows in price appreciation, and there's a nice progressive growth, I mean, it's really great that you would reach the end of the 8 years, and if the price is high enough, to do a mint that gives you 7,400 or some Zen, and the price of Zen is worth enough. And yeah, the price of Ethereum is more expensive, but it still could be worth it, very much worth it, to take that gamble, so to speak, that a year later you will have something of value, and you will be part of an ecosystem, and a token and economy that you feel safe in, that you feel protects your money better than any other fiat, any other government, and maybe even any other crypto, including Bitcoin or Ethereum. The very, who knows? But that's not off of the table at all. If the adoption is reached, and we speak of crypto in the 4% range of people who have had crypto, touched crypto. Like, how many people have um hold the French franc, for example? or the Japanese yen or any currency. I mean, short of the US dollars, most of them it's kind of marginal in terms, I mean, relatively speaking. Okay, the Chinese yuan, uh, there's a few big currencies, bigger, but although Chinese yuan, yeah, not it doesn't compete with the US dollar. So like if Zen reached just to like from okay, all of crypto is 4%. If yen just had 4% and crypto grew to like, I don't know, 15%, and Zen had 4%, like it would be bigger than in terms of adoption rate than many currencies in the world. It would be like a real currency, like a country's currency. It could be maybe like the Swiss franc. Why not? Why couldn't Zen
Yeah.
be like the Swiss franc?
Yeah. I mean, we're just really getting started here on this. On the 8 years, I mean, who knows? I mean, you probably see some hot spots too. Like I think about, looks like China's picking up and other parts of the world. You can see the little dot blinking, blink, blink. But what of a country like Brazil? What if it got hot there? I mean, it's just really be interesting to see where this goes. But I just think a lot of people, you see them online, they say when this and when's it going to skyrocket. I just don't think they understand that if it's forever mintable, it's not going to follow the same trajectory as some of these other coins, 1, 2, 3, 20, 50, 100, especially when it's tied so close to the gas. This thing is geared towards holders, adopters, basically going across the world, it looks like is what the plan is.
Well, look,
And that has value.
exactly. So you say here it's tied to the gas, right? So what does that mean effectively? What does that mean? Like technologically and in terms of value at this point in time? Well,
Forever and ever, I would think, because it, like we were just saying, thought experiment. If you 8 years from now, if somebody says, well, I think it's going to be could go up to 100, we could go all the way. Well, you wouldn't be able to have something that was worth 100 if it cost. Everybody can't mint for one day for $9 or $10 and wind up with $100. I mean, like I said, if it's forever mintable, it's forever going to be tied to the gas it takes to mint it. But it certainly could appreciate up to those, follow that. It's just so hard to project. It just blows my mind. I just try to keep my eye on adoption. I think that's
It depends on the time as well, because if you mint like 400 days, then after waiting 400 days, that could be like worth more than buying it on the market. So
yeah, but I think what we were saying is, and I could be wrong, but I think into perpetuity, I think there'll be a point where you would only get 10 for minting for 24 hours. That, I guess we need to establish if that's right. That may not be right. Maybe it's 400 days. That would be a different story.
No, it's correct. It's actually, I think, precise. It depends on the delta rank, but it's around, I'd say 16 is would be probably the right number. 9 from 9 to 19, between 9 and 19 for one day, depending on the delta rank, because it depends what you put on the delta rank. So let's say we put a day, how many new users would there be in a day? It's just at that point in time, you have quite a bit of, you have mass adoption, right? So if there's 1,000 users in one day, which is quite small for such a massive economy and currency, that there'd just be 1,000 minters in a day, you'd get 9. If there's 10,000 in a day, you get 13. If there's 100,000, you get 16. And if there's 1,000,000, you get 19. So yeah, 10 is a factual number. So right. So what does that mean? What does it mean effectively that the gas is tied to the price? Okay, and the gas will go up more or less, right? Okay, right. So that's what you're trying to figure out, right? Like what does that mean? What does it mean to get 10 Zen or 7,000 in a year or 10 for one day? And what is the price point of Zen? And what does the tying in the gas, will Ethereum be too expensive? Is that what you're thinking of? Like, will it be worth it? Is that what your concern is?
No, I'm not concerned. I was just thinking it would be, I guess essentially how it'd be working out is whatever the gas is, if if it's if it's worth the time, your time plus the money you're putting into gas for the next day that you think you would come out ahead. Of course, if you got too far ahead, um, and too many people got too far ahead, then it would pull back. And um,
Right. Or you can increase the term date, the term length, right? So
right,
obviously, as now doing one-day mints is not very profitable, you're paying the same amount of gas and you're getting very few amount of coins. But if you extend the term date, you're getting much more coins, and then it is worth to pay $5 or $10, or let's say the gas fee goes up to $100, right? And then you do a mint in the month, and you do a year mint, and now in a year you're gonna be able to get 7,200. So it's very easy to see. It's very much going to depend on the price of Zen itself, right? And but ultimately, so the mass adoption is the thing about it, and how many people have it, and how much it's used, and how much it's held, and how much it has a use case for a great amount of people. So that 96 adoption of people, if some portion of it get into that, and there's a lot of users holding it, it's going to gain value from where it's at now in price. And it's going to gain value, that value is eventually going to turn into less and less volatility and more stability, right? As the total market cap goes up. And then, so here's the thing that's kind of mind blowing. So that gas fee, what you're saying basically is you're talking about the relationship with the gas fee and the cost of the gas relating to the price. Is it worth it? Will the calculation be worthwhile? Will it not? What are the implications? What will Ethereum be worth? How much will it cost in gas? Those kind of questions, right? That was initially your query there, your questioning. But here's the thing. It's deploying on all the chains, okay? And it's all Zen, and it's all going to be cross-chain. So the Zen economy is essentially going to be the Zen brand, the Zen, and people will have the capacity to mint it on any change they want or all, and to cross it over and to kind of like not arbitrage, because it's not really arbitraging, but it's more just trading, deciding to move their Zen there from there or there, and they can sell it out for another coin if they want, but they'll always have the option to get the Zen on the chain that they of their choosing, because Zen will be by then, a good coin to have. So why not trade it for Zen and support and hold your Zen, but just change chains. And so if the market and the gas changes, the beauty of being an omni-chain token and having that vision and that way of going about it is you've just eliminated that whole potential issue of the gas. And what you're really doing is and it comes back to that initial issue of that the truer value is the blockchain itself, the technology. And Zen has solved the problem of giving people access to the nation, the continent of DeFi and blockchain technology, which is a very particular continent to migrate to, because it's not the governments, it's not the taxes, the tyrannies that try to tell you what you can do with your money, how you can spend it and how much, and which are not inflating your currency and devaluing it, right? So it's a very special place to go, and technology, blockchain. So what Zen is doing is it's tying itself in a symbiotic relationship with the blockchain technology, not with no shitcoin whatsoever. It's not even pretending to be one of those. It's just a token of appreciation given back for using the blockchain. It's given back to you for free after you spend for the gas. And so it's creating a symbiotic relationship with the blockchain technology itself. And not only one of them, not only Ethereum, but all of them. And it's doing the same exact function for all of them at any and all price points of the choosing of whomever at whatever point in time with the cross-chain capacity. So basically, as a currency and a store of value, what it is most essentially is a store of value and currency, which is tying itself with the highest, most technologically advanced technology, that humanity has ever developed in terms of stores of value and medium of exchange in an absolute symbiotic omni-chain way to that technology. And I think that is the description of what is the truest value of Zen. Not any price, at this moment.
Yeah, there is one foregone conclusion is that people will have it. I mean, we're a couple of days into this, and I mean, gosh, that's a done deal. People are gonna have Zen, so that mission accomplished there, right?
Yeah, yeah. And
You know, it's interesting. Off topic, but I wonder, Avalanche, some of even like the Doge chain and the, Phantom or Moonbeam and all those seem to be outpacing Avalanche, and I was just curious why. I figured that was, I can't put my finger on that one. It's just not, the global ranks was a bit lower. I wonder why. Just curiosity.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't really used Avalanche, and I, many things they're kind of like certain people will come across certain things just because they were
Did we lose him or did I lose him?
Yeah, for some reason your voice was out for a while, but I can hear you now.
yeah,
There,
no,
honey?
yeah, I'm there.
Oh, there you go.
I realized my mic was closed. Yeah, I was actually talking. So yeah, I don't know, some, everybody's different in their timing and what they're exposed to. I think some people are at a certain point, they're looking for something, or they're open, they're available, and then something comes out. An avalanche at some point came out. I personally that was not timing for me. Um, so I didn't really get exposed to avalanche. If I look at it from afar, not having been directly exposed, because it wasn't like timed with me, I was exposed to other chains. Uh, I didn't see anything that was particular. I mean, other than just the bullishness of the moment when it was coming out and all that. But there was not anything particular. So I don't know if it was attracting people to migrate, those who had already been kind of set in their ways. I don't know. Like, what does Avalanche have to offer? I see for example, Moonbeam for me is much more enticing as going to discover another chain, just because it's an EVM that's associated with Polkadot, and I'm invested in several projects in Polkadot, and that I find is quite interesting that it wants to cross the bridge to the Polkadot system, ecosystem. Avalanche, to me, it just signifies it's like Phantom, right? So I was exposed to I was in Ethereum and Tron and then Binance and Polygon. That was kind of the chain of events for me. After Polygon, Phantom started pumping. I almost got in to get that, and I kind of pulled back, and I was like, nah, you know what? I have stuff going on around and other chains, and I'll just take care of my things there. That was kind of the end of the road for me in terms of just spreading myself out. Phantom and then Avalanche, and Avalanche kind of successful. But what was the what is surprising to you? What does Avalanche have to offer that is of like truly of value, other than just its own little trend at its own time as a new chain? Is there anything in particular that stands out as a use case for Avalanche?
No, none to me. I don't know of any particular advantages. I guess if I had to think about something, it would be maybe you could look at how they rank on as far as TVL or users, and thinking that it might go that way, but it didn't work that way at all. But no, I don't know of any advantage. I mean, it's a cheaper chain, just like um, the rest of them. But yeah, that's what I was
Is it
trying to
really,
find out.
is it
Like,
really cheaper? Is it like someone was talking earlier about CRO and just suggesting that Chronos should get Zen and the value? I look at it. I've had a little experience with crypto.com, staking there and what happened there. But to me, it's like, I don't know, Chronos. It's like, I just feel there's a centralized affiliation there. It resembles to me more like Binance. I don't know why we'd want more of that necessarily. So I'm not particularly attracted towards Chronos. Um, so yeah, like Avalanche. Um, I don't know. I'm if I'm gonna try something, I'm gonna be attracted to Moonbeam. I'm kind of finding Moonbeam cool. I find Doge cool just because it's Doge as a little new chain, and because of Elon Musk and that. I find that there's maybe something of interest that could happen there. Um, yeah, is Avalanche what's its price point? Because he was telling me that Chronos, he was talking about like 50 cents, which is interesting, but it's kind of like it's more expensive than Binance, from what I understand. Because maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's cheaper. What is Avalanche? Isn't Avalanche like more expensive than Polygon, say?
yeah, that's a good question. I think I'm gonna pin that down tomorrow. All these like zeros have started to Google my eyes and my brain. I haven't even really got a good tag on it yet. Obviously Ethereum, I know, is expensive. That one hits pretty hard, but I'll check it out. Maybe that's it. Maybe if I really nail it down, tomorrow. Maybe Avalanche is more expensive, maybe more expensive than Binance. I'll check that out tomorrow.
Right. I kind of had the impression, and I don't know. I think it's probably cheaper than Binance a little bit, but definitely more expensive than Polygon. So let's say it was, let's just say, suppose it might not be the case, but let's suppose it was like somewhere in the middle. Or Chronos seems to be maybe somewhere in the middle as well. What is the advantage of that? Like, what becomes the incentive? Shouldn't there be some kind of like, I don't know, added security, something that would make it that people would go there? Because that's the question I'm posing myself at this point in time when all these EVMs are coming out. More so, we're hearing about many EVMs. Now, some projects are seriously, interesting. Like there's this one that I heard of not so long ago. Someone in here actually, many years of experience, is talking about RSK EVM. So that's an EVM built directly, supposedly using Bitcoin. It's a Bitcoin EVM, and this project is going to be coming out probably in the next bull run. They're waiting for the next bull run. RSK. I think they have testnet out. So there could be a definite value, right? Like an actual EVM running on Bitcoin. But why have all these EVMs? I wondered to myself. Like, shouldn't they have some kind of value, or is it why? I even wonder why people go through the trouble of doing it. Where are they getting money out of? It's just like kind of like trying to get their share of the market. Who the development teams, the validators. Maybe it's I don't know, the whole industry of validators and developers. I don't know. I actually wondered to myself, why is there so many EVMs coming out, and why more now? Like now, SHIB is going to come. There's going to be a SHIB chain. It's already there. Why do we need a SHIB chain? You see what I'm saying? Like I'm genuinely wondering what's the play here from those who are launching these chains, unless they're solving some issue. Like, for example, Moonbeam. Moonbeam is actually doing something. It's attempting to relate to Polkadot from the EVM side.
Well, Ethereum 2.0 still got very high gas fees. So if there's an limit can get the transaction fees can like spike all the way up to 2,000 cray. So that's a problem there because it downs the chain. So some of the other chains have got lower gas.
Right. So yeah, that's a absolutely valid point. So then you have like a chain like Polygon, which is the complete other extreme, and it's configured in a way that the gas fees are cheap, but the security is quite lower, and I think the capacity as well, the overall traffic capacity before it starts, although that might just be a question of the validators, but it's definitely configured differently, even though it's an EVM and a clone of Ethereum. So that's cool. And that was definitely when Polygon came out, that was like really needed. It was great. We had Tron before that. Tron was cool, but then Tron, I don't know what they did, but they shot themselves in the foot. They jacked the gas prices. They wrecked Tron. Then we all like just dumped Tron. I was pissed off with it. Most people were. And they did this through some kind of voting governance, and they kind of just jacked the gas prices like by, I don't know, almost 20-fold. And then Binance came out, and that one's kind of centralized. Well, it's connected, and so they all had their little use cases. Polygon was great for like trading, leveraging, coming in and out real quick. You didn't really need to concern with gas fees whatsoever. You could do like as many transactions that you wanted. Great use case. Finance was cool, and it's for its own reasons, and still is. Like it's finance, right? Uh, and so what's the so how many chains do we need to deal with Ethereum's gas prices? I guess Polygon can't take care of it. Binance can't take care of it. So is this the plan? We're going to have like a whole bunch of chains to be able to deal with the fact that Ethereum gas fees spike?
I guess this is going to be the way everything works out. There's a lot of players in the beginning, and then as time goes on, there's a flushing out. There's just like Cardano,
Right.
great technology and a lot of support behind it, but some of the bigger investors, are looking at it saying, right now, there's no there, but there eventually may be a lot there, but eventually there's going to have to be some there, just like all the rest of these. We're sort of in that floating time where people are giving some leeway to projects, but we all know that can't go on forever.
Right. Good point. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I guess that kind of answers my somewhat confusion. So what you're saying basically is we have more options, and that's great. Absolutely needed. More options for different use cases, different users, you know, and as long as you have the cross chain, that's really cool. But then at some point it's like there'll be a flushing out, and we'll figure out which are the ones that are really useful and valuable and offer what's really wanted. And maybe that's and likely that's much better than trying to do it all with one. And that I totally understand. Like one tool that does everything is not usually as good as having many specialized tools. So some are more sort of security focused, and some are more speed focused, and some are more cost focused. But spreading ourselves too thin all over the place and all the I don't know about SHIB chain. It's cool, but I think Doge chain is going to be plenty in terms of necessity, and we already have Polygon. If SHIB chains comes out, because I think SHIB chain is already out, I believe. Yeah, but yeah, I think it is, because I remember the amount of validators and wallets, and it's like very small. So yeah, it's like you don't want to start the whole shitcoin thing with the chains, right? Like Doge chain, SHIB chain. I mean, at some point, it just sounds like clunky and confusing for users. So hopefully Zen that's going to be another one of the functions of Zen, is going to be to flush the stuff out and to kind of decide, where the market really is. And maybe people will go where Zen is doing well, and Zen will go on the chains that it deems, useful, functional, honest, DeFi, first principles of crypto, and kind of like neglect the rest, and maybe that'll contribute in doing the flush and really making a solid ecosystem where Zen is a standard crypto where you always can get your Zen. And if you're leaving your little, your little continent of blockchain and going to another, you always find your Zen is there. You can migrate it, you can cross it over, you could use it over there. I definitely think Moonbeam is cool. I'm definitely want to go there. I haven't yet. Has anyone had any good experience at Moonbeam? Like in terms of I don't know, utilities, the swaps, anything of interest?
Yeah, that's one in particular I definitely want to explore more. As far as the minting works fine. Only one I've had some hiccups on. I think today I had some hiccups with the Doge chain. I'm not sure what was going on, but um, yeah, they're all, and it's exciting. I guess that's why I get so excited to mint right away. It's just so much fun, even though we have such a long time to do it. It's fun. What can I say?
Yeah, what's your favorite chain? Your like what experience wise, overall experience, like without overthinking it, like
That's a good question. All right, so for me to really just let loose, for me, Phantom has been just like clockwork. you know, um,
right,
it's
right.
cheap, it's fast. I don't know what it is. I can rip on that one.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. Uh, people enjoying Phantom. So that Phantom would be, you see, that's where kind of I stopped in my own like just positioning myself in DeFi. It was kind of like, yeah, ETH, Tron, Binance, Polygon, and then it was Phantom's turn, and I kind of stopped there. Uh, that one, the price is slightly higher than Polygon, or like compared to AVAX, where would Phantom be? Would it be like closer to Polygon, and an AVAX a little bit more
Yeah,
expensive?
I think you hit the nail on the head. There's Polygon and Phantom are
Kind of the same price
yeah.
point, right? But you find Phantom to be particularly seamless. Do you find Polygon to be less so? Or have you just not used Polygon much?
Yeah, Polygon, about the same. Yeah, I was just thinking about from the initial launches, I had the most success on Phantom. Um,
Okay, in terms of
Man,
your what's your
Polygon, wow, that one is exploding.
yeah, well, Polygon was well supported. I mean, the fact that Avi went there, and I mean, I think that was a big boost for Polygon, and it was great. Had a great bull run. Matic, very nice to trade, to leverage. Yeah, definitely Polygon. It's just that it seems to be somewhat inconsistent in terms of the traffic. So when you have a lot of traffic, I don't know, it can get wonky quite easily, it seems. Not sure where that is. Maybe gas fees improperly adjusted, but it just seems like they can get stuck. The Phantom would do the same thing if there was a congestion or too much at once.
Obviously, the toughest one to get into, probably for most people, was the Doge chain, but it's really ripping now too. And I wonder if that's people that finally got in said, "Well, now that I'm in, I'm gonna make this work." you know. But yeah, that was I was one of the one I have like sitting in my wallet a tiny bit of the DC. Yeah, I kind of went that route like some people did. So I just left it there. I guess eventually they say that you'll be able to use it as gas. I'm not sure how that works.
Okay, so you confirmed that the gas is not the DC is not working for you. It's not it's not spending it.
Let's see. I actually have that sitting in my Ethereum wallet. I haven't tried to. So if I transfer to the Doge chain, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. No, it needs to be on the Doge chain, but if it were to work. But yeah, it was kind of a debate because Dennis in here, I believe he has both DC and the W Doge. Yeah, he definitely has W Doge, but I believe he has the DC, and they appear. What he was telling me is that the W Doge is the big denomination on top, and the DC I think is in his wallet, or vice versa. But I think that's a DC in your wallet. Is that it?
Yeah,
What
dude,
you're saying?
that Doge chain is so, it's an absolute wreck over there. It really is. There's even someone in the chat today who's talking about it, and I was telling them like, yeah, man, I had W Doge, I minted with it. He didn't believe me that I minted with W Doge and DC, and I was trying to tell him like, it's a total cluster F, because literally you'll have wrapped Doge, but like on the block explorer and your wallet and everything, it'll just say Doge. You'll get on the Doge chain website and it doesn't say W Doge, it says Doge. And then I swapped all of that for DC just to see if it worked, just for the hell of it, and it worked to mint. And then you go to the block explorer and it says that you used Doge. Your wallet does say DC, but like then you'll go to the DC website and you can tell like there's a little option there where you can select account and it'll show you whether you have Doge or DC in there. And sure enough, yeah, it's like literally DC according to the DC website. So it can be used, but it's a total cluster, and it's just like they kind of screwed something up because none of it makes sense. You kind of got to figure it out yourself. They don't make it easy at all.
Right. Well, maybe they thought that by giving two options, it would help give more options than less. But I think it might be that
Yeah,
it,
the thing is like I'll go over to their block explorer, right? And the block explorer itself says that I used Doge for a gas fee for a transaction, but in reality, it's Doge chain, it's DC, and like it's super confusing. Anyway, go ahead. I cut you off there.
are you saying that it's always specified the same on the block explorer, or when you look, or the block explorer? Is it always
Yeah,
denominated the same?
I looked today at like a previous transaction. I can go look at them right now. I can pull up my MetaMask. But I know for sure that when I was using DC for a transaction, it reads Doge on the block explorer, which is like obviously kind of confusing. Yeah, Doge. So now I'll go to let me confirm here. I'll go to another wallet. I think I only did one transaction with wrapped Doge.
And I'll check that one. That one also says that I use Doge. So I used Wrap Doge and they call it Doge on their Block Explorer. I used DC and they call it Doge on their Block Explorer. It's like, okay, guys. Anyway.
Oh, but I can see how that could happen. It's just a way of the functioning. So when they're burning it, they're using the gas. They are burning at the moment that they're burning, they're really just burning Doge. It's whatever they're using to burn to do the thing. But when they accept your payment, so to speak, for the gas fees, it might have indoors. But as soon as it goes out, it's just calculated as if it were the whatever is the gas over there, which is basically just a way of representing computational power and electricity ultimately. And there's no actual coin.
It's I mean, but it's just kind of it's not very friendly to the end user, you know, because it's just like, and I'm not the only one. People are like, what the hell do I
No, but
do here? Like, what coin do I need? What works? Like, people are like, I know I did transact, you know, claim C ranks, and then I'm getting people in the chat saying it's impossible, and I'm like, well, I did it. I confirmed that I did it with both of them, and you know,
right.
it's just
So
like
it makes sense. It
crazy.
does make sense. It totally makes sense when you think of the fact that they have a native coin. They want to give it its own native name. They want to call it Doge Chain, right? Not Dogecoin, Doge Chain, DC. And they're going to start selling it, whatever market. But then the thing is that if you're a Doge Chain
Yeah,
user,
dude, I literally, it's already out there. I literally swapped Wrap Doge for DC. I didn't bridge it at their
right?
website. I bought it
So
off the
it's
market.
considered. So that part is kind of it's basically it's like saying the DC is the gas, right? And Wrap Doge is the gas also. So they are the same coin. They're the gas coin. They're the one that works with the gas. So they're the same coin, but the difference with the W Doge is that it's for the people that don't want to buy the DC because they already have Doge chain. They're on the original Doge chain, so they have the Doge coin. So what can they do with their Doge coin? Well, obviously, to say to them, nah, you can't do nothing with your Doge coin on Doge chain sounds kind of ridiculous because it's, you know, it comes from that chain originally. It's a new EVM. So they say, well, if you already have Dogecoin, you don't have to go buy the DC wherever it's selling. So you can just port your Dogecoin and we'll wrap it up and it'll work for gas as well. And seeing like that, it's you see, it totally makes sense, and it's kind of not so complicated. It's just you have to
Well,
shoot that one
not
to the
you
bridge.
got to figure it out though. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
especially when on the Doge chain Block Explorer they call it Doge. You know, it's like, what's going on? Like, why don't you just call it wrapped Doge or DC? You know, they're calling
Right,
it
but
Doge.
but once they're on the EVM, they're just the gas Doge. They're the Doge, the gas Doge of the EVM. But for you who's bringing it anyway, for you who's trying to bring Doge chain over and cross the bridge, they're calling it Wrap Doge because it actually is. It's not the Doge that you sent. They had to convert it to make it work on the EVM because the original Doge chain, the original Doge is not on a compatible EVM.
Yeah. I got lost in there. Who was talking? What were you asking about? Somebody else was.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry, man. I kind of took over
I
there for a
know,
minute. I
I know.
apologize.
Yeah, you had a hard time. You have a little trauma there.
No,
From
I get it. But it's just like, I mean, logically it makes sense, but also it kind of doesn't make sense the way they do it. It garners confusion. I mean, I'm not the smartest guy, but I'm also not the stupidest guy, you know. It's like, you know, I get it now, but it makes it difficult and for people and kind of generates confusion. I know there's confusion about all of it.
I'm not the only one.
Do you really? Do you really get it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not the smartest, but I'm not the stupidest either. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm not going to claim to know that I know everything about anything, man. I'm here to learn too.
You're the guy that you're the guy. Just don't forget, you're the guy who has two kinds of doges to use the Doge chain. Okay, you ended up with more than one option.
I missed that. What'd you say?
Said you're the guy who has two different kinds of doges that you can use on the Doge chain. You
Right,
ended up
right.
with more than one option.
Well,
How
I did
you did that,
purpose,
I don't
though.
know.
I just wanted to see if it worked. That's why I went and got DC, because I wanted to see if it actually worked. Like I had Wrap Doge and I did my first mint with that. I was like, hell with it. I'll try it out. What the hell? And it worked. So because there's word on the street that you couldn't use Dogecoin to mint, right?
I'm laughing, man.
But you can. No, seriously, the word on the street was no, you need to use wrapped Doge. Doge DC doesn't work yet. And I was like, I'm gonna try it anyway. And it did work. I have a bunch of DC in my wallet right now. I could go do another mint if I wanted to. Anyway, you hear what I'm saying though, right? Like there is confusion in the community, especially with people who aren't in that Doge community, you know, and haven't been keeping up with it. So back to the original guy that was talking. Again, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over here. What was I even forgot what you were talking about here. If you're still here, maybe you got off.
Yeah, no, he was just talking about Doge. You know, I think he liked it. Yeah, Doge is interesting. I'm interested. I have my Doge now. I'm happy to have my Doge.
Dude, Zen is kicking butt on the Doge chain. It is really kicking butt.
No, remember someone had said, I forget, but someone said that didn't think Doge was going to work, but yeah.
I mean, there's other chains like AVAX and Phantom and stuff too. I'm surprised how low they still are. It's not gaining a lot of interest. It's kind of interesting to watch it all play out in real time, you know?
Yeah, it is just yet another utility of Zen. That utility of testing the trains, pushing them to the limits, seeing like, do you work well? Do you have enough validators? Like, which is very useful. Very much so. You don't want, problems to be lingering and not be exposed and people just having to get caught up in them. It's like, test it. That's great. But I'm thinking it does make sense that Phantom and AVAX would be getting that reaction because in the timeline of things, maybe they're like, I don't know, kind of maybe there's a little redundancy there in the evolution of the EVMs. Maybe people are not, or maybe it's just not so many people know about them or use them. I don't know what the market is like on them. You want there to be liquidity. You want there to be some DApp, something. kind of platform, a really nice platform. Maybe it could be a lending platform. Yes, a lot of it is decided by the devs, the developers. If developers want to deploy their dApps there, it helps the chains. So yeah, I'm gonna hit the sack. Good talk, guys. I'll probably see you guys tomorrow, and have a good night.
Good night, man.
How you doing, Hamish?
Yeah, going okay. I've been putting my wallet addresses into a notepad and then putting that into Excel and then putting it into the tracker. The crypto cell tracker thing, which is interesting.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a nice website, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you been doing any more minting or waiting for the NFTs?
No. Yeah, I'm waiting on the NFTs. I don't know, man. I feel like I want to do more on ETH, but I also feel like I should practice a little caution, just considering my own financial standing, you know. It would be a shame not to be able to mint in the future just because I don't have enough ETH.
Yeah. Oh, that. But if you could like sell Zen, like if one of your accounts, if Zen does quite well, and then you could mint. So you could mint one and then sell that for your gas and then claim it on the rest. But yeah.
That's true. Good point. Good point.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
Hey, how's it going? Uh, I minted my Zen since day 10. So I just wanted to ask one question. Let's say, for example, the coins that I've already minted since day 10, will I be able to make them into an NFT and sell it on OpenSea?
No, those are just going to remain the way they are. So you'll
Oh,
have to,
okay.
if you want to do the NFT thing, the NFTs are basically like a batch minter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the current mints that everyone on here has, we're not going to be able to turn those into an NFT.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
We're kind of stuck with them, so
Mhm.
we can't move them in
So
between
we can only
wallets
sell
or
them
sell them to
on the
someone
centralized
else or any.
exchanges, right?
What's that?
So we can only sell those coins on centralized exchanges, right?
No, you could sell them on a decentralized exchange if you wanted to.
Okay. Okay, I understand. So all I need to do is wait. I can't turn that into an NFT, and I was hoping if I could turn them into an NFT, like my unclaimed coins, the coins that I still didn't claim. It's like 400-day claims.
Yeah, I hear you. Unfortunately, that's not the way it works out. So,
Mm-hmm. Okay,
but
thanks. I get
soon
it now.
enough, we can all create NFTs, so we can
Mm-hmm.
do that.
All right. Thank you.
Guess Honeydeal's checked out, huh? Oh God, it's because it's late. I should check out here pretty soon too. Where are you, Hamish? You over in the UK somewhere or something?
I'm from NZ, so yeah,
From
Kiwi.
what?
So
Oh, New
New
Zealand.
Zealand. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it's 20 past 8, 23 past 8 here. Yeah, Sunday.
I forgot. I know you've said before, but I forgot what chains you're into. What you're minting
The
on.
main one with Zen is the Ethereum one, but I've done Ethereum proof of work, and B&B, and that's it.
Yeah, proof of work. 9 million already. It's just crushing it. Doji chain is right on its tail. Can't believe it.
I just created more than 1,050 wallets since
Oh
day
my
10.
God, you're is like a
Yeah,
batch minter or something.
yeah. I'm not waiting for the batch minter. I mean, I'll buy the NFTs too, but right now I just split my screen into two parts. My computer screen. Sometimes I listen to some podcasts and I can mint it. So basically,
You did
Matic
all that
gas
with your
fee is
you did all that with your fingers? That's
no,
nuts.
not fingers. I'm using the mouse and I'm using the shortcut keys.
Oh
Basically,
yeah,
Matic is
I
pretty
get
cheap
that.
right now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's crazy,
I mean,
man.
I don't like just sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, I can just download information, whatever YouTube or podcast, and I can just do the second thing. So currently, the EA is like 0, but the first day it was like awesome. Right now I have about 1,050 wallets, but what I see is creating wallet is pretty slow right now. MetaMask, once I click create account, it's like 10 minutes to create one wallet. It's
Like
10,
how
1,050.
many
Yeah,
accounts do you have on your MetaMask? Why is it running so slow?
1,050. 1,050.
Oh, you can create another MetaMask wallet, right? And it won't
Yeah,
be
yeah,
so slow.
yeah. It's pretty slow right now, but it's easy to manage. So that's why I'm just using one.
So what chain are you doing all this on?
Basically, Matic. It's all
Oh,
in Matic.
cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I can see that. I mean, I did over 300 Matic addresses. It wasn't too
Mm-hmm.
bad, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know a friend. She has 1,500 wallets. So in 3 chains, BNB, Matic, FTM. That's 1,500 wallets. So that's huge.
Yeah, that's awesome. How are you? You guys got a pretty good system to keep track of all that, right?
Yeah. I mean, we can just copy paste the addresses and inside the website portfolio tab. So you can just check everything. But
Yeah.
I think there is a monitor too, right? There's a monitor too, but it's not required. You can monitor inside the portfolio tab on the website itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can save that information on it yet, though. Can you?
You can. I've checked it. Even if you disconnect your wallet, it's even if you disconnect your wallet and open a new tab, it's still there. You can just connect your wallet again, and the information is there. It's pretty cool.
Okay. On Zen.network?
Yeah, Zen.network, the portfolio tab.
Oh, right on. It's good to know.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So why did you choose Polygon? Why didn't you just like do like 10 Ethereum instead of like 1,000 Polygon?
The gas fee is pretty cheap on Polygon. It's pretty cheap. It's hardly cents, few cents. I think the first day when I minted on Ethereum, it was like more than $5 per mint. So 100 wallets, it's 500. But on Polygon, you can get a lot. The gas fee is like, it was the price of Polygon was also cheap. Now the gas fee is pretty high. But back in the day 10, it was pretty cheap. Barely nothing.
But you see, you understand my question though, right? So
Yeah.
let's just say, for example, like minting on Polygon will cost 1 cent to create a C rank, and Ethereum will cost $1. You know where I'm going with this? Where
Yeah,
you could
I
just
get it.
create one mint. I'm actually kind of just trying to start a conversation, but you could create one C rank with Ethereum versus 100 with Polygon. Not to mention, right now, Polygon is at 12 million global rank, and Ethereum is at 2.1 million.
Yeah.
But I hear you though, dude. Like, I'm not terrified about
Yeah.
ETH
No,
fees right
what
now.
what happened was
I'm
that
terrified about what
the
they
first
might be
day.
in like a year from now.
Mm-hmm. So on day 10, I funded my account with a lot of polygons. So right now I can just use those polygons. But Ethereum, I barely had like, I don't remember, like 0.05 or something Ethereum I had on my MetaMask. But Polygon I had like 50 or 60. I think 60. So I've been using it. FTM to FTM, AVAX. So I funded my account with some Polygon, AVAX, and FTM. So I'm just using it. Otherwise, it just sits there. So, but if you check it, you get about 10 million coins if you mint on Polygon right now. But if you check it after, like, let's say tomorrow, you'll get like 20 million coins. The initial claim is pretty low, but you get about 20 million coins per mint.
Is that delta between the C rank and the G rank grows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So are you going to be taking advantage of those NFTs if and when they're available?
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna buy them. I think it's about 3 weeks. Yesterday I saw Jack's video with crypto kindness, I believe. So it was like, I think he said about 3 weeks. It's still on testing phase. NFTs, they will be pretty liquid. Zen will become pretty liquid with NFTs.
Very much so. The NFTs completely changed the game of Zen.
Yeah, completely. And the
because
sell
now
pressure will.
when
Yeah,
they're out, it won't make sense to mint any shorter than the longest term, right?
yeah. And for people who, let's say they have a job, they come back to the house, they don't have the time to sit and mint like 100 wallets, right? So they'll just put on $100 and they'll buy 100 VMUs. And the magic is that there won't be sell pressure the way it is right now. The sell pressure will reduce a lot because it's just a different market, NFT market. It's a game changer.
Yeah, that's a good point. It might, well, it'll at least it could slow down that sell pressure for sure. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be theoretical and figure that everybody obviously should just do maximum mint terms with these NFTs, then yeah, I could see that.
But the downside is that gas fees will be at all-time high prices. Everybody's gonna choose high gas fee, in order to mint the NFT.
No, not me, man. Say, do you know much about polygons, such as like what are their block sizes and stuff?
I'm not into, no, I don't know the details exactly. I'm just checking it. Wait.
That question is kind of relating. So, like with the NFTs on Ethereum, they're kind of limited. Well, they could limit them to, they could be higher than 100 VMUs if they wanted to, but they're kind of limited to 100 because of the block size of Ethereum. Like
I think it's about 128 on Ethereum.
Yeah,
128.
yeah. The last I know, I've heard that said, but that they could do it that high. I haven't heard any new info, so I'm just sticking with 100 for now. But
So the
I mean,
Polygon block time of 20
the average
seconds
block size that Ethereum goes
is
for is like 15 million way, but it can be maxed out to 30 million. So that's why they're kind of like sizing that NFTs to be around 100, So that's what's leading me to asking about like Polygon and these other chains, like would we just be limited to like 100 max per NFT, or could it go higher,
I think the minimum is like 100, like Jack mentioned yesterday. So the minimum is 100 for the first. What did he say? Yeah, you can basically put about 100 VMUs per mint, and max will be about, like on other chains it might be like 1,000 or maybe thousands. Like Matic is 20 seconds. The block time of 20 seconds
This is
is
a recent interview
block.
from yesterday you're talking about?
Yeah. Crypto Kindness. His YouTube channel is Crypto Kindness.
Oh, I can't remember if I
He's a
watched that
Hexican, I
today
guess.
or not.
He's a hex
Time.
holder. Crypto Kindness, yeah.
Yeah,
He's a hex holder.
I
He used to be a hex holder.
familiar with it.
The other good thing about the NFT is that recently Instagram mentioned that you can basically buy and sell NFT on Instagram. So they just partnered with Polygon. So you can just turn your Instagram account into NFT shop, you know.
Oh, no
So
shit.
yeah,
It's cool.
yesterday they partnered with Polygon. So, 2 billion people use Instagram. If you don't count the fake accounts, like everybody has one fake account at least, but more than 2 billion people use Instagram, basically Meta, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. So, so our NFTs will be open to 2 billion people. I'm not sure 2 billion
That
people are interested
that
into
is
NFTs, but
that is
yeah,
huge news.
huge.
That's really
Even if
big.
you
I
even if
need
you
to go look
consider
into that right
1%
now.
population, like they're they're interested in NFTs, that's a huge number. Perhaps 2 billion people, they don't know about NFTs, but let's say 1% of that population. That's huge.
So they partnered with Polygon.
Yeah.
Is available to swap NFTs through Instagram from other networks as well, or just the Polygon network?
It's just the Polygon network for now. But you can also link your Instagram account to OpenSea. And OpenSea, I believe, has 3 networks, BNB, Polygon, and Ethereum. So you can just link your Instagram account to OpenSea.
Dude, that's really good news. I'm gonna go look into that right now.
Yeah, you can check the Twitter account, Instagram.
And I'll also have to start an Instagram account. I just started the first Twitter account a couple weeks ago, just because of
Okay.
Zen.
Mhm.
This one here, this article here says Meta will not charge users any fees for creating or selling NFTs on Instagram until 2024.
Yeah. So basically, I think they want to onboard a lot of people, and then perhaps in the future they might charge a little bit of fees. But still, it's just imagine how many people will be exposed to NFTs and crypto. And if Zen is on 10 networks, right now it's on 9 networks, and those are huge chains, right? BNB, Matic, Phantom, these are huge platforms. If we can grab at least 1% population of the whole world, that's a huge number.
Oh yeah, this is huge. I just posted it on my Twitter account. So Facebook is Meta, right? So does Facebook own Instagram? Is that how this works?
Basically, Meta is the company, is the parent company, and Meta owns Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. So it's basically the same company, you know. They changed the name of the Facebook. They changed the name of Facebook to Meta because they wanted to launch Metaverse, but they lost, like, I believe it's 300 billion. How much? 40 billion, 30 billion. Facebook, they lost 30-40 billion dollars because of Metaverse. They wanted to do something with the Metaverse thing. The problem with Facebook is right now, majority of the users are not young. Most young people, they use Instagram. Facebook is like the traffic is different.
Yeah, I hear you.
Also, I'm interested about the, you know, the proof of stake. There's gonna be a proof of stake NFT that will burn Zen as well. So that's gonna bump up the price.
Oh yeah. Not to mention, like, those NFTs could just be floating around forever. Like, you don't need to mint them, you know. You could literally have a NFT that represents a stake, like in 10 years, you know, that you minted today. Literally just acts like a burn.
The C ranks will be
you know?
like a big flex, you know. I'm C rank number 1, C rank number 1000. That's gonna be the big flex.
Yeah, I don't know how that'll play out. I don't really get it because, yeah, I mean, that's what it is. It's a flex. People will be into it. Is this the TB I see in this chat? Is that you, man? TB Bishop? Mr. Paul, what's your take on all the Ethereum burning that's been going on lately?
I'm sorry, take on what?
What's your take on all the Ethereum that's been being burned lately?
Yeah, it's gonna pump the price of Ethereum. Ethereum is going to surpass Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin does nothing. It just sits there. Ethereum,
You
man.
think it,
Ethereum is the
you
future.
think it's do you think this next bull run is the run that will flip Bitcoin?
Yeah. I don't think so this bull run, but in the long run for sure. I think we can expect 10x from the all-time high prices from the last bull run. That's about maybe 30-ish thousand. Perhaps more than that. I mean, if you see the history, if you look at the history, you know, the prices, all-time high prices, whatever it is, it's like 10x. But Ethereum and Bitcoin didn't perform well this bull run. It was the other coins, those 1000x's, 10x's, 20x's. Bitcoin was hardly 3x from the all-time high. It was 21, right? 2017. It was hardly 69. Even Ethereum was 1,300, the all-time high. It barely went to like 4,000 or something. But yeah, in the long run, Ethereum is gonna surpass Bitcoin. Back in 2016, I believe. So a friend of mine told me buy Ethereum. So Ethereum was hardly $1, and something happened to the blockchain. Some hack happened, and I thought Ethereum is a scam. Thank God I didn't buy it, but I was so wrong. Some major hack happened back in 2016, I believe.
Oh yeah, is that when they had to fork?
They, I think they did something to the blockchain, and people were really scared because they turn around the blockchain. I guess I'm not sure, but there was a major hack back then. So people were like, "This is not decentralized. If you can, you know, if you can manipulate the blockchain, unlike Bitcoin." Back in those days, Bitcoin was the best. There was no other competition. But then we failed to realize the potential of Ethereum. Bitcoin does nothing. Perhaps it's better than gold, but it failed as a currency, mate. It's how many years? Hardly one country uses it as a currency. Unless one Bitcoin is like $1 million, you can't use it as a currency. It's too volatile. But Zen is going to benefit all of the chains, It's burning Ethereum, it's burning other even Polygon. Millions of new users in just 1 week. Millions of new. It's bringing. I didn't have a Polygon wallet. I had a new Polygon wallet, FTM wallet. So just like so many people are getting introduced to new chains.
Yeah, I've never used Poly either until now. I figured it would be a really good tool for onboarding new users. I could do it fairly cheaply for me, because I can't afford to be giving away Ethereum and stuff. But, um, you just run into somebody or a loved one or whatever, and you can kick them over, you teach them how to just help them set up a MetaMask account on their phone and send them over a little bit of Poly or some Matic, maybe a little chunk of Zen to get them excited, and then take them over to Zen.network and show them how to start minting their own.
Exactly. Also, there is another website, zencrypto.io. So it's way more informative than Zen.network. Yeah, for beginners, I think zencrypto.io. It's very informative. The website was built by a community member itself. They even changed the UI UX. It looks way more fancy now.
What else you got? What else is on your mind? You seem like a pretty knowledgeable man. Is this your first time chat? Have you just been kind of hovering around in here, not talking, or?
Yeah, like this is the first time I use the Telegram chat feature, like this audio chat feature. I've been into crypto since 20. Like I bought Bitcoin at $250, but I didn't realize that the price of Bitcoin will appreciate, So I used to use Bitcoin for like, there used to be we used to call it profit share websites back in 2015. So it was basically advertising. So, but our PayPal accounts used to get shut down. So we had to use Bitcoin. But a friend of mine told me, buy Bitcoin, you can just move around the money. It's the future of money. But I didn't realize it will be worth 60,000. I bought a few Bitcoins back in 2015 for $250 each. But there was lack of knowledge that this thing is an appreciating asset.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of you out there. That would have been a pretty decent return, huh?
Yeah,
Do
man.
you think you would have been able to make it this long?
I never thought so, but new projects came in. Back in 2017, there was a hot coin, very hot coin. The name was Digibyte coin. It was pretty hot. The price was like, I don't remember, man, 4 zeros or something. Digibyte coin. And they had this rumor that they're going to partner with EA Sports, but it was just a rumor. So new projects came in. I kept on buying this, buying that, trying this, trying that. So yeah, a lot of bad experiences actually. I mean, if you talk to many people like since 2015 who are into crypto, most of them have bad experiences. They lost money. If you don't lose money, you don't understand what is this whole industry is about. You tend to believe everything, but majority of the things are like it's just noise. Like the Digibyte coin, it's still down.
Still
Many
around
coins.
too, huh? Like
Yeah, yeah.
how many years?
What, the Digibyte coin?
Yeah, yeah. You know, that name actually rings a bell for me. I've
Yeah.
been paying attention to crypto for several years, but haven't gotten serious about it for. I've only been serious about it for
I think this is
a
the
couple
right
years.
time to be serious. Back in those days, it was so difficult to buy Bitcoin. It was like now it's everywhere. It's so easy to buy Bitcoin or any crypto. You can just buy Matic. You can just buy Matic. You can just get yourself a MetaMask wallet, and you're in. But back in those days, we used to wait for KYCs, bank transfers, like purchasing crypto it was like 5-6 hours. Now it's like within 15 minutes when you're on board. It's too easy now. And back in those days, into 2015, it was like many people used to think it was a scam. How can you make so much money in in 1 or 2 years? They used to think of it as a scam. Even now they think it's a scam, but most coins are nice. Matic, it gave 1000x return since all-time low. I believe, I don't know, I believe Zen will give us maybe a 1 million x, but I don't know the time frame. I mean, if you look at the math, it's pretty good. There was a coin called Hex. It gave like 10,000x in about 600 days, but this one is way better, man. Zen. The onboard is so low cost. You can just share it with your friends. They can buy it at a very cheap rate. Hex is like 700 days old. It has hardly 100,000 holders. Zen has millions, and we don't we won't even count the number of wallets. Maybe the number of wallets is more than the real users, but we have million users already. We're barely a month old project. So the network effect is going to catch up.
Yeah, that's the goal. The goal is not fiat gains. It's not what this one's about.
Do you have any might not be allowed to talk about other projects, but do you have any Hedron and stuff like that?
No, I don't hold any of the Hex ecosystem coins. I don't hold any, but yeah, I did sacrifice for PulseX on January. Yeah, I did try it. I will be honest, I didn't find any other good projects other than Hex just a few months ago. There was no competition. But then Zen came in, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go all in on Zen because, you know, the OA wallet was always a red flag, man. It's always a red flag. But Zen is, everyone starts from zero, you know. There are no whales, there is nobody to manipulate. So that's why I almost wanted to buy Hex, but I was like, no, man, I'm going to put all my money into Zen now. Maybe we don't see the return right now, but I believe in this bull run, probably in 700 days, I guess, we'll get a pretty good price bump, you know, with this NFT and stuff. The sell pressure is just gone. I mean, most people don't understand it, but the NFT is going to be the game changer. You don't need any centralized exchanges or decentralized exchanges. Whatever it is, you sell Zen. Whenever you sell Zen, the price goes down. Doesn't matter what exchange it is. But NFT, it's a parallel economy, you know. You're selling the NFT, and the Zen is inside that NFT. So where do you get the sell pressure now? It is almost reduced to zero.
Do you think the characteristics of the NFT will bring in new users that have kind of shied away or been scared of getting involved with Zen?
Yes, I believe so. The number one thing that we need to do, or maybe we may do when the NFT launches, is we need to be like real viral, just like Bored Ape Yacht Club. Like they went viral, and when something goes viral, you're on the first page of OpenSea, right? So OpenSea has a lot of users. So when a user comes into OpenSea website, and they're like, okay, what is this Zen thing? Okay, the price, they'll check everything, you know, the price appreciation, whatever. They'll get into all the details, and the FOMO is gonna be real. The NFT, and so few NFTs gave 1,000x's in less than a year, and people, and it was just a
Can
JPEG.
you
It
can
was
you
just a
imagine
JPEG, no utilities.
the FOMO is already real? Can you imagine what the NFTs are gonna do? It's gonna be crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like we've blown up every single network that we've launched on.
Yeah, exactly. So now we need to blow up OpenSea, you know. Just imagine, there was this guy, he uploaded 365 selfies of him at OpenSea.io, and he made like $1 million. So I mean, we have real
That's
utilities
awesome.
inside the NFT. Yeah, I think the guy's name, he's from Malaysia. The account is Gozalu or something. It's pretty funny, you know. He took 365 selfies daily,
Well,
and
hey,
he sold.
good for him, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Last bull run, NFT bull run, there was no utility, only JPEG. The JPEG did nothing. Even the monkey JPEGs, the Bored Ape Yacht Clubs, they do nothing. Okay, you might get the ape coin now, but it's basically the basic utility right now is zero. You have to wait for the movie to launch or something, man. But Zen, we have the utility already inside the NFT. I mean, you get the C ranks and everything. And if it goes viral, I don't know, man. We might get 1 million x, because you can just see the history. You can just check out the history. It took 10 years, 8 years. I believe 8 years for Bitcoin to go from $1 to $1,000, right? Ethereum did the same from $1 to $1,000 in about 2 years time, less than 2 years time. And Hex did that 10,000x at about 600 days. Now more people this year, more people know about cryptocurrencies. Doesn't matter Zen, but more people are into cryptocurrencies. And Zen, we already have millions of people. OpenSea already has millions of NFT enthusiasts, and more than 2 billion people use Instagram. So even if 2 billion people are not interested into NFTs, just 1%, that's a lot. That's a lot to onboard.
Yeah. I would.
I mean, Zen can break all the records. It already is breaking. We already have millions of users, unique users, but the price action is in the end everything, right? Everybody cares about the price action, finally, the market. If we can do that, yeah, we might get a million X, man. Every dollar is going to earn you $1 million. But let's find out. It's just
We gotta though. That's ultimately not the goal of this project. Like me personally, I don't want to go back. I don't want to turn my Zen into fiat. I really don't. I'd rather use it to purchase good. I'd rather use Zen to purchase real goods on the market. I want to be able to go to the grocery store and purchase my groceries with Zen.
Yeah.
Among other
so
things.
what we can do is, let's say we have Zen and we have $1 million worth of Zen, but we don't sell the Zen. We take a loan against it. Let's say we take 10% loan against it or 1% loan against it and use that loan for a daily lifestyle. DeFi. I mean, even we can put our NFTs, the Zen NFTs for, as a collateral, and we may never need to sell Zen. We can put it as a
That's what
collateral.
That's what Hedron's doing with Hex at the moment.
Yeah. Hedron is pretty nice project here. Even PulseX, if you understand the whole math of PulseX, man, it's gonna be crazy, man. You don't need new customers. The exchange.
It's pretty cool how.
Yeah, the DEX is going to purchase the PulseX, right, on a daily basis, man.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
The DEX is a buyer of it, and then it burns stuff in a bounty.
Yeah.
We also. Yeah.
It's going to be crazy, man. Hundreds of millions of dollars going to pour in on a daily basis. And if the DEX buys in the fees, whatever the fees is, I don't know, maybe 0.01% is the fee. So it's going to buy back all the PLSX and burn it. It's going to be wild. If you hold 100 million PulseX, man, you're going to be a billionaire. That's for sure, man. It's crazy. That's what we're looking, if we launch Zen on Pulse Chain, it's gonna help both. It's gonna help everybody. But right now there is this anger with this Hexagon. Most Hexagons, they're angry with Zen. They don't like Jack. But we gotta settle our differences, man. The person who has the most allies wins, right? We can't be.
Dude, there's all that drama. Like, it's like typical of just all politics and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, people are pointing their fingers at the wrong people.
Yeah,
You
there's no
know, it's
point.
like our
There's no point
problem. Most of
fingering.
our
Yeah,
problems are not created by
mm,
these people we're pointing our fingers at.
yeah. But you see, most Hexicans are not like that. Most Hexicans are actually nice people. I mean, I have a lot of friends who are into Hex. I never have any bad experiences. Most Hexicans are actually holding Zen, but there are just few. But I think it's gonna settle up. And when Zen launches into Pulse Chain, yeah, everybody should win, man. Crypto is for people. Anything that is crypto is against the government. I mean, that's the whole thing. Doesn't matter what crypto you're holding, man. We're against the government, all this, you know. We're not the servants, man. It's free. Crypto is freedom. Right now, what's going on with the Bitcoin maximalists, man, it's crazy. They're like, only Bitcoin is good, everything is scam, man. Check out the price of Bitcoin, man. If you bought Bitcoin 2017, how much money did you make? It was 21,000 2017 December. It's 21,000 today. Basically, you're just there. But other coins, man, crypto is freedom. Any form of, even I think Zen, we shouldn't do any maximalism thing. That's why we're open to all 9 chains. Everybody should, you know, everybody should enjoy freedom. Just think about it, man. If Zen launches on Pulse chain, you can just add liquidity to both the pairs, and you can earn the incentive token over there. And with that incentive token, you can buy back Zen, or you can add liquidity, or you can buy back PulseX, man. It's up to you. But it's free money. Anyways, you'll get a copy over there, right? If you hold ERC20 Zen, you're gonna get a copy on Pulse chain. So you can just add liquidity to both the pairs, and you get the incentive token. You can use that incentive token to, you know, for your grocery bills and everything.
You know, it'll be even better over there. All the hex maxis will love it. We'll create the hex Zen pair on PulseX. It'll be a true battle of wits, right? You really get the competition going on. You know what's going to happen. It'll probably be among the first pairs.
I think a lot of people will dump their PZen, maybe, because you already get a free copy over there, right? They might dump the PZen over there, but that's just few. Why would, like, many people, many Hexicans are actually into Zen. So what day did you guys claim your Zen? Do we have any first week claimers here?
Hell
Me,
yeah.
but I
I did one the
yeah,
first
but I
day.
didn't. Yeah, but I didn't do the gas. Get too carried away in the gas. Um, I think I've been minting on around 4 or 5 US each.
Okay, nice. I was actually checking out Hex. I was just checking out what it's doing, and I found B&WCrypto's video, and I was like, okay, what is this Zen thing? So I checked the website, and I had few Ethereums, like 0.05 or something. So, and I minted on day 10. I'm still minting, man. I'm still minting right now. Made about just completed 1,050 accounts today. It's better, like,
Found it by chance on YouTube as well. But
yeah.
I think it was just like the YouTube algorithm. It was
No, I watched his
it was
interview.
that
Jack,
video with Jack and Tangent, I believe.
yeah, I watched Jack's interview with Matty Allen. I think Matty Allen introduced Jack to Richard, and then I was like, okay, he's pretty smart, right? I was just checking out, and I was checking out Jack's Twitter account, and he was talking about Zen, and I checked, and I was already watching video on YouTube, and Jim Rat Crypto's video was recommended to me. So I was like, okay, what is this Zen thing? Let's check it out. So
Yeah, you made a good find.
oh man,
I think by now it would have been hard for you to not have heard of it.
yeah. But it's
Yeah,
still pretty new,
I'm
no,
looking at my claims here, and my I had to do it on the first day, so I think I spent like $10 and got us what's my C rank here? 46,283. The most expensive claim I've ever made. Now I'm thinking like $3 is too expensive.
even the BSC chain is pretty cheap, hardly 1 cent. So I guess it's less than 1 cent. Or 10 cents, maybe less than 10 cents. But we'll get the best price on Ethereum. The Ethereum chain Zen, we'll get the best price over there because minting is pretty difficult, right? The gas fee is getting expensive.
I keep thinking I'm seeing high global ranks now, but you just know these are going to be in like the tens and tens of. Do you think these are going to surpass like hundreds of millions in the global rank?
Perhaps yes. We're just 1
We're
month
going to
old.
go in the tens of millions, right? But hundreds of millions?
Well, let's find out. On Matic, it's already 12 million, I guess. Yeah, on Matic, it's 12 million. The global rank is 12 million.
I'm gonna
I mean,
mint
why,
some more
I mean, why not?
next week.
What'd you say? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna mint even more next week. But the USD is getting expensive against the NZD. But yeah. So one NZD is 59 cents.
But the price of Zen will outperform the US dollars for sure in the long run. So whatever the price
That's what
is
I'm
now.
forward to. I'm looking forward to it replacing stable coins on the blockchain. That's what I want to see. This will be a whole different world if that happens.
Do you have any Hedron or not? Are you staking that at the moment or not?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm into Icosa and Hedron. Unfortunately, I got in too late, man. I knew about Hedron before launch, and I was kind of like, dude, I understood it, but now it makes sense now that Icosa is out, right? So I missed out on Icosa as well. But I'm still in it, I even went and bought a Watsa on OpenSea. Like, dude, I need. I only paid like 4x from original price, but I'm glad I have one anyway.
You haven't really missed out on. You haven't missed out on Icosa because Icosa is what you yield from the Hedron, all the Wattses. So it's like if the hex price is 10 cents, then Icosa is going to be $3.53, and it keeps that. It keeps the ratio.
What I meant by that is
Yeah.
I was unaware of its launch. I was just like completely out of the mix for several months and wasn't even aware of it. Otherwise, I would have gotten into Hedron much earlier too.
Yeah, and so as the TC rate increases, the more Icosa that you earn per. Yeah, sorry, the more Icosa, one Icosa is worth more hex. But it kind of like has a difficulty rate because if you were to, when you stake your Hedron, it locks it in at that T-share price. So like the T-share price has gone up by a couple thousand hex, right? And so it would take you more Hedron to lock it in, the T points. But yeah.
No, if I remember right, I did manage to get a 15% bonus on my Icosa stakes. Now that's locked in, right? Or am I remembering?
Yeah. So what happens is that when you stake Icosa, it burns it, and so your Icosa share is against your bonus is determined by how much Icosa you're staking versus the circulating supply. So if you've got 100 Icosa, your shares at 100 divided by I think 500,000, 550,000 Icosa out there.
So is that relating to the bonus? Like I managed to lock in a 15% bonus. Is that fixed? Does that remain as long as I stay staked?
No, you can move down your points because the bonuses are based on like total supply.
Okay.
So
So it's
your
not
whale,
locked in.
yeah.
Only
Yeah.
my delicious Watsa is locked in.
So you're
It'll
shark if
eventually
you're at 15%.
outperform all of it.
like a whale
Yeah,
is.
I could have done the whale, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Got in early enough. I got some yield out. Pretty stoked about that. Dude, next weekend is gonna be crazy, I think.
Yeah, correctly. That's why I'm doing that graph that you see. So basically, the yield's kind of like flat that you say, but it'll be interesting to see what happens when it jumps. When one of those what that dot will be based on when we have the burn now happening. So instead of like, I think the Wattses are paying you 2.6% in a COSA a day, more COSA a day, and then the Wattses are paying you about 1.368. So it'll be interesting to see what percentage of returns changes in your COSA you're going to get.
Yeah, I've been contemplating if I should increase my bags of that hedron this weekend. I've been looking at the charts and mulling it over, trying to make a decision. I'll have to make it tomorrow while gas fees are still low.
Yeah, I think a squid, which is about $1 billion or 1.1 billion, a bit more than that, that's yielding you about 2.2 a COSA a day, and then if you've got like 1 billion points in the Wattses, that's also yielding you about 2 a COSA a day, so 4. And it's projected that it would easy 2.2x your yield based on the burning. So that's kind of like 10 USD to 15 US a day, 7 days a week, 105 US a week. So, and those
What are
are
you
kind of like
basing
the lower
those on?
tier.
What
Being a squid, so that's a 5%. So it's like, I think the squid's the next biggest person, which has about 1.1 billion hedron, and then about a billion points, which is about 1,000 US of Wattses. Yeah.
Okay. And this is what I was all about. And then Zen came into my life. I was like, oh my God, how am I going to take care of all this now? Because I have to get involved in Zen no matter what. It's just been like my primary focus, like every day, all day, like 2 weeks before launch.
Have you seen the liquidation site that they've made? That you can see them.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but it's kind of a list and has some charts.
Hexmodel.com. Hexmodel.com. Yeah.
Familiar. Yeah, that's what it is. It's gonna be wild to see how those play out as far as, people overpaying, people getting good deals.
Yeah, but
everybody can be involved.
I'm not a Maximus, but they have launched another token, and so that gives them hedron, and then they're going to bid on those auctions. So that's got like $970,000 of hedron in it.
Recent
Yeah.
pump was all about a few weeks back, right after that news came out.
I think so. Yeah, but there's like $970,000 of in hedron in there, so they're gonna use that to bid on some of those auctions.
It's a cool ecosystem Alex designed. It's really interesting.
Yeah, I only like really kind of like his one and Pulse and Pulse really and Zen. That's really it. Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm gonna check out here. It's kind of late in my neck of the woods. I hope you all have a good day or a
Same
good
as
evening.
me. Yeah.
Catch you guys next
See ya.
time.
Sup, guys? Just wanted to pop in and tell some people about some things that are kind of interesting. Sup, Ray?
How you doing? War Dog.
Hey, something funny just happened to me. It's normal though. My friends, I have like, I'm 32 friends with some of the best artists to ever live, digital, and they like to get their artwork in places you would never expect it, and it haunts me every once in a while because, like today, I was scrolling in my feed and I saw a silhouette of a man, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's one of my art friends." Somehow he put his silhouette into this meme that this person made, but he used his art. I was like, his legacy lives on through the. And there was another time I was scrolling through Facebook memes, and I saw my face, and it was one of my friends made my face a popular meme, and I'm just like, it's just stuff like that. Like somehow I see them on the walls of like buildings, and I'm like, dude, nobody knows who this guy is, but he's here. And there, it's not that anybody knows who they are. It's just that they sit around and constantly think about how they can get their art in weird places, like all the time.
Hey, that's pretty cool. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's just weird when you know them, and then well, I guess that's how I found them out originally. But it's just a weird strategy.
So they do a lot of digital art.
Yeah, yeah. But see, since they do so much digital art, and I do so much digital art, my digital art seeps into other people's content too, but that's on purpose. These guys are like working their way in the background, like everywhere, and it just gets a little kind of freaky because I know they're doing it on purpose. And I'm like one of them has a bunch of is in a lot of rap music videos. His name's Tristan Zammit. He just started messaging all these artists that he would do their animation for, and it worked out really well. That's another. I mean, that's more direct, but that's another way it happens. And another interesting thing about his art, though, is he was one time I was sitting there. I'm drawing a picture of me myself. This is actually hilarious. He says, "Wow, those are some nice eyebrows," and I said, "Yes, they are some nice eyebrows." And then in his music video for the next 4 or 5 years, he draws my eyebrows. He's drawing my eyebrows, like my eyebrows on my face. Those eyebrows that he said nice eyebrows to were on my face, and the motherfucker hates me. So for the next 10 years, he draws basically a feature of my face on his. So now my eyebrows are enlisted in a bunch of rap music, and I don't even like rap music.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. So he it's in the music video, is it?
Yeah, he stole my drawing. He took the eyebrows. I hate the guy, but I don't care that he did it. But in all the rap music videos, they all have those eyebrows because he liked them. And I was like, well, no, that's how I impact reality, just by making some dude pissed. And it goes deeper than that. Paramount Studios sometimes likes to steal my jokes, and sometimes I want to call up Paramount. Like, hey guys, you wanna employ me a bit, maybe? I'm not even mad that they take the jokes. It's just it's getting really obvious. My fans would send me things of it, and I'm like, all right, whatever.
Interesting. You should get these buddies of yours onto Zen. Hopefully they can NFT the thing.
Well, they don't really like NFTs. You see, the thing is it's hard to convince people to crypto, and then it's even harder to get them to like NFTs. So I'm like literally the only one. And today I finally dropped my first book today. Pretty exciting. stuff. I've been working on that for 25 years. That is one way I will change the landscape. I do a lot of stuff like that. And, you know, that's why I'm so attracted to Zen, because Zen is doing that exact thing. I just do it in like, I don't know, weird ways. I impact the world quite oddly because I also teach people art. So randomly really great artists like pop up that are basically my students, and they do the same thing as me. So I got a few students in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, cool. That's quite interesting. So, like, if you're in Saudi Arabia, I don't know where you're located, but how do you teach them?
Oh, I'm an American. They just turn on a webcam and I talk to them and I teach them. That's all it takes. I just have to explain.
Interesting, interesting.
Yeah, basically, I can see what you're doing, and then I just, as you do it, I start telling you what to do very directly all the time, and then you just get used to it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's interesting.
What's really cool is they usually don't like metal music, but by the time we're done drawing, they always love metal music. I'm just like, yeah, man, it's the tempo. It keeps you upbeat, gets you ready.
Why is it? Is it because you're playing metal music in the background or something, or you're teaching them?
No, it's just that when I teach art and then I tell them I like metal music, they start listening to metal music, and then when they draw, they like their favorite becomes metal music every single time. It's just because the tempo is just no way to explain it. When you go to draw and you're moving your hand back and forth rapidly, EDM is pretty good for that. But the difference between EDM and metal music is like orchestra music. It's just like orchestraic music, but at the same time, it's very strict on what instruments it's used. So you're always, even if it's bad metal music, like let's say you're listening to a crappy metal band, at least it sounds like all the other crappy metal bands. It's kind of like you get some consistency here. So if you pick like rock country and you get some bad country music, even the bad country music is not country music. But R&B, if it's bad R&B, you can't stomach it. But you're always going to be exposed to a new genre. But the thing about metal music is it's so consistent. It's very consistent. Even the bands themselves are super consistent. And when they come out with new albums, you're never actually disappointed. I haven't ever, any of my favorite metal bands, if they have all released a new album in the last 5 years and not one has disappointed me. Even when they go into stuff where they start acting like rap metal, which they still get it. It's still cool. One of the people who a lot of people don't know about, his name is Ronnie Radcliffe. He's actually one of the most famous people alive because he basically writes like the last 100 metal hits, which actually puts him on the same list as like some of those guys who do hip hop.
Interesting, interesting.
Yeah, they
So I
just
don't
don't.
even know of any new metal bands. I know some of the classics,
Oh,
of course, like
well, here's the
Metallica and
thing
stuff
is
like that.
the
Yeah.
thing is they don't. Okay, so when you go to advertisers do not like to advertise metal bands because every once in a while a certain song is about something that is a no-go, and it's too common. So when a new metal band comes out, it's usually not advertised at all because another person in the band is basically yelling "fuck the government" like the other band is, and then there's songs about "fuck the government" kind of stuff, and see what I mean? Like it's technically probably the third most popular genre, but it isn't advertised like it is.
Got you, got you. It doesn't fit in with the narrative.
Not at all. But it's still one of the most popular genres. It actually takes its own place, is what it really does. It's basically there's hip hop, rock, metal, and country. It's just like that. It's just they don't act like metal's a thing. Because people who listen to rock don't necessarily listen to metal, and people who listen to metal don't necessarily listen to anything other than metal.
Interesting, interesting.
And I mean anything. Like for me, It's only just a few other bands that aren't metal that I'll listen to, and then other than that, nothing. And I'm usually get really quickly, and there's a lot of guys like me. That's the thing. And then when you find out someone likes metal, you start to wonder if they like the other ones too, and they almost never do. And then you're always somewhat good friends with those people. It's great.
Oh, you're saying so everybody's got very specific tastes in metal music, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's very specific. And that but the beauty of that is it makes it easy to please them. It makes it you know what your crowd wants essentially. The musicians don't have to experiment too much, but a lot of times they get good at experimenting, and they bring other genres within to the metal scene, which is actually interesting too, because almost any genre can be converted to metal. It's crazy, and some of the best songs ever are just converts. Or sometimes people will make a metal song and then the R&B artist will hear it or a different artist will hear it and they'll basically remake their song to be more like that, mainly because the primary issue with other music is that metal takes a very heavy focus on beats, like intense, like there's like the drum beat is going off the charts all the time, same with the bass.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Which part of the states is heavy into metal these days?
Oh yeah, actually, that's an interesting question you ask. Metal is actually the most popular genre in 11 of the states. And then quite a few states that it's second or third, and some people would say that it's actually popular in California only if it wasn't so, I don't know, different. Because the thing is there's a band called Slipknot, and that band is super mainstream, and they're played everybody. But if someone just even slightly admits that they listen to Slipknot, usually that means they listen to all the metal bands. It's just like, so basically we have as far as like our celebrities, we have a bunch of old aging rock stars, which holds us back a little bit, but whatever, we just like it, I guess.
Cool.
But we're also the community that likes our elderly too, anyways. So cool. Like Kiss, he's awesome. The legend. We consider the foundations. A lot of the thing about metal is the people got really good at their instruments, so they care a lot about the fundamentals. They're actually really good at everything because they do like poetry too. So they don't just do rap, sing, they do poetry also. So sometimes their entire albums will tell stories, and people won't realize that the singer and the screamer are the same people. And sometimes there's girl lead singers who are screamers, and she's the screamer in the band too. Those are really cool. Sometimes it's three guys, and it's just really weird. And there's one band called 4 Year Strong. 4 Year Strong is not necessarily a metal band. It's a punk rock band with metal influences. And sometimes when I listen to them, I think of them as the most typical punk rock band possible. But it's they clearly care. By that I mean it's almost like the punk rock of Beethoven, essentially. They have tons of different instruments involved, and it just makes me think like these guys have been listening to this stuff for a long time. It's just called 4 Year Strong, and it's weird because the name 4 Years Strong, and when they always make a comeback, it always feels like they're just as good as they always were. That's the beauty of metal; it's the consistency. So their name 4 Year Strong is almost like we're never going to give up. And in the same sense, when they do release something, it feels like that. You don't feel like these guys ever going to fall off. It's like when they're 60 years old, they're still going to be slamming beast ass beats. And it's true too. It's true because there was a band called Bayside where 10 years ago he released his first album, and when he released his best album that top charts, he's 50.
Wow. The guy is still around?
Yeah, and I can't wait for his next album. That's the
That's
thing
pretty
with
cool. I mean, to know
yeah.
what you want, and then you go for it, and then decades later, you're
Well,
still enjoying it, man. Still knocking
here's
them
the
out.
thing. Ozzy Osbourne, he's not like his singing voice. I mean, it's nice. You can have a weird voice in metal. That's the thing. You can sound like a weird person. Like you could be a metal singer because the thing is that it's not limited to sounding like a princess or a pop star. It's actually one of the better genres to cater to just because it is that easy. Like, let's say you're not the most talented singer ever. You don't need to be, especially in metal.
Interesting. I suppose in metal, the a lot of it goes to the instruments, right?
It's mostly about the drums. A lot of people are good at drums. It's about drums and bass. It's a really repetitive. It's a lot of drums and bass. It's you got to be thinking a minimum 120 beats per minute on your drums and bass. So very few rock songs are uh, at that. Well, I mean, minimum. They're usually up to like 160 beats per minute, up to like 180 beats per minute. But yeah, a lot of songs aren't composed like that. Other than like techno.
Yeah. So for modern music, 120 it's quite low, I would say. But yeah, good. Low in the interesting way. I mean,
Well, I was derping a little bit. I don't technically know the beats per minute. I just know that they play at an incredibly fast tempo. I just don't remember certain things because I don't quantitate certain words. Like I can't tell you how many zeros are in a million off the top of my head or a billion. So it's similar to me trying to remember how many beats per minute is a fast song. I just didn't want to say anything too ridiculous. I just know that it is definitely a much faster beat than the average R&B song.
oh, okay.
See, the thing is I technically this is the crazy part. Like I released a book where I composed a metal song to today, and I could not quantitate your question and your rhetoric. That's how little I know about the arts I actually create and still produce great art. It's not necessarily about being analytical. It's about being a different way of thinking. It's always about instead of thinking what you can't do, just do what you can do.
So when you do art, uh, what do you do? Just follow your instinct?
Yeah. Well, for example, I didn't really know how to spell until probably like 2 years ago, and I am 29. And I had been writing a book my whole life, and the reason why I didn't learn how to spell is because what was happening was I would come up with ideas in my head that were faster than I could read and write, because I think faster than I can read and write. So I needed to write it down on the paper, and I wrote it down on the paper the way that I could remember it. And I always carried that around with me. And then somebody would see my writings and they'd go, "Ha, you're dyslexic." Blah 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 blah. I had to just delete all those thoughts all the time because I knew what I was doing. I knew that all I was trying to do is remember the story. The reason why I wanted to be a storyteller is because I was making inventions when I was a young kid, and a few weeks later, those inventions got stolen, and I realized that the parents I had were stopping me from succeeding. I was basically trying to do something that society forced me to be an artist. Okay. If my parents would have went away, I would have been one of those kids that got rich and didn't have to go to school because I teach myself. That's the thing. When I was young, I realized that no one's gonna. I just knew no one's gonna help me better than I'm gonna help me. So therefore, I had to teach me everything. I'm the master, and drawing was something I could just do to get smart. And then I decided I was going to be the best artist possible. I realized it was subjective, so then I just settled with I'll be one of the funniest artists, and I ended up achieving that. And I also ended up being somewhat of one of the best, or some of the best. And at the same time, I play some semi-professional video games. I play Mortal Kombat, Magic the Gathering, and I'm in the 1%, 1%. And then I just buy dips in crypto and don't think too hard about it.
So how do you represent ideas? Do you typically use drawings or
Yeah, actually,
words,
that's the
keywords,
thing.
or do you
Words,
use a
words, words,
combination or something?
words. I'm actually I'll tell everybody I'm an artist until the blue in the face. I'm actually a writer. In the sequence of events in my life, writing was the very first thing I did to get me to drawing. And drawing was because I wanted to draw the characters in my book. And in today, up until today, I released that book.
Excellent. Congratulations, man.
Yes. I can send you a link to the trailer and you can just watch the trailer.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, what's interesting is when you see that, or whenever you decide to take the time to watch the little trailer, I actually had quite a few near-death experiences from very intentional people. So I still ended up being a beast. Nothing slows me down.
Yeah, and you shouldn't let anybody or anything slow you down.
It actually sped me
Just
up.
find ways around them. Yep.
I just don't like to tell them that, because then it would cause them to lash back out at me. What happens is they sit there and they lash out at me and I never respond. They know that I'm improving. That's why they lash out at me. But it doesn't matter because they can't do anything.
Yep. Yep.
I just had them had the ability to do something at a few times, and it was annoying. It was annoying. I found out essentially what it was a group of men who smoked meth in their 40s, and a group who were friends with some teenagers on the internet. I'm a better gunman than all of them, but whatever.
Yeah, most people who can't achieve something try to take you down with them, you know.
Well, the thing is what they wanted me to do is they wanted to catch me outside. Basically, they wanted to park on the street, me walk into my car, drive them, and shoot me. That's what they wanted. That was what they were trying to make happen, and it wasn't going to happen because it's just the way that I behave. That doesn't work like that. I can't be caught outside. And then if people try to come inside, we're going to play a different game.
Yeah, but why would they be targeting you anyway?
Oh,
They
they
got
just
some personal vendetta against you or something.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they grew up with me as a kid. They grew up with me as a kid. So these drawings and these characters in the book, I created those characters when I was a kid, when I knew of them or around me. So the thing is when you grow up around someone like me, and you see an artist succeed, they always feel as if they have to do something to stop you. They always feel as if they do. So then they start organizing and they just end up becoming criminals themselves, and you can't really do anything about it because they were going to be criminals when they grew up, they wanted to be criminals. They were growing up to become criminals, so they haven't committed that many crimes. So then they try to mess with me. The problem with messing with me is you don't want to do that. I'm not threatening them, but you don't want to do that. Every single person that's ever done that has nothing good has ever happened to them. They just keep coming though. It's kind of like when you have a bunch of dudes that you want to like, hey, let's go beat up this dude. But then every single time they send one of the dudes, you beat up their dude. It's almost like being a superhero in a movie. Sometimes there'll be times where I'll be like at a bar and I'll have to be trying to get away with people, but they know I'm in the bar, but they don't know what I look like. And I had extremely long hair and a big beard, and I was wearing 3 jackets because I was homeless. They didn't recognize me because I was looking out of character. They went up and talked to me, but they didn't recognize me. They didn't anticipate that I would do something like that. Basically, they didn't anticipate that I would basically put on a costume.
I think you need to get out of there, man. Go somewhere where no one's gonna try and harm you.
Well, here's the issue. That's actually it's anywhere that takes a credit report. That's all it is. It's literally it. If you're a famous person and your personal information's out there, which most people's are, or your families or something like that, they just run a credit report on you, and then third parties will sell your personal information to them. So basically, the United States is a scam.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, man. Hope you manage to get out of wherever you are.
Well, if you think
Keep a
about
low
it,
profile.
I'm fine. Don't worry about it, Ray. Don't worry about it. I defeated it. I defeated the situation. I never actually had any consequences. This is where things get epic. The people who bullied me had to try to lure me with money. I took all that money and just invested in crypto, and they didn't succeed with luring me. See, the issue that these weirdos keep underestimating, when people want to do something bad to somebody, when you go do something bad to somebody, for example, that person has an opportunity of striking back. So the rules are the same. If I'm on the side of the highway and you're trying to hurt me and on the side of a highway, we're both on the side of the highway, meaning I'm a problem too. So it actually isn't as scary as you think about it, because it's kind of like, let's say you're no offense, but you're somebody who can't defend themselves. Then when you get in these situations, it's not that you become helpless. It's just that the people around you kind of decide your destiny. Me, when I'm in situations like this, I'm deciding their fate. I'm deciding what happens to them. Like there would be moments where I would be able to run them over with my vehicle if I chose to or not, but I didn't have to, because it just didn't have to. It's just the way I didn't have to hurt them. The issue is when I see them, they start to they are scared of me. They are actually scared of me. It's just they want to show up to flex on me. But flexing on me is not a good idea. So they were tracking my vehicle and my credit report and just showing up every once in a while to flex on me, but that wasn't a good idea. So I actually hurt their pride many, many, many times. And because they started flexing on me, I basically stole a car. I didn't steal it, but technically, sure. Cops wouldn't arrest me for it because it's not a crime. But the thing is when they mess with me, they lose stuff. And they actually get scared of me. They think I'm going to retaliate because I do know where they live, because I followed them back. But that's really just so that they don't feel like they can get away with whatever they do. By that, I mean, let's say they go do something bad to one of my friends. They'll say, oh shit, Joe knows where so and so lives. I'm not going to go do anything bad to his friend now. You see what I'm saying? It was more of a defense mechanism than an offense mechanism.
Yep, got you. So you got an upper hand, and
Oh,
so they don't want to play. Yeah.
They're like playing chess. They're like playing checkers. I'm playing chess. These people are just nowhere near as in the same type of intellect as I. I actually
Cool.
think these people, to be honest, I think these people were a deep state hitman. By that I mean like the corrupt country had some hitman that you could go on to buy for crypto. And I think that's what this was. But really, all that was just some old immigrants who smoke meth, who are now Americans, and they work for Hollywood, and they're lazy. They don't do their job very well, and they don't like the idea of getting their ass kicked by some kid.
Sounds pretty stressful, man.
It's not, though. It's not. That's the thing. It isn't. See, I actually experience more stress in some of the video games that I play. The thing is when those tensions, those tensions in those video games become a reality, the issue is they feel it too. But the problem is my tolerance for that type of haywire reality is so great, much greater than theirs. They're shell shock way before I am. It's literally like walking around by like these people like frozen in time compared to me. Like one time there was a dude who came outside my house who was very large and he had a crowbar and he was spinning and dancing, and I could have just walked up from behind him and took him out anytime I want. And I had a Desert Eagle, hollow point, and then literally just as soon as he's gone, I'm like, screw him. Like we didn't even care. It's actually not stressful. It's that the thing is I knew those scenarios were going to take place before they were going to take place. I had already implemented security devices such as cameras and guns and dogs. So I was in control of the situation. He was just frustrated that the reason why he started spinning the crowbar is because he was actually frustrated. So he ran around a corner and I heard him yell the word shit. And the reason why he yelled that word is because he couldn't find my vehicle. And I knew that I had tricked him. The vehicle was hidden. So he went around the corner to do his little dance just in case I saw him, which I did, but he doesn't know I saw him. He doesn't think I'm there because he's tricked. And I have a Desert Eagle and I already know he's tricked. I know he didn't see me. I know why he yelled shit and then he drives off. I know why he drove off and I know why he didn't come back. The thing is I understand psychology, sociology, geolitology, anthropology, and it has allowed me to predict the future to quite a good degree.
Yeah, man. You take care.
Thank you. I'll stay safe. I am safe.
Yeah, definitely stay safe.
I am safe. A few months ago, I thought I wasn't. It wasn't. I'm safe. I'll tell you how I know. I received a mysterious question such as, where are you? And the reason why I saw that mysterious question is because they don't know where I'm at, meaning I'm safe. That's how the game is played. See, the thing is if they knew, they would ask a different set of questions, not the same old set of questions.
So you got people that want to track you down, huh?
Of course, they would do this to anybody. It's really just at their convenience. They can track down anybody in the States. It decides whether or not they feel like it. If your vehicle from the DMV is registered at your driveway, and let's say you have a really nice Lambo in that lot, and let's say that you go down to a certain bar or a certain club ran by a certain dude, he could background check your license plate with a license plate scanner, and then he could know where you live, and everything could go haywire from there, and it could just be a trip from just to the bar. This happens all the time. This is how they do it. It's just that I was getting exposed to that level of surveillance, and I had overcome it. They don't like it when you fight back. That makes them feel small. See, the thing is, they have these things, and I know it's cheesy, but they are called handlers. They have handlers. So lame. Basically, it's like essentially their grandpa who is a mob boss that goes, good boy, good boy. And then when they don't succeed, they're like, oh, bad man, bad. Oh. Literally. I used to joke to myself that one day the bosses would be like, if you can't do it, and I'll send, then the boss goes and tries. That eventually happened. The boss eventually got out and had a little swing at it, but his goons gave up. I just waste people's time. That's all I do. I don't do anything else. I don't retaliate. I just waste their time. I figured out how to waste their time a lot. When they're following me in vehicles, it's not about driving away really fast. It's about wasting their time. I even use this tactic to get away from the cops too. Waste their time. Example, when they get behind me, they turn on the lights. I'll go the same speed limit for about 10 or 15 minutes while they sit there and follow me, and then they'll eventually get mad because it's wasting their time. This is 15 minutes, so they're just sitting there with their lights behind you, and they'll just drive off. It's worked twice. And there's just other ways that you can get away with things by wasting people's time.
Cops don't just try to overtake you.
Nope. It's because I'm wasting time. When you're wasting time, it's a different mentality. If you're wasting someone's time, that means they're always on the borderline edge of like giving up. So when the cop would turn the light on behind me, the reason why he didn't do anything because he kind of didn't want to. And then I just prolonged that experience for 15 minutes, and then he just decided that he didn't want to. But I had pre-gauged the situation and realized that he didn't really want it. And then I had realized that it was a battle of morale. I guess it's really cheesy, but sometimes people say that most wars it's just really a battle of will, or it's everything kind of boils down to willpower. People would be like, maybe it's because you're lucky. And I'm like, I don't know. I actually think I'm not. It's not that I'm lucky. I think that I get the opposite of luck, but I don't think it has anything to do with luck. I think that I'm oftentimes a person that people will see and they decide that they need to get in my way. And it's like I activate all these little traps. But the problem with that is I know that these people do that. And it's not just specific people. It's every type of those types of people. Like, let's say I angered this group of people that I don't give a fuck about. I'll go somewhere else and I'll anger another group of people, and then I'll have to deal with that. And every single one of them will come with the different sets of bullshit, like at the DMV or anywhere, car insurance. The problem is I'm such a no BS kind of person. The second someone does anything like that to me, I just turn off the phone and talk to a different person. It's almost like that with the situation with the cops. Just talk to a different person. As if you think about it, we're like always in the same place, just different names, places, and faces. Honestly, I think there's an issue here in society that people don't really discuss, and that issue is that people don't consider that somebody might actually be a tall person. So a lot of people don't know that I'm 6 foot tall. So it's like they know who I am on the internet, and then they're like, I need to go beat him up. Oh, he's 6 foot tall. It gets a lot more complicated when you get about that height because it's optimal for combat for the most part. But I mean, if you're 7 foot tall, you're going to kick a lot of ass. I was in the proof of memes chat, and they didn't like my ideas on how to evade taxes. But I didn't necessarily say I was going to evade taxes because I'm not evading taxes. Basically, what I do is don't pull out more than $10,000 a year. That way, the government will just ignore you. I mean, if you pull out $10,000 a year, they'll still pay attention. So you still got to make your exit. See, I think the United States is a scam. Like I said, third parties buy your personal information, and if you make more than 10,000 a year, people you don't freaking know will start snooping your business. That's just the way it is. So it's a scam. there's no privacy. Also, this is not a big deal, but since there's no privacy, also in the United States, anyone can come here. So let's say somebody in a different country hates a certain American. Oh boy. See, one thing that was very interesting that a lot of people don't know. Now, I'm not going to tell you which president did this, because then you'll realize who the best is. Somebody decided that IP addresses were now going to operate more like area codes, meaning if you had their IP address, you only got their area code instead of their exact location. Which president do you think did that? Starts with a T.
Hello, can anyone hear me? Hello, can anyone hear me? Anyone online? Hi, can anyone hear me? Hello, can everyone hear me?
stop playing. The voice chat is on.
Parlez-vous français?
No parlez-vous français.
买那个啊。
这个好像是料子看着也比较刚好。
是的。
那就买这个。
行。
找一个差不多的码，我刚那个太小了，我操。
我就跟你说小，你非要那个码。
Yep, exactly. What did that what anyone understand what was just said?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Brother, I have a question. Can I swap? Hello.
What's up,
Hello.
man?
Yeah. Can I swap BChain on MetaMask to USDT?
As long as you're connected to the correct network, you should be able to, right? You said B as in boy, Zen. You there, man? B is in Zen on Binance chain. Is that what you're talking about? Well, alrighty then. I'm thinking about moving to Asia. Wonder where would be a good place in Asia to move? Indonesia? Maybe Thailand? China.
I hear it's pretty rough,
Anyone
bro.
ever been to China? What's
They're,
that?
they're looking for you, crypto boys.
Oh yeah, out in China,
In Thailand.
in Thailand.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean?
They want all your cryptos, man. You got to take it easy. Careful.
Yep. Well, they're gonna have to try a little bit harder to get mine.
China, 听不懂。
China seems like an interesting place, man. I wonder what it's like for Americans. Can we even visit China right now? I haven't heard that we can't.
Nah, no problem, man. No problem.
No problem. Come on over.
百倍。
那天上班穿的我都没人穿，也给他买了便宜商都不穿。
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
我能听懂啊，你搁那听呢？
I wanted to ask one question.
let's say for example, uh, the the coins that we already minted on, let's say day 10. Okay, so can we turn those coins into NFT and sell it on OpenSea when the Zen NFT launches, or the new batch is a new batch? Because the coins that we already minted, it has a C rank, right? So I reckon that will be valuable. So I just wanted to ask if I could if I could turn those coins into an NFT.
That's a good question. My guess is that you cannot. In other words, the Zen FT is a newly minted transaction, like you were saying, right? Like you it all sort of needs to be done up front, right? That's the idea, is that you're creating this NFT that's going to be able to be basically it's like an encapsulated Zen state, right?
Okay.
So I don't think you can, but that's an interesting idea. So basically, like wrap some Zen into an NFT, right? I don't think
Yeah,
that would
because
be
you see, we have the C rank, right? Because we started to mint Zen earlier than anyone else. Today is it's already a month old project, but we came in early and we minted the Zen, so we have the C rank. So the C rank is actually the valuable part, right?
Oh,
So if we could turn that,
mhm.
yeah, if we could turn that those coins into NFT, that would create a huge value in the NFT market.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you can retrospectively, like you're saying, and this is where Zen's kind of confusing the terminology, right? Because in Zen, the term mint doesn't mean you necessarily have the coins yet, right? But in most crypto, mint means that you're minting the coins into existence. But with Zen, quote unquote, mint means you just start the process of minting, right? It's not actually,
Yeah, but we
yeah.
also
So
do
you're saying, I
hold
thought
the
you were
C
saying
rank.
take
So
coins that you already have. You're asking if
no,
I start a mint
no, but
today,
we
can
can
I
transfer the coin.
retroactively?
We can transfer the unclaimed coins to the new owner. So that is
How?
like because I hold the keys to the coin, right? So I didn't claim the coin. It will still I still need to wait. Let's say for example, 350 days to claim the coins. I need to pay the gas fee once again, right? But I
Mm-hmm.
already paid the gas fee once, and I have the C rank for me. So
Right. Oh,
if I can
but
transfer those coins to the new owner, so the new owner now has the responsibility to claim those coins on that specified time. But he gets to get the
right.
C rank and the number of coins that I already I paid the gas fees for.
Yeah, but you gotta yeah, no, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like
Okay, okay, fine. It's just asking.
that. You're like, fine.
Yeah, because you see, there is another project. They have a something called T-share. There's a project called Hex. They have something called T-share.
Oh yeah.
So
I know
so you are
all
able
about
to
that.
claim the T-share after 15 years. But if you don't want to wait, you can sell the T-share to the new owner via NFT. So it creates a value for that
Um
T-share, right? So the same thing is for the C rank we have on Zen. So maybe we can't do it now, but perhaps in some ways, if we can do that in the future, that would create a value for the product, additional value.
well that is exactly what they're trying to do. But basically you have to do it up front, right? So with the Zen FT, basically you're gonna do exactly the same process, except it's just wrapped up in a NFT instead of just being loose on the blockchain, right? Um,
Yeah.
but 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 just briefly, yes, I'm very familiar with Hex. Think it's a great product. But just a little nitpick, as far as Hex, you can't actually do that with purely the Hex protocol. You got to use Hedron, and that's the
Yeah.
protocol that enables you to to create a HSI, which is like a wrapped stake,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
you can then
exactly.
tokenize and send. So, but yeah, I'm sure some creative person will come up with a new variation.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Thanks for answering.
Yeah, man. But yeah, that's kind of the thing about blockchain, right? Like once as it stands now, when you make a quote unquote mint, the transaction is done. You can't really retroactively turn around and say, "Oh yeah, by the way, let me turn that into an NFT now." I see where you're going in theory, but it's not quite how it works. You kind of have to do it up front, right? And say, "Oh, I'm going to turn this into an NFT." It's almost like, well, why wouldn't you? I mean, I don't mean this in any condescending way, but it seems so obvious that that would be a great feature to have, right? Kind of like with Hex. Once we
Mm-hmm.
learned about the HSI, you sort of ask yourself, well, why on earth would I ever not create an HSI, right? Like, why would you
Right.
ever not want that functionality? And any rational person would have no reason not to create an HSI other than some sort of ideological reason, or they just don't like Hedron or don't trust it or whatever. But no rational person would rather not have the ability to send their stake out of a wallet, right? Because I'm in, countless people have gotten into that situation where somehow or another their keys become compromised, and then we're just sitting here with this stake with our ass in the wind, just hoping nobody steals it, you know?
Yeah.
But, can only take things as they come. So,
Hey, Johnny, I'm not familiar with Hex really. I've never used it, but I know about it. But you were saying the word HSI. What does that mean?
HSI stands for Hex Staked Instance. And basically,
Gotcha.
if yeah, it's basically just a wrapped stake. So it's kind of confusing because there's the HSI, but so you have your normal stake in Hex, which is what it is. You said you are or are not familiar with that.
No, no, no. I never used Hex, but I heard about it.
Never used it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I tried a couple of times to get my head wrapped in it, but it was too not my thing.
Oh yeah, that's too bad.
I still
It
haven't tried
would
it.
you what now? You so you haven't tried it.
No, I have not tried it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, basically the idea is you sign a smart contract that says, okay, I'm depositing or rather relinquishing X amount of hex tokens, and based on that contractual agreement, depending upon how many tokens and for how long I relinquish those tokens, I will receive a certain amount of yield in return, provided I fulfill my end of the contract, which is simply to reconnect with the contract at the agreed upon time. So let's say there's a stake for a year, and this is going to be very similar to like what we're doing with Zen. So it's helpful. Like you go to the Hex DApp, or you can even do it simply on the blockchain if you have the wherewithal. And you stake your tokens, and basically you have you. So if you do it for a year, you say you're going to stake 10,000 hex for 1 year. Right now, the APY is about 35 to 40%. So 1,000 coins after 1 year will yield you 1,380 coins, provided after a year you come back to the contract and perform the transaction to end your stake. You'll get your principal back plus the 38%. But the thing is, with a native stake, if you perform that transaction, you're basically beholden to that particular address, right? So let's say I have my little MetaMask with my particular seed phrase with address 0x123, and I go to the hex thing, I create my stake for the max you can do is 15 years. So you got to think, that's kind of a long time, right? Let's say I do a stake for 10 years, and life happens, something happens, I lose the seed phrase, or my computer gets hacked, or somehow or another that wallet becomes compromised. You're basically sitting there with your ass in the wind, hoping that they don't, take those stakes or unstake them or fuck with your stake, because you can't do anything with it because you're stuck. The stake is forever permanently attached to that particular private key, right? But what Hedron did, it was created by a Hexagon in the community, very smart guy named Alex, and he created this protocol Hedron, which enables you to, the functionality is exactly the same. It interacts with the Hex contract exactly the same. It just has this added feature of being able to, as I said, wrap your stake in what's called a HSI, a hex staked instance, which enables you to do a couple of different things. One, you can mint tokens, Hedron tokens, dependent upon the size and length of your stake. So it's basically, it sort of gives you a little bit of liquidity access to the value, the underlying value of that hex stake before you have to actually end your stake. And then it has another feature in which you can tokenize that HSI. So there's level 1, which is the HSI. Then there's another level in which you tokenize that HSI, and that enables you to turn it into an NFT. And so back to the example of you lose your private key, or you get hacked, or what have you, for whatever reason, or maybe you just want to send it to a friend or something like that. You can go in and you can take that. Now, this is provided you already wrapped it, right? That's the whole thing. You have to create it in the beginning. You can't, as the other fellow was asking, kind of, can you retroactively tokenize it? And I think the answer is no, right? Like, you have to do it up front, but it enables you to have that functionality if and when that situation ever were to occur, instead of being stuck with that private key attached, that possibly compromised private key. You could now take that stake and send it to some totally other address with a totally different private key away from the hacker. So that's a really nice function to be able to have. And so that's like what we're doing with Zen, right? Now, the native Zen stake, if you want to call it that, or mint, same thing. It's beholden to a particular private key, whichever key in which you use to create that initial mint. If that address becomes compromised, you lose it, whatever, you're SOL. But with tokenization, same thing. You can now send that mint to another address, right? You're not trapped to that private key for the future of that mint for however long it might be. In some cases, many years. So it's a great feature.
Excellent. Thank you, man. You gave me some valuable information there. That's I like that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. Anytime.
But I'm still Zen for life.
Zen for life. Nice. How did you come across Zen? How'd you find out about it?
I can't even remember, but all I know, I don't remember. Honestly, I don't even remember right now. I just happened to fall into it just this the day before it launched.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Are you familiar with, you said you are familiar with Hex? Just not too much, but.
Oh yeah, I remember now. I saw a video. I don't remember who I saw it from. Oh, I ran into one of Stunner Breezy's videos. That's why I saw it. And I saw Richard Hart in the background, and I saw Jack also in the video. So that's how I was able to get into the launch.
Son of Breeze, he's some kind of crypto influencer?
Yeah, he's one of the good members over there in the Hex community.
Oh, okay. I never heard of him, but that's cool. There are a lot of them.
You can find him on YouTube. You can find him
YouTube,
on
okay.
Yeah, just type in Stunner Breezy. A lot of people follow him.
Stunner Breezy. All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out. Is he pretty? Has he led you and others pretty straight so far?
Yeah,
You've been in
he been
crypto a
around
little?
the Hex community
Or?
for a good time, man. He been doing a lot of YouTube videos, and a lot of people been in projects with him, making a lot of good profits. You know.
Is this STUNNA BREEZY or
STUNNY Stunner Breezy.
Stunny? Okay, Stunny Breezy. Stunna Breezy. STUNNA. Breezy? No, that's the wrong one.
Sorry, yeah, Stunner Breezy. Stunner Breezy.
Stunna Breezy. Okay, I got it. Drip Network. The
Yeah.
truth. The truth. All right, all right.
He's been around for a while, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Since Drip was going up, going down, he keeps saying buying it. Drip is one of the best. Trust me, he got a lot of followers, bro.
Yeah. Did you make some profits on it?
No, I was never. I told you, man, I was not into Hex like that.
No, but with Drip or some others.
Say it again.
No, nothing. I was just asking if you made any profits on other projects with them.
Yeah.